you see something or smell something that doesn't pass the smell test, then you need to let us know so we can alert people like Laura, like the RNC, because imagine how many people wouldn't have been able to register to vote today had we not caught this.
Right in the peak of President Trump's speech.
Yes.
Well, he's here in Butler, Pennsylvania. By the way, we're going to show you the crowd, the largest crowd I've ever seen. I've been to rallies all over the country. I don't know, 100 rallies. By far, to me, already the largest crowd, and more people just keep filing in. The hard thing today is going to be finding out where to park. I mean, supposedly they only
What's
have
going on,
parking for
everybody?
about 20,000 people, and so the rest, I mean, they're going to
Welcome
be
to the
walking for
stream.
miles,
Welcome
but
to the
I
stream.
think people are doing
Getting
it.
it
They don't
worked
care.
out
They're
here.
coming.
Yes. Well,
Back in the
this
seat.
is history in the making, and I mean, how iconic. President
Just going to
Trump
stream basically
took
all
a
day.
bullet for us, the
I don't have a
American
ton to
people,
say. I'm just going to hang
and
out with
he's
you. We're
willing
going to
to
watch
put
what happens
himself,
today.
his family on the line
We'll watch
again
the Real
to be
America's Voice
here for
coverage up
us.
till
And
5 or
Southwest
so.
Pennsylvania
President's
is
going to
gonna
speak around
determine
5. A
who
lot of
wins
guests, a
the
lot of
White
everything
House.
going on. Just going to
So,
keep it
all
live.
these people from Butler,
I'll be
from
here throughout
Allegheny
the
County,
day.
from
Don't
Beaver,
expect
from
a ton
Washington,
of
from Fayette,
commentary
from
from
Greene.
me.
This will
I'm really just here to
determine
watch
who
like
wins
you
this
guys
November.
watch
We
it.
gotta get
We
these
can watch it
people
together. We're just going to
from
hang
the
out here.
rally
I got
to the
football on in the
polls.
studio.
And get them to get other people. So
And
it's
I
not
figured
just
I would
them,
just
it's that
stream and just
times
hang
10,
out.
It's getting
You
other
got
people that
questions
you know,
and stuff, we'll
'cause
just
we have
talk
to
and hang
outvote the
out.
fraud. The mainstream media is already mocking this.
And that's pretty much
funny,
it.
They claimed all the
How's
elections
everybody
that they
doing?
lost were fraudulent, that they had won them.
Hello,
All
everybody.
the way back through from Hillary Clinton, all these elections.
Welcome on
and now
in,
all of a
welcome
sudden
on in.
we talk about, it's
Let
like,
me
oh, you
just-
can't even talk about election fraud.
Let's turn this
Clearly it
down just a
happens.
little bit
The
while
key
I'm
is,
talking.
if you guys are joining us, Butler, PA,
We'll watch the
we
great
got Brian
coverage from
Glenn
Real
inside. We're
America's
gonna go with him
Voice.
in
How's
just a
everybody
minute.
doing?
We're here 1 month from the
Benjamin on
election.
X, what time does it start? I
Think
think
about
the
this.
president's supposed to
Steve
talk
Bannon's
around
still in
5 or
prison. All
so.
of this weaponization
So it's
of
going to be a
our
long
justice
day.
system.
We're
But
going to keep the stream
Scott,
going.
and we are going to be celebrating Corey's life today. They've got the seats marked out where he was sitting.
Again, nothing
so some
formal.
amazing things going to be happening today. But Scott, the key.
We're just going to
is
keep
the
it going.
election
We'll
and
keep
what
it
you guys are
live.
doing.
I'll
Give
be
us an
in and
update
out.
on where you guys are at, how many counties you've
Got my
flipped,
coffee, got
and
the
what your
games
goal
on.
is
Just going to
between
relax,
now
sit
and
here,
election
watch
day.
it with you.
Well, real quick, important deadlines
Watch the
coming
coverage
up
on
for all of
Rav.
our viewers at home. October
And of course, watch the
7th
president
is the
tonight.
last
And
day
really
to
what will
register
be
to
a
vote in Arizona,
what a
Florida,
moment.
Georgia, and Texas, our swing state voters. Then North Carolina is next week, and for Pennsylvania, the last day to register to vote is October 21st. If you wait until the 22nd and you haven't registered to vote, you will not be able to vote for Donald Trump. So you can go to vote.pa.gov.
What's going on, everybody?
Or you can go to vote.gov for every single state. Now, let's go over the data for a second. 4 years ago, the Democrats had an advantage.
Let me turn
of
up the volume here. We'll let this play for a little bit.
650,000
Hi, Robin on
voter
X.
more than us. That number is now 333,000. We have cut it in half, Ben, in just 4 years' time since 2020. And everybody's worried about the mail-in ballots, right? Well, the Democrat mail-in ballot request applications are down 416,000 from where they were 4 years ago. Wow. So let's put that into context. 2020, Pennsylvania was decided by 80,000 votes. Down 300,000 voter reg, down 416,000 mail-in ballots. We have flipped Bucks County from blue to red outside of Philly. We have flipped Beaver County from blue to red. We have flipped Luzerne County from blue to red. And we are 1,200 voters away from flipping Center County, which is home to Penn State University, the largest campus for our students. It shows me young people are trending to the right. They want home ownership. They want peace, not war. And they want to be able to afford to have families.
I love that. Scott, where they get more information about the organization you guys are doing as well?
My organization is Early Vote Action. That's earlyvoteaction.com. Guys, we have a state director. We have 50 staff across Pennsylvania. We are all in. If you would like to support our work financially, please go to earlyvoteaction.com. You can also slide into my DMs in the most wholesome of manner at Scott Pressler, SCOTTPRES1SLER. And I'm a big fan of Real America's Voice. And thank you, Ben, for always having me.
I love it. Scott, amazing work you're doing out there. By the way, I'm keeping an eye, my peripheral vision on Elon Musk. I actually have my mini Starlink with me in my bag. Thanks to my boy Ty. Keeping an eye out for Elon. Going to have some amazing guests out here. But the key is the election, voting, vote early, get everyone you know to vote, get registered before it's too late, get involved. Terrence, I know we got Brian inside. I'm going to throw it back to you guys.
Hey, Ben, before I let you go, I tell Scott, first of all, I'm not going to slide into his DMs, but I appreciate the offer. But I do want to talk a little bit more about early voting and the importance of early voting. I think that's critical, and let's just be honest. It's a change in paradigm in voting for Republicans by doing so early.
Yeah, well, absolutely. So Terrence says he's not going to, hold on a second, Scott. I'm going to grab you for one more thing here.
Sorry.
So Terrence says he's not going to slide into your DMs, but he wants to ask you this question. The early voting, how critical this is. And I'll give my 2 cents, and I want to see if it aligns with you.
Yes.
So one of two things. I'm gone on the road for the elections. I cover the elections, so I have to vote early.
Yes.
The
What's
other
going
side
on,
of that
everybody?
is if you
Real
vote early,
Prince
and
style.
especially
Big
if you
D on the
trust where
weekend,
you're
yes.
voting, then you can spend the rest
Damon,
of your
how's the college
time going
visits
out,
going?
getting other people registered, getting other
College
people to
visits
vote,
were okay.
getting them to the polls.
We actually ended
and the
up
other
doing
side
more
of that is
college
then you were
paperwork
taking
and
off the
work and all
voter
the stuff you have
roll
to do than we
as a
did
follow-up for the
actually
Republican
college
Party,
visits,
so they
but it
know
was a good
who to
use of
focus
2
their
days.
effort
We got a
on,
lot done.
especially on election
It's a
day.
lot of stuff
Anything else
these
you would
days.
add to
It's
that, Scott?
ridiculous,
Why
quite
it's so
frankly.
critical to vote early?
Well, you make great points, but
These
look
apps,
at the
Common
tragedy of North
Naviance
Carolina
app,
right
all
now
this
with the
crap.
hurricane. How are a lot of these people going to vote? In Nevada in 2022, it snowed on Election Day in Reno, a Republican area. We lost that election for Senate by 8,000 votes. And Maricopa County, factually, the machines had printing errors on
I was there.
Election Day.
It was a joke. It was clearly set up.
In Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, Luzerne County, which we just flipped from blue to red, they ran out of paper on Election Day. And so listen, to the viewer at home, I understand you may not be a fan of early voting. I may understand that you are hesitant of locking in your vote early, but guys, anything can go wrong in Election Day. The Democrats are going to be voting for 50 days, 50 days. They're going to be early voting. They're going to be mail-in voting. They're going to be ballot harvesting in states like Nevada. Please, I beg you, don't wait for 12 hours to save our country on the most important election of our lives. Please make a plan, especially our beautiful hunters that are going to be out hunting, our truckers that are going to be driving on Election Day, our beautiful members of the military that are serving us. Go to fvap.gov, the Federal Voting Assistance Program. Make sure that you are registered. Make sure that you have requested a ballot. And please, we must win this November.
Does that answer it, Terrence? You can
I
still
think
slide in
that
his
answers-
DMs, by the way.
Tell him I'll just post something on his wall. I'm not going to slide into his DMs. A little too
good?
personal.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks, Scott.
Love you, man.
All right, good stuff there, Ben. Hey, we're going to come back to you here in just a little bit, Ben. Let you talk to some of the folks there on the ground, as I'm really curious about what some of them are thinking, particularly as they're heading through the gate to this historic rally. In the meantime, Save America again with this limited release Trump collectible tumbler, collectible stainless steel tumblers for just $10 today. They're dishwasher safe. They're double wall insulated. They can keep your stuff cold for 24 hours and hot for 8 hours. TrumpTumbler.com is the website. It's handing out limited edition stainless steel collectible tumblers this week during the DNC. Check out the incredible tumblers that have the Save America Again slogan laser etched permanently engraved on them. Also, you can add a Trump tumbler to your collection and Save America Again with the collectible piece. We're all spreading Trump's reach and support through this limited time promotion. So, Trump-related memorabilia could surge in value. They're going to run out, so act fast and head on over to TrumpTumbler.com in order to claim yours today. Support today's Real America's Voice coverage by visiting TrumpTumbler.com. Again, that is TrumpTumbler.com. You can grab yours before they sell out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break now that we've paid a couple of bills. When we come back, we're going to get you back to Butler, Pennsylvania, as we wait to hear from President Trump. He'll be speaking in short order. We'll also hear from some of the rally goers who are arriving right now, get their thoughts on this historic day.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rattle, for giving us a place to chat and...
All right, in commercial break. What's going on, everybody? Hello, Damon. We missed you the last couple of days. Thank you, Carol, on Facebook. Good to be back. Don't forget to thumbs up. Yes, please don't forget to smash the like wherever you are. We're going to have a long stream today. I'm going to keep it going all the way through all the coverage. Just going to be here hanging out. Hi, Damon. We're watching from Minnesota. Tim Waltz destroyed our state. Love the show. Doug, thank you. Todd Cooper on YouTube. What's going on? What's going on? Kyle, Facebook, long stream. Yeah, we're going to have a long stream today. I'm going to let it go all the way through President Trump's speech. We'll keep it going with the coverage between Rav and what we're doing here. I'm trying to get another camera to work, but I don't know why I can't connect this camera. CD on YouTube. What's going on? What's going on, everybody? Welcome on in. I watched the replay of the Odds Makers on Friday. Chip was good. Chip was good. Man, we've had some great audience participation this year in the Odds Makers. I mean, really, just absolutely everybody's been fantastic. Why can I not get this camera to work? Debbie on Facebook, Bannon gets out November 1st. Aaron is a pro. All right, let's go listen to what Ben's doing here.
It seems like the stream, the line is just continuing. People just continuing to come in and out, or probably come in. No one's really going out.
Terrence, you have no idea. There's probably 20,000 people already in there. I don't even know what the number is. It's huge. Now, McGallis, with Revival today, you're out here with us. Pumped.
Yeah.
MAGA! Ow!
What a day to be alive.
I know. It was like, there you go.
Sorry, honestly, the people here are absolutely amazing. And then the Spirit of God is so strong, don't you think? Amen. I mean, the moment that we walked in here, we got here at 5:30, and there was just a calm. It's like a super calm. And so when we talk to people, they're open, they're pleasant, they're praying for us. I mean, it was absolutely amazing. It's amazing to be here today.
This is what it's about. Now, you've got your show.
Check the news.
Check the news.
Check the news. That's right, yeah.
On Real America's Voice News. Some exciting things coming down the pike, but I want to talk about first, we're talking about this crowd. So you guys are seeing a little tiny bit of this line. This line, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Double high five. Hey, let me ask you. First Trump rally? How many Trump rallies? Second? First? There it is, baby. We're going to find that out. God bless you guys. I love the hat, baby. But you walked that line for how long, and you still didn't get to the end?
2 hours, and I didn't get to the end. We couldn't find the end. I mean, we were sweating. We were getting stopped by a litany.
I'll tell you how you find it. You follow the line. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's crazy, though.
Yeah, I mean, we were walking about 2 hours. So we had a live broadcast on our channel or on our internet channel, and we just couldn't find the back of the line. We couldn't.
Amazing.
Yeah. It was
so just to give you an idea, I don't know if you can lift the camera up here, Austin. So if you look back directly that way, if you're looking to the right of the snipers, you see the snipers up on top. Thank God for those snipers. It is a tilted roof, so I'm glad they're up there today. But if you look all the way down to the buildings, as far as you can see before you see the tree line, the line goes all the way back there, and then it goes to the right. It follows those buildings, and who knows where it ends up. It goes. What the problem they have right now is this is a pretty small community. They basically have enough room for 20,000 people worth of cars. Whoa. So people are parking miles away, and they're coming. Nothing is stopping them.
Absolutely. I've seen them walking for miles. I saw that there was a bunch of local people opening up their lawns for people to park. I mean, it's
economy.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you better believe it. Let's go. It's awesome.
I love it. They're looking for ways of making money. Now let's get these guys. Look at these guys. Massimo. Haven't seen Massimo in a while. What's going on, buddy? I love that. Hey, let me ask you. First time Trump rally. First time. Raise your hands. First time. Raise your hands. You seeing this, Austin? Raise your hands. Look at this. Guys, if you can hear me back there, raise your hand if this is your first Trump rally. Let me see the hands. Look at that, guys. Incredible. Incredible. Yeah. But keep it going, guys. We got to keep it going. Keep it going. God bless you guys. Was anyone here for the last one? Were you guys here for the last one? Butler, PA. Okay, well, let's walk down there and we'll walk with them. McGallis, I'm going to come back to you in a minute. You were here for the last one, and you're back.
Yep.
What'd you think? We're going to walk and talk so we don't slow down the line. What'd you think about that day And why is this day so important?
It was crazy. We're here to support our president and our freedom.
Intimidated.
Yeah.
That's it.
We're here for America. We're here.
Fight.
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Good parents. No pressure, but the future of our country's on your shoulders. You got it?
Yep. We're here for America.
God bless you. Anyone else was here at the last Butler rally? Anyone else that was here at the last Butler rally? Okay, again, now let me ask you again, for those that are further down, raise your hand if this is your first Trump rally. Again, I just want you to see this. Guys, if you can hear me, raise your hand if this is your first Trump rally. Look at this. Okay, keep going. Keep going. So you got second. As you guys walk, tell me top issues, top 2 issues.
Immigration.
Immigration.
Economy.
Economy.
Make America great again.
Make America great again.
Help the veterans.
Help the veterans. What about illegals? Illegals? You want
the immigrants too.
Yep. Immigrants. Yep.
Abortion.
abortion? Yeah. Stop killing babies.
Yes.
That's it.
And marriage.
And marriage. Amen. Okay. Real America's Voice. Top issues.
The southern border, the pricing and so on, because they killed our gas industry. I mean, my brother works in the gas industry in Texas, so I know firsthand what's going on down there.
Yeah.
And importing our oil from Russia for $107 a barrel when we were making it when we were pumping it out of our own land for $27 a barrel.
Unbelievable.
Yes, and that's coming straight from somebody that's been working for oil companies in Texas since the late 70s.
Wow. They sold our country out, sir.
Yes.
You guys get a lot of material from me. AMVO does, Fox News does, MSNBC does.
Yes, sir.
Newsmax gets a lot of info from me.
What's the top issues?
Let them know I'm here.
Who are you?
I'm here. My name is Rich Kalesa. They know who I am. They get it.
What are your top issues?
Got my phone wired right now. They're hearing you talk to me. I want them to come talk to me. I've had enough of this. Thank you.
All right. All right. Who else? Top issues, guys. What are you out here for?
Illegals are because they're draining millions of dollars from us. They're being led in to spread COVID. We're literally flying them all over the country. And then what are they doing in North Carolina? They give them $750. They get $750. They're the taxpayers, and the illegals are getting $2,500.
Yeah, should we be sending our money overseas or using our money for illegals while our own people are suffering?
Not even for a second. It needs to stay here for our people, the ones that are needing it, the veterans, our hurricane people. They need to stay here.
That's it. All right, top issues as you walk by. Border.
Everything.
Everything. It's all bad.
Everything.
Border.
Money.
Economy. Top issues. Economy.
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Support our own Americans. Anyone else? Top issues.
Thank you.
Top issues, guys. Hey, shout out to you, young man. Is this your first rally?
Yeah.
I love it. You pumped to be here?
Yeah.
I love it. All right, guys. So there you go. Did we lose McAllis? Okay. God bless McAllis. Revival today. McAllis, come here real quick. We're here. All right, McAllis, how do people get more information about your organization?
You go to revivaltoday.com for all of the information. We have a church here in Pittsburgh and in Fort Worth, so we invite you to come and join us at both of those campuses. Awesome.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right, guys, so we're out here. We're going to keep rocking. We're going to be hanging out with McAllis. We're going to be going in there in a few minutes. Brian's on the inside again. 20,000 people. I wish I could get a drone up in the air to show you this. Obviously, we can't do that for safety, but it is incredible. We're going to continue to talk to the folks. Back to you, Terrence.
All right, Ben, in the absence of you putting up a drone, we're actually going to go to Brian Glenn right now, who is on the inside, as you said, and giving us another perspective of just how many people are already inside. And we see behind Ben the line that is just continuing to stream in. Give us the latest from your vantage point, Brian, if you don't mind. What are things looking like, not just in terms of crowd size, but in terms of security and all of that? Give us a big picture.
Well, hello there, Terrence. Great to see you once again on this Saturday. As I'm inside, it took me about 20 minutes to kind of go through the mags and find my way to the entrance of the media riser because there's so many people you can't see the entrance. I'll get into security here in just a second, but let me step aside and give our viewers at home what they want to see. And this is a massive crowd here inside. Now, let me tell you some of the differences between this stage here and what we saw back on July 13th. Obviously, I'll start with the bleachers behind the podium. Luke, let's make sure we get a good shot of that. The bleachers behind the podium is much larger than the ones before, so it's holding more people. It goes up higher. Flag in the same space for the most part, same size flag, same way they've presented it as well. We'll go off to my right, your left, is the Megatron. They have added 2 large screen kind of Megatron-like monitors here for the crowd to watch, and I'm sure as President Trump plays videos and puts up that famous chart and all the other graphics, he's got now 2 big displays here for that. Now, what you're looking at now is that the president will walk out when they announce him. He will come up underneath the Jumbotron there, make his grand entrance. You've got the red carpet going right to the podium, which, by the way, is surrounded by bulletproof glass. Now, down in front are some of the reserve and special guest seatings, and there is a laundry list of speakers today that will not only take the podium, but people that he will recognize as well. We've got both Eric Trump, Lard Trump, we got Elon Musk, and others. I would imagine they'll be sitting down in that front area. And so let's go to the sides here. You've got 2 big bleachers on either side of the stage, much larger than what we had before, and this layout is a little different on the angle of the actual bleachers. If you remember, towards the president's right, your left, where the shooter came from, that area is now completely blocked by these bleachers, and you can see the big rigs. I don't know if you can see that, Luke. Some of this stuff might be in our way, but you've got some tractor trailers, 2 rows of it actually, right here as well is the screening, the fight that has it on there. So all of that area has been completely secured. It is not visible from the outside. Now we turn the other way. Let me step on the other side of the camera and we'll swing it around this way. Once again, another set of bleachers on the other side of the stage. I feel like it's a little, they're taller. They may be about the same width, but they are a little taller. And then we've got maybe a hospitality, maybe a first special, first aid tent behind that as well. But a lot of coverage around this area that can protect not only the president, but people inside here as well. Now, let's go over the numbers. Let's go over the people that they anticipate being here, and I'll go over the security here in just a second. Now, there's about 6,500 so parking spaces in this field. So let's just say we had 6,500 cars parked here. Well, if you do the math on that, maybe 3.5 people per car, you do the math on that, you're looking at around 20,000. Now, what Ben said earlier, I saw a lot of people walking in the front entrance here where they, I presumably either took an Uber to the area or perhaps parked off site and then walked into the rally. That did represent a large amount of people coming in. So it just fed the line. It seemed like the line never actually caught up to itself. There was always someone getting in line, and it was as far as the eye can see. Now, let's talk about security for a second, Terrence. Security, got to be honest, outside the magnetometers here, outside the secured area,
Thank you for
I saw
that out.
2.
I forgot I muted it.
And it was horseback officers from Butler County, 2 officers there.
So for those of you wondering,
there
that's
might
what
have
I'm
been
looking
some
at.
in other areas, but that's just what I saw. Now, you can come on through. You can come on through. Get down.
That's what's going on in this
Just
in
get
the
down low.
office.
You come through. Yeah, go ahead. As you can imagine, I'll get into the media coverage here in just a second. As far as inside, obviously a lot of security inside this area. You've not only got a lot of security around the press risers, personal security, local security, Secret Service around the press risers, and then they have a large magnetometer area. So they are processing more
This will be
people
my official Tucker
coming through
cam.
here
When
than they
Tucker's on
did
his My
before.
Pillow bed
Much
there,
larger
that's
because
where
they
he'll be.
anticipate obviously a much
So if he
larger
shows
crowd.
up,
This is more people
we'll,
here today
we'll
by
put this
far
on Tucker
than
cam.
was there on July 13th. So there is a strong police presence in here, but I can't say that I actually saw it outside the area, Terrence. But overall, people are in great spirits. People have no fear, as we said yesterday on many of the programs. They simply want to come, here, see the president, hear what he has to say, and be a part of history here in Butler.
And Brian, you know, security experts will say that a sign of good security is that they're there, but not necessarily seen. So maybe that's the case as well. They may be on site and we're just not seeing them, but I appreciate your perspective. Give us some more kind
Trump
of things to think about
5,
as you were going in.
or supposed
so
to
let's
speak
talk.
at 5.
I want to get personal really quickly, Brian, because we talked about this yesterday. You were there on the 13th. Returning to Butler. How are you feeling today? What are your emotions like? How are you doing?
Well, thank you for asking that, by the way. And I've had several people that knew I was here before they watched our broadcast, and they said, how are you doing? This morning, I dropped to my knees and prayed for this country, for our team, for all media, for everyone in attendance. And I prayed for our enemies that the Holy Spirit would come over and protect all of us in this time of some have a lot of anxiety. Did I have anxiety coming here today? No, I didn't. But does it feel a little different standing here knowing that it wasn't too long ago that right behind me bullets rang out there from the rooftop? And I'm kind of going back in time, if you will. It just, as you were asking me that question about 5 minutes prior to that, is when it we were here on July 13th and we witnessed an attempted assassination on the president. Now, because the mood here, because the people are
What's up, Marco,
positive,
on YouTube?
they're all very optimistic. They have no fear. They want to see the president. They think that this is a time for the community to kind of put closure on an event that's been labeled to their town. Prior to this might have been known to the birthplace of the Jeep, which many of our viewers at home may not know. But Butler was being remembered for something very tragic, and I think this is a way this community can kind of put a closure to that and open up a new chapter of hope. And this could go down as one of the greatest rallies that President Trump has ever done. Look at the presentation. Look at the amount of speakers, the people who are in attendance here. The message here of unity and hope and forgiveness will be here as well. So you've got that. That is what inspires me to stand here and proudly and represent Real America's Voice and be a part of this movement and really be, I think, a voice for President Trump and all of MAGA, that we love this country, we love this president, and this is something that, we absolutely... Come on through. Sorry. It's okay. Terrence, I apologize. This is something that's going to be happening because the amount of media here is insane. So we may have people crossing this, but I am proud to be here, Terrence. I feel good. I'm a part of history here, and our people at home. Let's also remind people watching this right now. You're a part of history watching this. You watch this on July 13th. You're watching this today. You are just a amount of history than I am, and I'm proud for all of us to be here today, Terrence.
Absolutely. And again, I just want to personally thank you for all of your hard work, not just throughout the campaign, but you were there on July 13th and you were back today as President Trump returns today. It just goes to show that whole spirit of fight is really prevailing throughout the party, from all of those people who have showed up behind you, to you, and to President Trump. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, Brian. We are going to get back and want to talk a bit about Corey Comperatore, His wife is going to be one of the special guests today on the stage behind President Trump. We'll talk about that here in just a little bit when we return. Let's take a quick break, kind of recap everything, and then we'll get you back out there to Butler, Pennsylvania.
All right, we'll take an audio break from that. We'll leave it up, though. Good idea there. That's great. They left a spot for Corey. What's going on, everybody who's just joined us? Hello, Child of the King. What's going on? Everybody on YouTube, welcome on in. We're going to stream all day, right through the president's speech. We're going to leave it on. I'll be here, I'll be in and out probably. But I'll leave the stream on. I'll leave the camera on. So we'll just hang out here and watch what's going to be really an iconic day, a memorable day. The president returns to where everything changed. To, as he says, pick up his speech, and he starts with, as I was saying, which is a pretty cool idea. Yeah, that spot for Corey is awesome. Sad, but but a good idea. Damon, how about those job numbers this week? Fishy's not doing it justice. It's bullshit. How about that? There's no jobs for American citizens. It's total horseshit, those numbers. And for him to go into the press briefing room is a joke. Hey, Vicky on YouTube, what's going on? Not that I wanted to make this a political, not that I was going to make this a big news stream, but since we're in a break and somebody brought it up, just if you're not following Zero Hedge on the jobs numbers, then you should. Because between government workers and foreign-born workers, the job numbers are a bunch of crap. Okay, so absolute crap. So a bunch of good stuff from Zero Hedge on the jobs numbers. And look a deep dive into the numbers of native and foreign-born workers and where they've picked up jobs. Government workers. The number of government workers as tracked by household surveys soared by 785,000. Great. Just what we need. More bloat in an ever-bloated, never-ending bloated federal government. That's just where we want jobs created. More crap from the federal government. 21.421 million to 22.216 million. You wonder why the government is the biggest of everything, the biggest landlord, the biggest, I mean, this is why. This was the biggest monthly surge in government workers on record. Oh, the jobs numbers are so great. All week I had 2 days off. I had to listen to this crap about the jobs numbers. What an absolute joke. So one place you can go for real truth in the job numbers is Zero Hedge. They do a really great job of digging into the numbers. And they actually dig in. They don't just give you, oh, the number was up. Must be good. The economy must be great. And they go into why it actually matters. So actually, I don't even know if I shared this yet. Let me share this now. There, how about that? Is that a good write-up for this? Jobs numbers and why what you're being told is horseshit. Yeah, I think that's good. And I think it's accurate. Let's share that. Post. There we go. So that's up.
For all of the crazy real
Megales, revival today, but this is all a part of what we can finally talk about. We've been talking about it for a while. We talked about it for a while. Put it on hold. Now we're back out. Real America's Faith and Family is officially launching. It's going to be incredible. For those that don't know, Real America's Voice News, Rob Sig, our owner, this network was originally designed to be a Christian network. Yeah. And through a series of events, it ended up becoming a political news outlet first. Yeah. But now we're kind of going back full circle to our roots. We've always been a Christian network. It's always been Christian conservatism. Everybody that's involved with the network has faith as a foundation. Actually, I got involved with this network. It's pretty incredible, the story. Rob Sig, our owner, we met at CPAC. I was walking out of the bathroom. He was walking in. We bumped into each other. I think he saw my cross pin. Yeah. And we ended up praying together at the bathroom at CPAC. And it could sound a little weird. It wasn't. But we prayed together. He went his way. I went my way. I was independent, running Frontline America at the time. Wow. Real America's Voice News was just a fledgling organization, basically running on YouTube. And we were getting all these. They were getting all these interviews, but you know, it really wasn't out there yet. A couple weeks later, I was speaking in Washington D.C. on the border. I met Tudor Dixon and some of the other folks from the network. They were there filming the event that I was speaking at. Mark, one of the guys from the network, went back to Rob and he said, Rob, there's this guy that's from the border, speaks on the border. We should bring him onto the network. He shows him a picture of me and Rob's like, I met that guy in the bathroom at CPAC. So they call me up. Now I'm with Real America's Voice News. That's it. God is a part of this from the beginning. Crazy story from crack addiction to Lord turning my life around to being where we're standing where we're now. I mean, total God's hand is over all of this. And now we're launching Real America's Faith and Family. That's going to be in addition to Real America's Voice News. God is doing big things, and you are a part of it.
on Facebook.
The American people, you guys are all a part of that. But this is the key.
Is Ben breaking news right now?
Tell us about what you guys are doing and your part in this.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we're
But of course, I'm so far out of the loop. No one would tell me anything.
Brother Rob's vision for this channel. And so when we started off, we launched in 2020 with Check the News, which was basically, it was an online channel at the time. And so all we did was cover the news in a spiritual way. And so there was so many media outlets that were covering the news in such a negative light that it was something that the public needed. And so ever since then, we've been growing and growing and growing. And so we're here today. And so we get the honor and the privilege to be a part of this Faith and Family channel. And we literally cannot wait.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it really is.
And so you guys know my show on Real America's Voice News, Law and Border. We're also working on, I'll give you a little sneak preview, the show that's really on my heart, that's been on there. You know, I talk about what God has done in my life, turning me from crack back to his plan. I've been married for 20 years now. We're actually celebrating our 20th anniversary in March. Amazing wife, Billy. She stuck with me through this. You know, this was only 8 years ago. And so God, the transformation and all of that. So God has put it on my heart to do this cross-country family road trip show. We're homeschooling our kids. We escaped California. My wife's a stay-at-home mom. She lived through. She almost died. And all kinds of crazy stuff. We've got 3 daughters, 14, 7, and 8 months old, Chloe, Olivia, and Lillian. We're going to take them on the road and show them what makes America great. America the Beautiful. It is going to be an incredible show. It's going to be an incredible... We got people pumped up. It's going to be an incredible show. It's just the beginning, guys. It's just the beginning.
My church gave me this shirt. My church gave me this shirt. Revival Today Church. There we go.
I love it.
Let's go.
This is just the beginning, guys. This is just the beginning. So stay tuned. Real America's Voice News, Real America's Faith and Family. So much more to come. One more time, where can they find your stuff?
RevivalToday.com.
I love that. Okay,
Yeah.
let's get back out here to the people. Yes.
Trump's got this in the bag.
Trump's got it in the bag. Only if you guys and everybody out there gets him in there. That's it. It's you. It's us. It's we the people.
Trump, like I said, Trump's got it in the bag.
All right. All right. God bless you guys. All right. I want to ask you guys again. We're going to walk down this way. Miguel, do you guys mind watching that? I don't want Secret Service to get freaked out. Okay, let's walk down this way. And I want to ask you guys, can you hear me? Can you hear me down there? Raise your hand if this is your first Trump rally. Raise your hand. Look at these girls are pumped. Let's go talk to them. Okay. All right. First one. No pressure. You raise your hand though. How pumped are you?
Right here, right here.
Hey, listen, I am
Young
so
and young
pumped.
and
We love it. She's young.
I'm so pumped.
Young and old. This is all good, and we're all for Trump. We
Gen Z
love
for
it.
Trump.
Yes.
No Swifties. No Swifties for Kamala.
Gen Z for Trump.
Democracy, Donald. We love you.
Hey, for the young ladies out there, what are the issues that matter most to you?
I think we need to raise a generation strong for God and strong. He has the morals to follow the Bible, and we just need women for God.
Amen. And the women that actually want to protect babies, not kill them, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, of course.
Exactly.
Yes.
Protect life, abolish abortion. God bless America. God bless you. Have fun. First rally, couldn't beat it.
Where are you
Butler.
guys from?
Real America's Voice.
We got
Hey,
it.
download the app. Watch it on your phone. God bless. Real America's Voice News. Go to your app store. America's Voice. You'll find it.
Or Gen Z.
Gen Z? MAGA, baby. Gen Z, MAGA. Okay. Okay, we're going to go down the line. If you can hear me, guys, top issues, if you want to jump in, top issues. What matters most to you? Border.
Money.
Money, economy. Anyone else? Top issues. Top issues.
Economy and immigration.
Economy and immigration. Anybody else? Top issues. How many genders are there? Two. We got 2. Simple questions. How many genders? 2. Do you get to pick? No? Okay, there we go. All right, anybody else? Top issues? Yep. Economy?
The economy, most definitely.
Yeah. You don't like spending $300 for groceries?
Groceries? No, it's more than that. You can't even get a week worth of food.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you think people are waking up? Are you from here, by the way?
I'm from about 2 hours away.
Okay. Do you think people are waking up to just how bad Democrats' policies are?
Yeah. They're committing treason at our border. We need to close our border.
Hey, so this is it, guys. You hear it over and over and over. Let's get out of the way. We've got Uncle Sam coming in here, kind of a new version of Uncle Sam. I haven't seen quite that outfit yet, but I love it. Okay, this is it. It's the border, it's the economy, and election integrity. Those three things, guys. And really, the bottom of all that, we started by talking about this. Faith in our country. Got to bring God back into our country. Brian, I'm here with Uncle Sam. Back to you, Brian.
All right. Thank you, Ben. I appreciate it. Yes, we're live here inside the staging area. Joining me now is Forgiato Blow, who's really been on the forefront of the cultural movement behind Trump. First, let's talk about what your experiences is so far today, being in such a historical event for President Trump here in Butler.
Man, I'm just taking it in. It kind of feels like the first day of the RNC when everybody saw Trump for the first time with the Band-Aid. When I came in, I saw that bulletproof glass around where Trump's going to be giving his speech. I'm right there in the front row. It's just surreal. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's great. There's so much love out here for Donald Trump, so much positive energy that I feel in the air.
Yeah, it's great. Okay, let's talk about your music, because you really have put Trump in this pop culture that, and I said this earlier, show me any artist that is singing and creating content around Harris or Joe Biden. It doesn't exist. You have literally built an incredible career after your established career on President Trump.
I mean, look, at first, I was in the industry, and Hollywood, they hold you back, they push you back, they want you to push that agenda. Donald Trump doesn't push nobody's agenda. I won't push no one's agenda just like you won't. So at the end of the day, I just started liking Trump because he was a boss and he was a winner. He's an idol for a hip-hop community. Yeah. Everybody loved Trump before he became president, right? Then once I started really getting behind him, I realized how crazy politics really is. And then I started really getting involved in the political side. Then I created pretty much the MAGA rap genre. I got different artists signing me, a whole bunch of different movement, been fighting the culture. So the same things that you would give to the people here, I will rap to them here. And it's just been an amazing ride.
And I think it's an incredible way to bring in kind of agnostic voters that have never gotten involved in politics. They see your content, they listen to the message, and they thought, you know what? I'd like to, maybe I'll look into this President Trump guy. And I think you've been huge on that. What are some of the things that people have told you in the African-American community and Latino community about President Trump?
They love him. I'll be real, this is the biggest problem that people are understanding. People love Donald Trump. I would say in 2016, Trump had the black vote. 2020, I think he lost the black vote. The media one was saying he's racist. He's back with the blacks. The blacks are behind him 110%. That's why we got illegal immigrants here coming over trying to get new voters. And the Latinos they got in this country, they lost them. Trump has them. Everybody's behind Donald Trump. I see the same people that left me and pushed me away for supporting Donald Trump circling back now saying we need Donald Trump back in this country.
That's great. The latest Univision poll has Hispanics. He's got a lead of 17 points over Harris amongst Hispanics. Go ahead and go on cross, man. Go ahead. Well, I'm tired. Don't forget it. That's huge.
Well, I mean, it's really big, and these polls are usually favored for Kamala too. So Trump might be 37 points up. Yeah. You never know. At the end of the day, I just think it's great that people are finally waking up. People were waking up. The other day with Kamala giving out $750 per household, not even per person. This reminds me of when Donald Trump tried to get that last stimulus check to go through, and everybody was like, "Trump's giving us money," and Ned Pelosi didn't sign it. There was no stimulus. People thought, like, "Well, I'm not voting Trump anymore. He didn't give us his money." That right there was a nail in her coffin. I'm telling you right now. Then I'm coming to find out. I don't know the exact number, but $600 million of FEMA money's been given to illegal immigrants. I lost my house in the hurricane.
And then Anthony Blinken just announced a ton of money. I think $124 million going over to Lebanon, who is being bombed by Israel. So we're actually funding the very country that it's very twisted. It makes no sense at all. Okay, what do you think the biggest takeaway after today's rally is going to be?
That he's not afraid of anybody, anything, anyone. He's not afraid of the deep state. He's not afraid of Hollywood. He's not afraid of Kamala. He's not afraid of their elite globalists. He's not afraid of them. We got Elon Musk coming here. I'm in the front row. Hopefully he sits next to me in the front row. I love what Elon's doing. At the end of the day, he's giving America free speech again. And that's funny. He's not even American, right? And He's giving people free speech. He's letting Kamala, Obama, all of them be online. He's not taking them down. He's letting Donald Trump talk. He's letting me and you talk. I think that's fair. And I like that after Trump this day, J13th, he came out and endorsed Trump 110%. They had his back. I bought a Cybertruck because of it.
There you go. Okay, before we let you go, how can people get your music? I know you've been extensively banned and your music's been removed in most cases. How can people get your music?
So go to iTunes. My new song right now, Trump Vance Baby, was like number 7. That's a song I'm pushing. Me and Amber Rose just did the video. But Forgiato Blow on all social medias, on X. I'm just on my website, MAGAKingUSA.com. I mean, I'm just working hard for the company that's, pushing the music, and these companies are banning me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, I'm an independent artist putting my music there, so I'm being a part of their establishment, and they see that I'm talking about Trump, and they're banning it.
Let's talk about your engagement recently. I don't know if I want to get into your love life on the air. Very happy man there, and of course, a beautiful couple, both big supporters, obviously. Is it the biggest MAGA couple we have here? I don't know. Maybe we are.
People are saying that. Me and Amber Rose are just good friends. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Everyone's saying that. That's a great story. I love it. I love Amber Rose. She's fighting for the culture just like me. We have a new video coming out called Forgiato Rose. People saw the picture of Forgiato Rose. Look, the biggest thing today, besides me and Amber Rose, is this right here. This is the party right here. That post blew up online.
I love it.
It's huge. But at the end of the day, I just love that people are coming to the culture and people are embracing the culture and they're supporting the music. So shout out Amber, and her RNC speech was one of the best.
There you go. Forgiato Blow joining us here on the pre-show. You're a good friend. I appreciate. Good Patriot. All the bling. Oh my goodness, you got it all on today.
Blinged out today. We're out here today.
All right, we'll let you go. I know Vanessa might want to talk to you as well. All right, so Terrence, that kind of gives you an idea. And if you're just now joining us right now, let me step aside and show the viewers at home what it looks like inside as Ben makes his way. This place is absolutely massive. I will point out a couple things. At around 2 o'clock, I've been told there's going to be a skydive into this area. We'll have to see exactly what that looks like. We'll stay tuned for that. We'll have all eyes to the sky. Just a few minutes ago, a plane flew by and dropped 2 items out of the plane. It was almost like a red ribbon and a blue ribbon that came streaming down to the ground, and it landed off site from where we're at. I hope that is a part of what we're going to see a little bit later, and it's not anything different than that. But that is an observation. I want to pass that along. We do have also.
I thought that was a good idea.
We talked about the media real quickly. We do have 2 large media risers. What we're on the main media riser, it is a 3-tiered riser. It's probably got a dozen, or if not more, media outlets on each platform. So there's probably close to 60, 70 combined on this riser. Then we have what's called the cut cam. That is, I'm looking at it right now, there's probably 8 to 9 media outlets on that riser. So you can imagine, Terrence, the amount of attention this rally is getting right now. And so if you find me stepping forward, stepping back, telling me people come through, I'm somewhat of a traffic director here on the riser. Come on by. That's just a part of the business, I guess, when you're up in the front, Terrence, that's what you have to deal with. But attendance-wise, I know we talked about this at the top of the show. About 6,600 cars can actually physically park in this area. So if you do the math on that, and they guess there's might be 3.5 people in each car, you're looking at around maybe 20,000 people that this place can accommodate from a car standpoint. But I saw a lot of people come in the front entrance that they apparently parked off-site and walked in. That adds to it. So if you say, the magical question is, Brian, how many people do you expect to attend this rally today? And I am ready to say conservatively that there'll be about 35,000 people here in attendance, 35,000 plus in attendance. Now, behind me, it's people, come on behind me. It's people for as far away as I can see. So they're packed not only behind me, Terrence, but they're also packed behind the camera as well.
Brian, today is obviously going to be an emotional day, I think, for a lot of people who were at the initial rally back in July. It's very likely going to be an emotional day for President Trump as he returns to the place where someone tried to take his life. Also, it's going to be a very...
And, I mean, for whatever that means, he just said the 2 planes flew over and dropped something.
It's a little difficult. But talking about the issues of today, and I love when we do the pre-show and we talk about the issues that people, once again, I'm the traffic cop here. Let's hang on just 1 second. I have no idea why my IFB keeps getting disconnected. We are back on. Terrence, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Brian. Do you hear me?
Okay, wonderful. Yes, I can. I'm glad we got this back. So, Terrence, I was just kind of giving you a recap on the attendance and what I expected here. I do expect about 35,000 plus people here on this facility. It can only probably hold car-wise about 6,600 cars, but hey, people are coming from all over.
Brian, earlier I was making the point that today is going to be an emotional day. Emotional for the people who were there during the initial rally in July. Very likely going to be emotional for President Trump as he returns to the place where someone tried to take his life. But I think most emotional for Corey Comperatore's family. Earlier we saw a shot of his firefighting uniform on the stage. He, of course, was killed by a gunshot during that rally. Talk about that. His family will be special guests we're hearing at today's rally. One has to imagine that hopefully this may be a sense of closure for them, but it's definitely going to be an emotional day, I would imagine, as they return to the scene of his death.
I think so, and that when we came in for the preset this morning, Terrence, when they cut the house lights on just for a second, it kind of put a spotlight on that seat, and we were able to realize what they have done here. I do think that's going to be a very touching moment, and that's one of the biggest takeaways, I think, of this rally is his dedication, that the president's going to show his dedication that for not only his family, but being an active firefighter and is dedicated to his community and will be honored for that as well. I'm just paying attention to see who I see walk by to make sure we're not missing anything up front. And I don't see anything behind me. But today, Terrence, is going to be kind of a very work in progress as there's so much going on. There's so many different celebrities that we expect to be here, people that are not even announced. I'm hearing rumors of Jason Aldean. I'm hearing rumors that we could possibly play here, even though I do not see any type of instruments set up so I don't know how that's possible. I'm hearing that Lee Greenwood will be here in person singing here as well for the president. I'm also hearing of a skydive that could be happening around the 2 o'clock hour, and I'm really keeping my eyes to the sky on this. I want to make sure we don't miss it. So if you see me get distracted and turn around, I just want to make sure that we're able to show our viewers exactly what's going on here on the ground.
Brian, I'm going to go to break here, but I've just got to say your street cred has been up significantly today. You had Forgiano blow on, and you look rather gangster in that interview. I'm just going to put it out there, Brian. Just going to put it out there. You look rather gangster.
I'm just wiki, happy to be here. That's all. That's what I
Nicely played, Brian. Nicely played. All right, we're going to let you take a quick break. We'll get back to you out there, Brian. We, of course, are in a pivotal...
All right. What's going on, everybody? Tommy Viper, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on, everybody? Our friend has still not shown up. I don't know what he's doing, but Tucker Cam is still blank. What's going on, everybody? Welcome on in. If you're just coming in, make sure you hit the smash the like, subscribe to the channel. Hit the thumbs up. Is he eating? No, I don't know what he's doing. I'll have to go look. See what he's doing. Todd, how long has it been since you watched the show, my friend? It must be like a month. Or you are grossly not paying attention. What's going on, everybody? Welcome on in. They're saying that the hurricane was man-made, Mark. I saw Marjorie Taylor Greene's tweet, and honestly, I don't even know what to say to it. I don't even know what to say to it. Am I going to watch the Michigan game tonight? Yeah, possibly. Possibly. I don't even know what's on the night card. I haven't really looked at anything. I have up, what do I have up here? Boston College, Virginia, SMU, Louisville, Missouri, Texas A&M. Texas A&M is smoking Missouri right now. And I don't know what I got a fourth game up. I'm not sure what it is, but yeah, I'll probably watch Michigan tonight. Ba ba bum, ba 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 bum. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe, comment, share, whatever you can do. We appreciate it. Of course, the stream, as all things we do, live from Studio 6B, brought to you by MyPillow. LFS6B is the code to use. Mike's running a special right now on pillows. I think it's like, what is it? Actually, I think we have it here. $14.88 for the classic MyPillow or something like that. Get a standard classic MyPillow for the wholesale price of only $14.88 with the use of our code LFS6B. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Damon, what time is the president speaking? President Trump is supposed to speak at 5:00. Let me write this so we can put it up. Bob on YouTube says Trump is losing hard. Yeah, good luck with that. You keep dreaming. I think you're in for a big surprise in 33 days, my friend. Oh, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe you're right. I don't think so, but maybe you're right. Damon, you were wrong about Biden not dropping out. No, I wasn't. Biden didn't drop out. Biden got Obama'd out. Biden said the other day he's back in. He probably thinks he is. I think he might think he's still running. What's Bob smoking? Oh, Bob's not smoking anything. I'm sure he believes that. He might be right. We'll see. I don't think so. She's holding on for dear life, as I've been telling you. Her fingers are slipping off the wire one at a time. Did you see her? Did you see her? I mean, I know people don't think it's a big deal, and most people will look at it as not a big deal. Did you see her teleprompter go out? She had no idea what to do. I mean, that should be disqualifying enough. I mean, if people think about it. I mean, if you don't have somebody that can think on their feet, that can actually speak without notes, that can actually just go talk, okay, it's all right to have some notes, have a teleprompter, have a basic outline of a script or whatever. That thing went out. She had no idea what to say. She just repeated the same thing like 12 times over and over. I mean, you could just tell she had no idea what to do. That alone should be disqualifying. John Q. Public, Damon, I'm all in for Trump, but I'm very concerned about the numbers here in Michigan. What numbers? Just if you could just expand on that. We'll take a look at them. We should be concerned about the numbers in every state, not just Michigan. Again, you have to be worried about every state, the numbers. We don't trust the polls. But just expand on what's got you worried, so I have an idea what you're talking about. Do you notice Biden came into the White House press briefing room yesterday or whenever it was? I think it was Friday. Number one, the press, I think, didn't even stand up, which usually they do when a president enters the press briefing room. I think it's kind of standard operating procedure that the press at least acknowledge the leader of the free world. I mean, they barely moved. And he timed it to come in there just as Kamala was taking the stage at wherever she was. So all the attention went to him, and none of it went to her. You can't convince me. The good doctor in him want her to lose so badly, they can just taste it. I don't think there's any doubt. Yeah, child of the king, exactly what I just said. He entered just as Kamala was taking the stage. All the attention went into the briefing room. I think the good doctor is I think the good doctor is not a big fan of hers, if I had to guess. Not a big fan of hers, I would say. Yeah, Biden put on the MAGA hat too, the Trump hat, yeah. Biden unplugged the teleprompter. Yeah. Boy, was she lost. Holy cow. She did not know what to do. All right, I'll be right back.
What's going on?
And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free
Jeff, we're going to come back here as we wait for the next speakers to take the podium. That will probably happen here in short order. In fact, it very well might be happening right now. I hear the music potting down, so we very well might get our next speaker. All right, maybe not. So, Jeff, I do want to talk about the iconic nature of what we're getting ready to experience. President Trump returning here today. I'm not so sure too much can be made of that. This is one of those political moments, I think, that very well may go down in history. This may be an historic moment. Obviously, the attack was historic, but the return may be similarly, maybe even more powerfully historic.
Oh, I think it is, Terrence. You know, when he got up from that shot on July the 13th, he said, fight, fight, fight. And this is just a continuation of that fight. I mean, he defies conventional wisdom, Terrence, in everything he does. The conventional wisdom would be you'd never go back to Butler where you almost got killed, but he's going back. You'd never go back to the same site, but he is. So he is just such a unique candidate, and he is just so courageous. I can't say it enough. It's just inspiring to his supporters, and this is going to energize his campaign even more, Terrence. We're a month away. I mean, this is it. This is a home stretch, and this is a great way for him to kick off the final month.
And that was really going to be my next point, Jeff. We are now literally a month from Election Day. This is the 5th. Election Day is November 5th. We're a month away. This is it.
This is it. And a lot of people are going to be voting well before November 5th. So this is the time to get people energized today. And we're in the home stretch. And as was pointed out in the first hour, it's a good idea for people, if they can, to vote in person early so that the party doesn't have to worry about, you know, getting out the vote of people on Election Day. So I'm all for, if you can do it in person early, do it. So Election Day, you don't have as much of a headache to try to get your vote out. So, yeah, this thing is taking off from now until November 5th, Terrence. It's going to be crazy. But what a great way to start the final month with President Trump today back in Butler.
Absolutely. We're obviously going to hear some policy today, but I'm curious, in your mind, is policy somewhat irrelevant on a day like today? Is this about helping a community find closure, helping a community wipe up a stain that is upon it?
It really is going to help the people in Butler. It's going to be a new way now to remember Butler as a triumphant return, not as just the scene of an assassination attempt. The security is going to be robust today, so I don't think we have to worry about a repeat of anything like that occurring. It's going to be a celebration with all the great speakers and the songs and the patriotism, as you were saying, Terrence. So this is a great way for Butler to come back. So come back for that community. And also, of course, for President Trump to say, hey, he will not be deterred. He will not back down. He will not let these people stop him from doing what he wants to do. And he's making a return there that few people would have ever even imagined doing. But, of course, President Trump does things all the time that nobody else in politics would do, Terrence.
Yeah, and I'm looking here at this shot that we have up. Brian was saying earlier that he was expecting someone to be maybe parachuting down, and it's still a little blurry, but I think that's the parachutist. I think that's the proper way to say it, a parachutist, or the person parachuting. That is him. Yeah, we can see it much clearer now. Let's just watch this moment unfold a little bit here and listen in kind of to the audience as it reacts as well. All right, Jeff, let's bring back in Brian Glenn as well. So, Brian, we know that President Trump is the master showman, and I think we just got a bit of a show there as the parachutist just descended on the crowd there in Butler, Pennsylvania. This is probably going to be one of the many memorable moments that we're going to experience today as we wait to hear and to see President Trump return to Butler.
You're right. Hang on just one second. Let me let the great Sid Miller come across here. Thank you. Do a little traffic. Terrence, thank you, sir. Terrence, I might as well go ahead and put a traffic guard hat on, because that's exactly what I do here in front of this media riser, is I just patrol people come all around. But look, when they announced they were coming back to Butler, and they made that announcement roughly about a month in advance, they did that on purpose. They wanted to give people plenty of time to make that arrangement to come out to Butler. Now, when it comes to the planning this rally, come on by here. Come on by here. Let's do it one more time. Go here or anything. It gave them plenty of time to lay out the showmanship with the stage, the screens, the flag, everything, and really this pre-show that is likely 3 hours long almost. So we've got a couple breaks here and there, and there's another break before we get to the president. But you've got a lot of inspirational stories you're going to hear from. Well, start behind me. Let me step aside, Terrence, as we're live in Butler. The pre-program has started.
J.D. Longo.
Granddaddy came back from war with a purple heart and a couple scars. A lot more like him out there never made it home, but they gone. And old glory don't ever get old. She's the greatest stories ever been.
All right, first speaker's coming up.
Thank you all.
President
It's
Trump's
such an
return
honor
to
to be
Butler,
here with you
Pennsylvania.
today. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. Thank you.
I'll check
Friends,
a couple different
neighbors,
places, see if we can get a better.
It's an honor to join you today here in the spirit of remembrance, unity, and hope. We're on a solemn occasion to reflect on the events of July 13th, a day that shook our community and claimed the life of a beloved member of it, Corey Comperatore. Corey. Thank you. We also give thanks for the lives of David Dutch and James Copenhaver, who narrowly escaped that day. Their recovery is a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope persists. Thank you. Now, Corey was more than a headline. He was a father, he was a husband, a veteran, a volunteer who served others selflessly. And as chief of the Buffalo Volunteer Fire Department, Corey exemplified the spirit of courage and community. On that fateful day, July 13th, he shielded his loved ones, showing the world the strength of his character. Corey's actions were a testament to what Butler Countyans are made of: courage, sacrifice, and unwavering love. We mourn with Corey's family and stand with David and James as they heal. And to both we say, your strength inspires us. Our prayers are with you. Together we will walk this path. But even as we grieve, we're reminded that healing is possible. Our community is stronger than fear and violence of that day. Butler County is more than a moment of horror. It's a place of and faith. Here, neighbors help one another and families find solace together. We honor our shared values of freedom, faith, and love for our country here today. In this spirit of healing, we're glad to welcome President Trump back to Butler. And to this very place where we nearly lost him. It's not just political. It symbolizes our refusal to be defined by tragedy. It reminds the world we're extraordinary, our strength and the beauty of this land and our hospitality. We will not let that tragic day overshadow our community's light. Corey's legacy urges us to move forward with hope. It calls us to focus on what matters: family, community, freedom, faith, and we honor him here today by living the values he embodied, reaching out with compassion and support to one another. And as President Trump returns to us, let us stand united, not in grief, but in a commitment to a future worthy of Corey's sacrifice. Today is also about recognizing the courage and compassion shown by many on that day. And in moments of uncertainty, people stepped up out of pure goodness. These acts reminded the world what makes Americans exceptional. So now it's my distinct honor to incredible Americans who stood up when their community needed them the most. They rushed to help and offered comfort when needed most, and for that we are eternally grateful. Our first speaker is a dear friend of mine from Beaver County. When I first met him in 2019, I immediately recognized his dedication to serving others. Watching his actions on July 13th, I was reminded of that dedication. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming Trump Force 47 Captain and Air Force veteran Rico Elmore.
How's everyone doing today? How's everyone doing today? That's what I'm talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and fellow patriots, I thank you for being here. I thank you for the family of Corey being here because Thank you. Oh, we got it working. There we go. Woo. Let's give a round of applause. I want to thank you guys all for coming out today, my fellow veterans that are here, friends and family. Good friend of mine, Dr. Jim Sweetland, who you'll hear from later on, who's a very courageous, jumped into what seemed to be a very impossible and tough situation, but he put his own life on the line because of love and courage. I thank you for being here. My name is Rico Elmore. I'm the vice chairman for the Republican Committee of Beaver County and a councilman in Rochester Borough. Can you hear me? All right, here we go. We're gonna make it happen. We're gonna make it work. We're gonna make this happen because we're all here. We're all here because of courage, honor. So I'm the vice chairman of the Republican Committee of Beaver County, and I'm a councilman in Rochester Borough. And I'm proud to say, with our strong work and dedication in Beaver County, our volunteer team, and our outreach force, that we turned the Blue Dog County red. Now, looking out here, this incredible sea of support and strength, united by a common purpose, fueled by a passion of our great nation and unwavering faith in our community. Today, we gather not just to remember the extraordinary individuals among us, like Corey, Comperatore, David Dutch, Copenhavers. Their bravery reminds us of the profound love we have for our families, friends, and our fellow Americans. We will stand up for what is for justice and to advocate for the values that we hold dear. This community has an unwavering resilience. They have shown that even shaken to their core, they will pray and grieve for the victims and their families, and they will offer the support that is much needed along with the compassion. They will lift each other up, and together they will transform the grief into action. And let me tell you this, our fight is one of love. We will continue to do these things, refusing to be silent or discouraged. We will show those who wish to harm us that they cannot break our spirit. And if the current administration turns its back on our fellow Americans suffering from the floods and the disasters, we will rise to the occasion and we will and together lift them up ourselves, because this community knows what it is to be strong together. And if the industry tries to stifle our voices, you know, Facebook, Twitter, etc., they try to hold us back, we will continue not only to win, but to scream our truths from the mountaintop. We will not back down. We will find new ways to communicate. We will share our stories. This community has gone, and we will continue to fight. And when we face challenges from those who will impose civil war conditions against us, when our leaders take over, we will not be intimidated, but we will stand firm and we will unite in our resolve, because this community has showed me we will carry on the fight. And when Donald Trump becomes the president of the United States, we will stand vigilant. We will safeguard our Constitution, because this community has showed me we will carry on and we will continue to fight. But friends, loved ones, we have work to do. We have fellow Americans to help, and we have a constitutional. Now let us stand together and make America united again. Let's lift each other up. Let's forge a future filled with hope, prosperity, and an unbreakable unity.
I unfortunately think this is going to be a problem most of the day. The communication out of there, too many cell phones, too many signals, too many everybody trying to get a signal out.
Communities and our beloved
I would suspect this is going to be a problem that we're going to deal with most of this broadcast.
Let's take action, and let's show the world that we are a force to be reckoned with. And together, we'll carry on. Together, we will continue to fight. Together, we will put back in that office. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless Butler. God bless the Comperatore. God bless the United States of America. Woo!
Let's thank Rico Elmore from Beaver County one more time for that rousing speech and those words of inspiration. Thank you, Rico. Thank you. Our next speaker is a retired emergency room physician and a medical director from Treasure Lake, who was among us all on July 13th when chaos ensued. Despite that chaos, his instincts and training kicked in. When others were in need, he stepped forward to help. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me now in welcoming Dr. James Sweetland to the podium.
Hello, Butler, Pennsylvania. I love you too. Thank you. My name is Dr. James Sweetland. I had the opportunity to take care of Corey Comperatore during the last Butler rally. The fact that all you are here makes you all heroes. You're standing up for your candidate and the right to celebrate your candidate. Please give yourself a big round of applause. You deserve it. In speaking today, I have to give you two disclaimers. First one is that the opinions that you hear from me today are mine and mine alone. They do not represent the organizations I work for, UPMC Lock Haven, or Schumacher Clinical Partners. Having said that, I have another disclaimer. I used to be a Democrat. Please forgive me for that. I want to give you a quick thumbnail sketch of who I am. I graduated Penn State undergraduate. I went to Hershey Medical School. We are. Thank you. Now be careful. J.D. Vance is going to be out here at 4:30. While I was in medical school, I started the Harrisburg Free Clinic to serve the underserved poor in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. That went on and is now still in operation since 2002 as Lion Care in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Thank you. I point that out because if 3 naive medical students can start a free clinic, any of you can. If you're committed, you can do a lot for your community. And I'm going to ask you at the end of this speech to do something. It's for Donald Trump as well as for yourself and your community. July 13th was a day a lot like today, a little bit warmer. The sound system was incredible. I thought I was at a rock concert, but there was no weed. I was sitting over the stands over here. They were positioned farther back, and I was enjoying the day. About an hour before Trump came out, a woman was with heat exhaustion down in the lower stands. My wife texted me and said, "Why aren't you helping that woman?" You know that text you get from your wife? So I said, "Yeah, where?" She said, 12 rows down, dummy. So I went down to help her, and up showed Rico Elmore. He helped me as a hero. He helped me with that woman. What Hey, Rico. When Donald Trump hit the stage, he came out, he was like a rock star. The crowd was jubilant. Everybody was enjoying his speech. He's very charismatic. About 7 minutes into the speech, shots rang out. There are 3 pops. At first I thought there were firecrackers, followed by a pause of about 3 seconds, followed by 4 more. Like all Pennsylvanians, I looked to see where the shots were coming from. Pennsylvanians are used to guns. We like to hunt. So we're not afraid. Are we? So I have to hurry along. I'm getting a message. I'm speaking too long. But as those shots rang out, I saw his personal detail cover him with a human pyramid, that was a slip. I'm a doctor, forgive me. He was covered by a pyramid of humanity. I then heard very clearly a woman cry out, "He's been shot, he's down." For those of you in the audience that are EMS, raise your hands. Thank you. You are heroes every day. As you know, EMS, that's a signal, I need your help now. Don't wait. Come help me right now. I hesitated. Then I heard a voice, loud, clear, rich, and reassuring. It spoke to me. It said, go, go. They need your help. I hesitated. The voice said, why are you waiting? Go. I'm telling you right now, that was the voice of God. I came and rendered aid as best I could to Corey Comperatore. I did not know who he was. He's a large man, about 6'2", about 200 pounds. And I was aided again by Rico Elmore and another Air Force vet by the name of Ed Shear. I'm calling you guys out. You are awesome. I've been called a hero many times over for my actions that day. I've struggled with that title. I think I'll struggle with it for some time, because in the pantheon of heroes, I'm at the bottom rung. Corey Comperatore is at the top. I am honored to be mentioned in the same breath as Corey. I'm honored that you are here and clapping for me. But I want to say that each one of you are heroes. And I'm going to ask you to do something that will change this campaign and guarantee that Donald Trump is going to be elected our next president of the United States. It's simple to hear, but it might be a little bit harder to do. Each one of us knows at least 2 people that do not share our political views. You know them. Call them up and say, we need to turn down the temperature in the room. An assassin's bullet should not decide our election. I wish and I want for you and I to speak about our differences in a civil and respectful manner. Now, I know what you're going to say. I'm going to have to talk to a Democrat? You're looking at a former one right now. I'm here to tell you, if you do that, and I've done that to 5 different people, the results will be amazing. They will surprise you. And I'm going to leave you with one last thought. Democrats are like teenagers. When you talk to them, you don't think they're listening, but they really are. Thank you, Butler, Pennsylvania. Stay Butler strong. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep that round of applause going for Dr. James Sweetland. Our next speaker and his esteemed colleagues have been steadfast protectors and public servants to Butler County and the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Each and every day they help keep order and we need a medic. Just like those individuals you see running right there, each and every day they help keep order and provide aid to those in need when they need it most. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome me now to the stage, Sheriff Mike Sloop of Butler County and his fellow sheriffs of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Okay, we only feel a little bit of how Trump feels when he comes up on stage. That was awesome. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for those that were here in July, it's a difference today. Thanks in part to all of the first responders, law enforcement, all the partners from federal, state, county, and local, the volunteer firefighters, the EMTs, EMA, they worked their asses off in July. They responded to over 250 medical emergencies that day in full gear. And if you were here, it was 96 degrees, hot, humid, hazy, and no wind. So a big shout out to all of our first responders that were here in July and that are here today protecting all of us. Thank you so much. No, thank you. So I am joined by some fellow sheriffs throughout the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, just a small contingent from, again, all over Pennsylvania. We have 49 sheriffs that have endorsed Donald J. Trump to be our next president of the United States of America. USA, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a safe event. I want to pass the microphone off to the first Vice President of the Pennsylvania Sheriff's Association, Blair County Sheriff James Ott.
Thank you, Sheriff Sloop. Well, I'll tell you what, you folks are impressive. This is awesome. Listen, anybody that ever says there's no energy at a Trump rally, they're just fooling themselves. And you can tell from this crowd, it's like, oh yeah, it's big. You look around you, look how far back. You want to see something that's impressive. Stand on this side, look out. and see 21,000 plus people looking back at you, cheering and shouting. Listen, something very important from all the sheriffs across Pennsylvania. While we aren't all supporting Donald Trump, I personally am. Those that are not, our country was founded on having a difference of opinions. Our country was founded on being able to have spirited discussions and dialogue on our opinions. Would we not agree? We need to make sure when we have those conversations, one thing for sure, every sheriff across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania shares the thought in, is that we do it respectfully. We can do it passionately. Passionate versus violence, there's definitely a difference. Let's be passionate about where we stand. Let's put God back where he belongs. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump.
Keep that chant going for our law enforcement officers and first responders. Thank you again to Sheriff Sloop and his fellow esteemed sheriffs of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This next speaker is another of our community's great heroes, an ER paramedic who embodies the dedication and compassion we need in times of crisis. She stepped up as part of an incredible team of healthcare professionals who assisted President Trump, and for that we thank her. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Butler Memorial Hospital paramedic Sally Sherry.
Before I get started, I want to thank everyone for being here today. And for those of who are a part of this, watching on TV or live streaming, thank you also. I feel like my speech has a little bit of a turn to it compared to everybody else's. Before I could drive a car, I became an EMT at the age of 15. I volunteered for an ambulance service and realized at a very young age that I had a calling for helping people. When I turned 18, I went to school. I got my paramedic license and spent most of my adult years in the back of an ambulance taking care of and treating sick and injured people. One of my most memorable experiences as a field medic was when 9/11 happened. I was on a disaster management team that got called up by FEMA to respond to Ground Zero for search and rescue. I went not knowing what we were getting into without hesitation. It was my calling. After many years of wear and tear of pre-hospital EMS on my back and body, I transitioned from the back of an ambulance to an emergency room and again continued my calling. In all of my years of emergency services, the actions of July 13th truly exemplify why so many people feel that this is their calling. The professionalism, quick responses, and calm presence ensured an environment for thousands of people to come together. When asked to speak of my experience and recollection from that evening, there are several thoughts that came to mind. First and foremost, my sincerest sympathy and continued prayers to the Comperatore family, Helen, Allison, and Kaylee. Secondly, gratitude to my colleagues who cared for the two critically injured, David Dutch and James Copenhaver. The events of the day placed Butler, Pennsylvania on a nationally known platform, which has been often inconceivable to the residents of this small community. The fire, police, and EMS personnel involved that day displayed selfless acts, gave of their time and skills to care for those in need. There were multiple medical treatment tents staffed by EMTs, paramedics, fire personnel, nurses, and a physician throughout the course of the day. Many of these individuals volunteered their time. Extreme heat conditions proved to be challenging for anyone in attendance. The individuals working the event made contact with over 250 rally goers of various ages and conditions rendering care. As we all rely on our training, there are some things that you can never be prepared for. Saturday, July 13th. I was working the evening President Trump was shot. That evening, I witnessed a man with a deeply rooted bond with his family. I heard him speak with his wife, his children, and his grandchildren. He let them know that he was safe and that he was being taken care of. I heard his daughter say, "Only by the grace of God, you are here." The man that we all see on TV with the strong personality who sometimes doesn't mince for words, or who is seen as a wealthy, powerful businessman, was not the man that I stood beside that evening. What I saw was a man that in the aftermath of one of the most terrifying experiences of his life showed resiliency. He showed strength and courage. He showed that his family was at the forefront. He was a husband, a father, and a grandfather. He was compassionate and grateful. He was kind and humble. Several times I stood and stared at him with tears rolling down my cheeks. He was someone's dad. He's a human just like you and me. I held the hand of that man who sends out the mean tweets, and I thanked him for loving our country and fighting for our freedoms. He assured me that he is doing everything he can to save our country, and I believe this to be true now more than ever. So as I circle back and wrap this up, I talk about healthcare and EMS being my calling. When I look back to the date of July 13th, I see our first responders and our soon-to-be 47th president who are doing just that, answering their calling. Events of this magnitude present unique challenges, yet the first responders and President Trump handled them with skill, grace, and determination, reminding us of the invaluable role that they both play. How fortunate are we to have such devoted, amazing people surrounding us and serving our country and our communities. To President Trump and to all the first responders, please know that your dedication and services are appreciated far beyond words. We hold you to the highest regards. Thank you once again for your exemplary work during the rally and every day as you all continue to protect and serve us. Thank you for this opportunity to share my experience.
Wow. Well, she was absolutely fantastic. I don't remember what her name was, but that was a fantastic.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sally Sherry.
Sally Sherry. Bravo. Beautiful.
And now, we have the pleasure of enjoying the work of an artist and conservative activist known for his patriotic artwork. He's been active in promoting patriotism through art for decades, and his work often features symbols of American pride. Now I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to please direct your attention to the screens while we welcome Scott Lebedo to the stage for a very special performance.
Damon, yes, that is a My Pillow
Seems like all the artist activists are on the left. Except Scott Lebedo. I do not conform to the elitist isms of the art clubs, and they have nothing like a redheaded stepchild. This is my medium in which I shall create, and this is my canvas, the front of the Brooklyn Museum. The first most important thing in school, or anywhere else, is the Pledge of Allegiance. This is not a pro-war protest. This has to do with the increasing level of anti-Americanism. Keep the criminals in jail. They're not going to keep you in jail. This line is to show respect and honor to those who died protecting us. You try to take that fucking blue line down. I'll paint it till the day I die. When the towers came down, there was absolutely no doubt that feeling, it was going to change my life. And it did. When somebody's complaining, it's so cold out, you know, the traffic. And here I am, drinking with one of these guys who's got one arm, he's got a hook for another arm, and he's drinking a fucking beer, having a laugh with me, and he's not bitching about nothing.
I present to you the recipient of this year's VFW Americanism Award, Mrs. Scott Lebedo.
That's it. I want to paint a flag on a rooftop in every state near a military base.
As a veteran, we all fought for that flag in World War II. And today, we want to see it flying.
They will never, as long as I am alive, they will never take the American flag down. You want to burn one? Then I will find out where you work, and I will find the building across the street and paint a flag 50 by 100 so you have to see it every f***ing day.
A pro-Trump sign on the front lawn of a Staten Island home was burned to the ground.
The hate I get is astronomical. If everybody liked me, I'd be doing something wrong. My mother's advice, whatever you do with your life, as long as you believe it in your heart, and always take care of those less fortunate. My father's advice was, son, take from nobody.
This is about control and division.
We must unite. We must take a stand. Are you ready? Live, right, live.
God didn't give me a gun and a bayonet. He gave me paint and brush, and I will fight.
Is this like a movie trailer or something?
For this country.
Streaming trailer? That's a long trailer.
I'm an artist, and I have flirted eye to eye with the Mona Lisa at the Louvre in Paris. I have gazed in awe at Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel. Amazing. I actually touched the brushstrokes of a Vincent van Gogh. And as an artist, it's like unbelievable. But to me, to this artist, the greatest work of art in the history of civilization is the Star-Spangled Banner. I've painted it every day for the last 40 years, and I will till I'm dead. And today I'm going to do it again. And I dedicate this flag painting to a hero, a legend, a family man, a God man, a fireman, a patriot man, a man that they're going to sing songs around campfires 50 years from now. And his name is Corey.
Scott Lebedo here. Gonna do one of his really amazing the skill involved to be able to do this. Especially as they do it with these, sometimes these time restraints.
For purple mountains, majesty above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. From sea to shining sea. All we
I mean, that is wild. I mean, that really is unbelievable. Look at that. In 3 minutes? Incredible. I mean, absolutely incredible. You walked into an art gallery and saw that, you would have thought it would have taken hours, days, weeks. Did that in 2.5 minutes. Unbelievable. Scott Lebedo, who of course you can meet at the America's First Warehouse most weekdays, although maybe he's doing more traveling now, but he spends a lot of time at the America's First Warehouse. Great stuff there. Man, that is talent. Boy, that is talent right there. So we'll kill that music there from the rally. If you're just joining us, welcome on in. President Trump is set to speak around 5 o'clock. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe. We're going to be with you all day. Right through the president's speech, a lot of special guests. Sounds like there may even be more special guests than we thought. As the president returns to Butler, PA, we're watching Real America's Voice coverage, of course. And there is the firefighter's uniform of Corey Comperatore that they put where he was standing back when he was unfortunately shot and killed at the first Trump rally in Butler. President's set to talk at 5 o'clock. Although I would suspect we're going to be flexible on that time, given all of the people who are supposed to be here. J.D. Vance, they said, is going to talk around 4:30. And we will have many other special guests at the rally. If you've just joined us, make sure you hit the like, subscribe, whatever platform you're watching on, comment, share, spend the day with us here. We're going to be here for a while. Welcome on in, everybody. Who is joining you, Damon? Who's joining me? Nobody's joining me. It's just me and you. Although the doggy's joining me here. Tucky Boy's joining me. He's got his own camera today. Just chilling. Actually sleeping, or trying to. Man, this SMU-Louisville game is a surprise. 7 minutes to go, and it's tied. I don't think anybody saw that. Although I guess SMU is 4-1, but man, I thought Louisville's ranked 22nd. Virginia's up over Boston College. Texas A&M is whooping Missouri. Smoky Black Dog on YouTube, what's going on? Welcome on in, everybody. Let's listen to a little bit of what the boys are talking about.
Just having a little bit of IFB issues here.
Okay.
What's that?
Jeff, are you able to hear me?
Okay, they're going to call me back. Sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you, Terrence. Just to share with you my thoughts, I just thought these speakers were just so powerful. Really was impressed by, the doctor who tried to save Corey's life, the medical professional at the hospital talked about the human aspect of Donald Trump, the family man.
Her and the Lebedo thing have been the best.
Of course, the media doesn't focus on. And then that powerful piece of art. I mean, my gosh, that's incredible. And what a great tribute to Corey, who I think, everyone needs to remember. So, of course, President Trump was spared, but Corey did not make it through that event in July. And I'm glad they're spending time remembering him, remembering what kind of a great person that he was. And I'm glad that his family is going to be there today as well. So just powerful, Terrence. The whole presentation so far has been extremely powerful and touching.
No, I would fully agree with you. I don't know what I expected. I expected it to be emotional either way, particularly in light of what we typically see from a Trump rally. But this is really tugging at the heartstrings, and it goes to show the impact that what happened on July 13th had, not just on a community, but individuals, President Trump, and of course, I'm sure President Trump will share his own thoughts.
Elon is supposed to speak.
But I think you can see how this touched so many other people outside of this, people who jumped to action and tried to help, and others who were just kind of on the outskirts.
You know, and it does bring to light how many people do so many important jobs in this country, you know, working as medical professionals, as law enforcement, you know, as doctors trying to save others. I mean, I love the fact that at these rallies, we highlight people that do important jobs for our country. It's not just politicians. It's not just celebrities. It's average Americans that are, you know, making this country work. And I love that aspect to this event today, and just been enjoying it and just been mesmerized by it, Terrence. It really is a great presentation, the way they put it all together. And as you know, we just said, it's just getting started, so it's going to continue to get better and better.
Thanks, Craig.
In your mind,
Glad
is
you're
there
here.
a place for policy today? Is there a place for politics today? Or should the focus be on recovery, healing, that sort of thing?
I think it can be both. I think there's going to be a lot of focus on recovery, the personal aspect of President Trump coming back, the fighting spirit where he's never giving up. He's always going to keep fighting for the American people. But also, we're going to use this opportunity, Terrence, we're only 30 days away, to talk about some of the current events, to talk about Israel, to talk about the hurricane, to talk about the economy. And I think President Trump will take that advantage to do so during his speech.
All right, Jeff, stand by. I want to bring back in Ben Berkram and Brian Glenn. They are both there on the ground. Ben, I want to start with you. You are out. Are you back inside the venue now, or are you still outside? And give us your thoughts on what just transpired, the speakers that we just heard, and kind of the beginning part of this rally that we've just wrapped up.
Off stage right, and I watched my friend Scott paint that painting. But I think my like the most touching moment for me was when President Trump's nurse came up and talked about standing there with President Trump. Obviously, Corey, the loss of Corey, the hero that Corey is, all of that. It's just an incredible day. But rather than what I think about it, I'd rather give the audience a chance to tell us what they think about it.
Incredible. A gorgeous day, beautiful crowd, peaceful, loving people. I've met the best people here today, including you.
Isn't it just incredible? I mean, MAGA, Trump rallies, is there anything better?
Nothing better, absolutely nothing. Such a great group.
Absolutely, it's the best. It's
patriotic, loving, prayerful people. Beautiful.
What's your name? Where are you from?
I'm Anne Marie. I'm from Mars, Pennsylvania.
I love that.
Yeah.
Now, how many in this area that can hear me, how many is this your first Trump rally?
It's my first.
First one. Hands. I love that. And were any of you guys at, obviously you weren't at, and were any of you at the last one here in Butler? We got one hand over there. You guys were here. So having been there, you were here too, young man? Okay, let me get you guys over here. Let me adjust it to where we can see you guys. Having been there, what?
Ladies and gentlemen, please
hold that thought. It sounds like we got somebody else coming up on stage. I'm going to throw it back to you, Terrence. Hold that thought.
All right, let's go back to the stage here.
beside my brothers and my sisters, I will proudly take
All right, we got somebody else coming to the stage. I'll try to kill the music so we don't get copyright strikes everywhere. I do not recognize this gentleman. But if you're just joining us, welcome on in. We're going to be streaming all day long as the president returns to Butler and what will be a historic speech tonight around 5 o'clock, but we'll have many other special guests before that. So let's see what's going on.
Pennsylvania, let me hear, are you ready to save this country? Pennsylvania, my name is Sean Parnell. As a U.S. Army infantry officer,
okay.
I led
I didn't recognize him. I should have, I guess.
Group of men through the mountains of Afghanistan at the height of the hunt for bin Laden. 485 days of combat. My platoon took an 85% casualty rate. Some of my soldiers were wounded twice. One guy was wounded 3 times.
I myself was blown up by a rocket-propelled grenade. I sustained a serious head injury, which is probably why I got involved in politics in the first place. I say all of this to tell you that I know the sound of gunfire and how it can change the fate of one man or a nation. Like many of you, I was here on July 13th when an assassin nearly plunged this nation and the world into darkness. But God and courage had a hand. Today, my friends, we gather not just to commemorate, but to celebrate the indomitable spirit of America right here in the heart of Butler County, Pennsylvania. On July 13th, when faced with peril, you stood firm. When chaos threatened your first responders, our everyday heroes, you did not falter. Our first responders didn't either. They ran towards the danger, not for accolades, but that's because that is exactly what Americans do. We protect, we serve, we stand resolute against any threat. And as Donald J. Trump called on us that very day, we fight. So today, let's honor those who, in a moment's notice and before the entire world, became the epitome of our nation's resolve. Let us never forget and always honor Corey Comperatore and his wounded brothers David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Let us honor the brave law enforcement officers, the tireless medical professionals, and every citizen who acted with selfless courage. Your actions remind us of the America that we know and we love, an America where liberty is not just a concept, but a living reality defended by every citizen ready to rally for our flag, our values, and our future. When we say that America is exceptional, that this nation is a shining city upon a hill, it is you all who make it that way. The spirit of Butler County, the spirit that was showcased on that fateful day in July, is a beacon for our entire nation. It is a reminder that we are a people who do not bend the knee to tyranny, to fear, or to any force that seeks to dim our light. We are Americans. We are the descendants of those who crossed oceans for freedom, who fought against all odds for independence, who bled on foreign shores to ensure liberty, not just for ourselves, but for the entire world. Here in Butler County, you didn't just witness history, you made it. I was here among you when the unthinkable happened. When panic could have reigned, instead I saw stalwart courage. And I heard Donald Trump's voice echo, fight, 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 a rallying cry for our movement, a rallying cry for resilience, for unwavering commitment to our shared values and our nation. You, the people of Butler, and those who come from near and far, didn't just rally around Donald Trump. You defended an idea that America, united in purpose, is unbeatable. When those bullets started flying, you helped one another. You did not collapse. You did not flee. You did not abandon each other. Out of a profound sense of community and duty, you stood together as one. And that day, when darkness threatened to descend upon us. You, the people of Butler County, stood strong as sentinels of freedom. I have seen the fight for freedom firsthand in the rugged mountains of Afghanistan. In the face of impossible odds, I watched my men do extraordinary things. Outmanned, outgunned, surrounded, we stood our ground for something we believed in, for freedom, for our republic, for each other, exactly as you all did here on that day in July. We are the land of the free because we are the home of the brave. Here in Butler County, that bravery was not just displayed. It was a call to action for patriots everywhere. But today, we are not just reflecting on the past. We are setting our sights on the horizon. We stand here at a critical moment, a moment in history where our nation is on the brink, perilously balanced on a very thin line between hope and darkness. But let this place, this moment, be a rallying call, a call to all Americans to remember who we are. We are the home of the brave. So let us take this resolve, this unwavering spirit, and carry it forward. Let us go forth with the same determination that saw our forefathers through the Revolution, through the Civil War, through the darkest days of World War II. Let us not commemorate with words, but with actions. Let every vote cast, every community service, every stand for justice be a testament to what happened here. Let us be the light that others look to when they need to find their way. And now, I ask you this. Let's channel that indomitable spirit into voting and winning and sending Donald J. Trump back to the White House. And in closing, I want to leave you with this. The attempt that day was not just on a man, but on our collective spirit as a movement. And in Butler County, that spirit did not just survive, that spirit soared. And so together, let's keep it soaring. Let's make America great again. Let's send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. My friends and fellow Pennsylvanians, we have 30 days and the task falls to us. If we win Pennsylvania, we save America. It's just that simple. So thank you, Butler County, for showing America and the entire world what it means to be an American. God bless you all. God bless the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And may God continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Good stuff from Sean Parnell. As it says there, combat veteran. Sean Parnell was part of the lawsuit in 2020, I believe.
Thank you.
That was the one that I thought would actually bring some attention to Pennsylvania. Given what happened in the state legislature there, he tried to point it out.
But first, I've got breaking news here. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the skies for the return of Trump Force One to Butler, Pennsylvania. Put your hands together for your favorite president. Let him hear you, President Donald J. Trump.
All right. Sounds like the president's plane is en route. It might be it. And we're gonna kill the sound here so we don't get a copyright strike as they play the Top Gun music. But we will watch here together as Trump Force One looks to put wheels down in Butler, Pennsylvania for the second time since obviously that July 13th day. I would suspect this is when the networks will start to pick up what's going on in Butler. I would think as Trump Force One lands. Let's pull up some other. Let's pull up some media here and see if I'm right. Actually, looks like I'm not right. Looks like nobody's covering it still. Yeah, as of right now, not a single news organization has a live shot of Butler, PA. I guess not surprising. Yeah, we're waiting for Trump Force One. We still got music playing here. Yeah. Playing the Top Gun theme there live in Butler as we wait for Trump Force One. Supposedly should be within sight here. As we wait for President Trump to put wheels down in Butler. And it should be a bit, it's, what is it, 3:22? It should be a very busy couple hours here as we get to some of the featured guests. That's a good point. That would have been much more dramatic. Come in a SpaceX rocket, flip upside down, land right on the stage, get out of it with Elon. That definitely would have been way cooler than just old Trump Force One coming in. Yeah, I mean, playing God Bless America, painting the American flag, none of that fits in with the. None of that's going to fit in. I did. I don't know why it's not showing up. I did tag it. I don't know why it's not showing up. I don't know why only mine is showing up. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm not sure why only mine is showing up. But he does have his tagged, but it's not working. Hello, Vicky on YouTube. Welcome in, everybody. We're now over about 700 people watching, and I appreciate that. Make sure you hit the thumbs up, like, mainly the like button or the thumbs up button, whatever platform you're on, Facebook, YouTube, X, Rumble. That helps us get it out there as we continue to grow the numbers. Great shot of the flag there, almost in the same position it was when he was first there. We're waiting for Trump Force One here, looking for a live shot of the plane as it approaches Butler, PA. Cameras will do some searching to see if they can pick it up. Oh, might be it. There you go. That's a great shot from the cameraman right there. Good job, whoever that is. That's a great shot. Good pickup. There you go. Still playing the Top Gun music, so I'm not gonna put it on so we don't get a copyright strike. But great shot of the president's plane coming in. See if we can pick up Brian here.
Moment there with Trump Force One flying overhead. Looks like we've got another speaker coming up.
Let's see. I want you to just soak this in because you all, Butler County, are a part of history today. That man is the leader this country desperately needs right now. So it is my honor and my privilege to introduce to you more leaders of the Butler County community. As I've said many, many times, in times of great crisis, and yes, this country is in the grips of a crisis, we need more leaders and fewer politicians. And I'm proud to introduce to you Leslie Oshie, Kim Geyer, Ed Natale, and Command Sergeant Major Marine Sam Zerzullo to the podium. Come on up. Give them a big round of applause, Butler.
All right, we got some more speakers coming to the stage. President Trump is in the area. We just saw Trump Force One overhead. So I'm sure they'll be bringing it in for landing there.
Come on. The podium is yours. Podium is yours.
All right, the podium's mine. Oh, my. Hello, Butler. When I saw that plane coming in, I'm thinking that is a tough act to follow. I'll do my best. So I'm Ed Natale. I'm a member of the board of Butler Township Commissioners. It's great to see this turnout in my beautiful hometown of Butler, Pennsylvania. You know, the events of July 13th left a mark on this community and our nation. But nothing, of course, that those of us that are here today can and experience, nothing compares to what was experienced by the Comperatore family, the Dutch family, and the Copenhagen family. The community leaders behind me here today look at that. Yep.
Just trying to roll with that.
All right. Okay, that's it. Good night. No. So back to my prepared remarks. My mic. Uh-oh, lost the mic again. Hello. We lost the mic again.
Uh-oh.
Lost the mic.
Harry.
Okay.
Harry, get off the couch.
Check. All right.
Okay, here we go.
So the community leaders here they're behind me today. We all grew up in this town, and July 13th is not how we want the world to know about the Butler community. When we think about the community of Butler, we're reminded it's the birthplace of the Jeep, World War II, and a fantastic implement. It was used to help our fighting men back in World War II. It was a manufacturing site for the first all-steel rail cars, and it's the current home of the only producer of electrical transformer steel in the United States. But one thing I want to see after today, October 5th, 2024, I am declaring that Butler, Pennsylvania is the undisputed capital of Trump country. As a member of that board
The most spoiled
of commissioners,
dog
I
in
get
the
to work
history
with
of
some of the
dogs right there.
finest men and women who
Had a really
serve in
rough day,
our emergency
eating treats,
services
going
and fire
outside.
protection throughout the municipality and the county. As Sheriff Sloop talked, there was 252 attendees on the July 13th rally that suffered some type of heat illness. That was approximately 25 every hour. So again, those are just men and women who just put it all on the line, volunteer and paid to serve us here in the community. In closing, I want to ponder one thing. As we talk about resilience, the man who, by the grace of Almighty God, dodged an assassin's bullet on July 13th. When I look at him and I see the resilience and the tenacity, where he can be retired to a beach in the Caribbean on his own island, but he is out here fighting for this nation, the things that make this country great, living in liberty and freedom, building businesses, building a nation. On November 5th, join me again in making America great again. God bless President Trump, Senator Vance, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you, Ann. He's a good boy.
Welcome, everyone. A beautiful, wonderful crowd. Our president will be proud when he comes out here. He's going to go ecstatic to see this many people here. I didn't know this many people could fit in this farm show grounds. First off, what I would like to do is take a portion of my time for a moment of silence for the Comperatore family for their tragic loss. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Now, to the Comperatore family, and we wish to express on behalf of the Butler Township residents and the Butler Township Board of Commissioners our deepest and sincerest sympathy for their tragic loss. To come out here to enjoy themselves on a beautiful day, to have a good time, and to lose a family member, I know what it's like. So you have my condolences also. Thank you very much. I also would like to recognize Mrs. Fogel. Imagine what she is going through, losing her son to Russia in a prison camp. Nobody should have to endure, especially a lady 95 years old, don't knowing whether her son is going to come home in a basket or come home to she could put her arms around him. And I know when President Trump talked to her, and he actually talked to the Commodore family several times, and he talked to Mrs. Fogel, and according to the paper, he said, if I make president, I will bring your son home. Well, Mrs. Fogel, I'm here to tell you, when Donald Trump becomes the president of the United States, he is going to do everything in his power to bring your son home to you so you can put your arms around again. Thank you, Donald Trump. I didn't write a speech, but I would like to say this. On behalf of my Butler Township Police Department, Officer Collins and Officer Desky, the bravery they shown that day when our shooter attempted to assassinate our president was taken out by one of our officers sticking his head up on the roof, and I think he rattled our shooter so bad that it got him a little nervous and he started shooting quicker. Consequently, he took one of our residents out, plus took two of our good citizens out. I hope for them a speedy recovery also. Had they not had the courage and do what they did, I believe he had approximately 30 rounds in his magazine. God only knows what would have happened if he'd have got those other 22 rounds off. So thank you, Officer Desky and Officer Collins, for your heroism for President Trump. Give him a big round of applause. I know I'm running out of time, but I would like to say this. I happened to be here that day. I want to thank Tom King and Ashley for giving me the opportunity to come up here and say a few words, because it's very important to me I be able to talk to such a large group of people. But I'm kind of lost for words. Anyhow, I am proud to be able to be up here today. And that day, that flag right there displayed like a crucifix or an angel on it. And I know everybody has seen that, and I think that was a warning. And then, a little bit later, a drone come flying down. I'd seen a drone coming down through here and facing where our president was to come out on the stage. I didn't feel right, but I didn't realize that at that time something was going to happen. But I know the good Lord was on our president's shoulders. So when that happened, and whenever that bullet, I kind of more or less heard a zing, and that bullet went across, and the president dragged his ears. I said, oh my. Then another bullet's landed beside us. I thought, oh my God, what's going on here? But my sister-in-law always told me that I had two angels on my shoulder, and I had them wore out. Well, I think one of them knew that we needed President Trump to be 47th president of the United States, and he jumped up on his shoulder to direct that bullet. So he gave Trump the opportunity to fulfill his mission. And I think that Donald Trump took my angel with him. But Donald Trump, sir, you can have my angel because I replaced it with another one. So, in closing, I would like to say this, that Donald Trump doesn't need to be here for us people. He is here because his heart is here. He's here for his country. He's here for his fellow Americans. He has everything in the world, but he still loves his country. And we got to take our hats off to that big Donald Trump USA. Just one more thing. I think I'm running out of time, but I want to say this. We have Dave McCormick, all you veterans out there. Dave McCormick is running for Senate. We need to get him, and we need a J.P. Vance in the White House for the veterans. Call all your friends and all your fellow soldiers and buddies and family and get them out to vote for Donald Trump for President of the United States, because then we'll have some good representation at the White House.
Thank you.
Okay, well, one more word. One more word. And I know my time's up, but I want to say this. I gave Donald Trump a new name, and it fits him perfectly. He's like a hard nail. You can bend him, but you can't break him. Thank you.
Hello, Butler County, and welcome to our guests from near and far who've joined us in this very special place that we call home. My name is Kim Goer, and I am one of two Republican Butler County commissioners. I am honored, humbled, and very grateful to be here today. July 13th, 2024 will long be remembered in the history books as a traumatic and tragic day in America's history. And our home, Butler County, was instantly famous for all the wrong reasons. What happened that day in our community was far from our truth, and it was in no way representative of our people, our values, our strength, and our pride. This is Trump County. We bleed red, white, and blue. What happened that awful day will forever shape the trajectory of our future. We learned a lot about the evil we face. We learned a lot about gutsy leadership. And I believe that many of us learned a lot about ourselves in the face of heartbreaking loss, remarkable heroism, and personal resolve to stand up, stay calm, and fight, fight, fight for our country. And that's exactly what we've been doing since that day. Today, on this beautiful autumn day, we are going to show the world what Butler County is really about. We are excited to show you our hearts, our love of country, and our fearless spirit that will help carry President Trump and Senator J.D. Vance to victory. No longer will Butler County be remembered by an assassin's bullet. Instead, we will solidify our legacy in history as the little town with a big heart that is working to heal, that is unified in purpose, and is motivated to save this country. We are proud to say that we are farmers, veterans, first responders, manufacturers, steel workers, oil and gas workers, educators, business people, and healthcare pros. We work hard, we work smart, and we work together. And as a result, Butler County is the fastest growing county in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We are enormously proud, and our future is very bright. We embody traditional American values of hard work, patriotism, and volunteerism. We have faith-filled homes in family-centered communities with a perfect mix of country living and city conveniences. People want to live here, and those who leave often come back and stay. We're tough. We've learned from those who came before us. And when things get rough, we pull together and push through. Evil is not welcome in Butler County. The world saw our strength in July as we breathlessly, calmly waited to learn of President Trump's fate. If you were here that day, like I was, I'm sure you remember the silence after the bullets. Man, you could almost hear hearts pounding. And then that roar of celebration when President Trump rose with defiant strength, pumped his fist, and showed us the way. President Trump's message was clear. Don't give up on our country, fight for our way of life, stick to our values, and stand up for our convictions. He continues to push back against the evil that is dividing our country. And by doing so, he honors generations of men and women who fought and sacrificed for our freedoms that so many are trying to destroy. He will never forget, and neither will we. I'd like to take a moment to recognize our local heroes. Butler County law enforcement, the state troopers, and the incredibly brave Butler County EMS team who stopped things from getting worse on July 13. We appreciate our paramedics, ambulance services, and teams of nurses and doctors at Independence Health System, our local health system, volunteers and fellow rally attendees who truly stepped up that day. And of course, we honor the life and service of Corey Comperatore and his family, his wife Helen, and daughters Kaylee and Allison. This beautiful family of four attended the July rally together and returned home that evening without a beloved husband and father. We are here today with heavy hearts, but also with gratitude for Corey's life of service. Let's honor him by living like he did, giving of our time and talents to make our community better. As we honor the Comperatore, David Dutch, and James Copenhagen families, let's keep them in our hearts and prayers. In closing, the American dream is still possible. It truly is if, and a big if, we elect leaders who demonstrate common sense and are committed to the Constitution. Policy matters. It affects our lives. We can save our country one vote at a time. Every single one of us has a vote to cast. If you are not registered to vote, get registered by October 21st. And if you can vote right now, in person, beginning October 15th at the county's election office with extended business hours. You can request a mail-in ballot until October 29th and return it promptly, or you can vote at your precinct on election day. However you do it, make sure you vote and encourage others to do the same. Every vote counts when our country is on the line. Our kids and grandkids, including my 4 grandchildren, are counting on us to save the American dream. Today, let's make sure Butler County is remembered as the place where the American spirit is strong, sturdy, and ready to take the lead in saving our country. Vote Donald J. Trump. Put America first, always.
I'm Leslie Oshie, Butler County Commissioner, and I say welcome to our beautiful county. To those of you who are guests, you will see why we get on our knees and thank God for the opportunity to live in Butler County, a shining example of all that is good about the United States of America, land of the free and home of the brave. Our prayers go out to our brave friends in North Carolina and Tennessee who are suffering from a disaster of magnitude that we cannot imagine. But the courage and bravery of our veterans, first responders, the Trump and Vance families, and the people of our great nation is why we can stand here still today. Corey Comperatore and his family represent all that is Butler County and the very heart of our country. Corey was a project and tooling engineer at JSP International, one of more than 300 manufacturers, more than any other county in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We make things here. We are known around the world for our precision manufacturing, found even in SpaceX rockets, Mr. Musk, wherever you are. So let's hear it for all those like Corey who make it in America. Corey served in the Army Reserve. Butler County is proud of our servicemen, and we love, honor, and take care of our veterans. He was a volunteer firefighter, and in our county, you cannot go 5 feet without running into a first responder who is or was a first responder. We are proud and grateful for our emergency management, our law enforcement, firefighters, and medical teams who not only answered the call to protect us on July 13th, but who answer it every day. Commissioner Goer and I had a bird's eye view from these bleachers, watching the helpers help and bravely run into the line of fire to stop what might have been a large-scale massacre. We ask God to keep you safe today and every day. But above all things, Corey was a husband and a father. He loved and protected his family every day. We heard J.D. Vance talk about supporting families. We must turn off these electronic devices and reconnect with one another, especially the young people who are lost and driven into dark places like the young man who made his way to that roof. Corey heeded the call of God in Joshua 1:9, in which God says, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." And he tells him to obey the law of Moses, described later by Jesus as loving God with all our heart, our mind, our soul, and our strength, and loving our neighbors as ourselves. In his obituary, Corey's wife and daughter say that his courage was not loud and boisterous. It was the courage of quiet resilience, the strength to be vulnerable, and the bravery to lead with love. Today we stand like Corey with the courage of quiet resilience to defend our community and our country against forces that seek to divide us, forces that seek to turn us against one another. Our First Amendment right to peaceably assemble here safely is what they're trying to take away by instilling fear and creating chaos where there was none. But we will not be overcome. So on behalf of all of our elected officials, many of whom are here with us today, Lisa, Diane, Sheriff Mike, and Billy, we thank President Trump and his family for standing with courage and extend our loving gratitude to Helen, Allison, and Kaylee for the quiet resilience and the bravery to lead with love. May God continue to bless Butler County and our great country. Amen.
All right, now it is my absolute privilege. If you've watched the assassination footage, you watch the moment that President Trump grabs his ear and goes to the ground, Secret Service is on him not a second later. If you watch the people in the bleachers behind him, there was one person who stood out on his knees wearing a black fisherman's hat, fixated on Donald Trump and whether or not he was safe or whether or not the worst happened. He didn't move, he didn't flinch, he was there. And that man's name is Tom Natoli. And he is here to talk to you all today. So give him a warm Patriots welcome. Tom, come on up, my friend. There you go, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. Parnell. Let's hear it for Sean Parnell, one of America's great heroes. Good afternoon, Patriots. In case you don't recognize me, I'm that angry man that was standing directly behind the president when those shots rang out. Okay. I am surrounded today by fellow patriots who were standing with me on that fateful day. And let me emphasize the word standing, because no one ran. Everyone stood their ground in support of our president. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a retired deputy sheriff with 27 years of service, and believe it or not, I was a lifelong Democrat. That all changed the day Donald J. Trump came down that escalator in Trump Tower. The very next day, I changed my political affiliation to Republican, and I've been an outstanding supporter and an outspoken supporter of President Trump ever since. I believe one of President Trump's greatest legacies will be the way he unveiled the truth to the American people. When he came down that escalator, it all began that day. All of us patriots that were gathered here on this very spot, that on a beautiful summer day, excited to hear our president speak. And in an instant, everything changed. That day, that beautiful summer day, became one of the most infamous, dark days in American history. But by the grace of God, our president was spared. And now it's our turn to make sure he is back in the White House where he belongs, so that he can make America great again. Fight fight, fight. Thank you. Thank you, Sean.
Man, great job, man. Great job. God. Oh, my gosh. Let's give it up for Tom Natoli. So now I'd like to introduce you to local recording artist Gary Burke and Eric Gunderson from the band Love and Theft. Gary did an amazing national anthem, and he's coming up here to sing a song for you today. So let's give a warm Butler County welcome for Gary and Eric. Want to put this back up here?
All right, Butler, how we feeling tonight? The song we're going to do for y'all is one that Eric and I wrote right after July 13th, and this song is titled Take It Back Again, and I hope y'all, if you know it, will help me sing it. No, it ain't about the vote, it's all about the money. Breaking our backs, yeah, boots stay muddy. Just trying to make a dime and keep it together. Paying them taxes ain't making things better. Taking our rights every chance they get. Never really thought it would come to this. They took that shot, thank God they missed. It's time we put a stop to this. This land is your land, my land, bigger than a deep state island, made with hard work and a hard land. Nothing getting done without our hands. Seems like forever since we came together. This is all just part of the plan. This is your land, it's my.
All right, we're watching the Trump rally in Butler, PA. I didn't really catch who. Did anybody catch who this is? I didn't catch the name.
It's getting real hard trying to make a living, sending our cash straight overseas. They forget about you and me. This land is your land, my land, bigger than a deep state island, made with hard work.
It's a good name. Oh, is it Love and Theft? I've actually heard of Love and Theft. Is that who this is? They actually had a song that made it to radio once. This one's not going to make it there, but that's just my opinion. Oh, man. All right, welcome on in, everybody. If you're watching, make sure you hit the like, subscribe, thumbs up. Joining us today. Facebook's already turned the stream off because of the music. I tried to catch it quick, but of course it didn't work.
They took that shot, thank God they missed. It's time we put a stop to this. This land is your land, my land, bigger than a deep state island, made with hard work and a hard land. Nothing getting done without our hands. Seems like forever since we came together. It's all just part of the plan. This is your land, it's my land, and it's time we take it back again. This land is your land, my land, bigger than a deep state island, made with hard work and a hard land. Ain't nothing getting done without our hands. It seems like forever since we came together. It's all just part of the plan. This is your land, it's my land, and it's time we take it back again. Butler, Pennsylvania, if I could ask y'all to do me a favor and please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, and God bless America!
Great job.
Let's give it up for Eric and Gary. All right, so Butler County, I have a very, very, very important question for you. Are you ready to fire Bob Casey, Democrat do-nothing senator from Pennsylvania? Well, that is just great, because I have the answer to that question, and his name is Dave McCormick. He's a good friend of mine. He's a combat veteran, 82nd Airborne, Ranger, servant of this country. He's an American leader, the epitome of American leader, and he's also my very good friend. So would you please give a very, very warm welcome to Dave McCormick.
Whatever it takes, 'cause I love you.
Let's kill the sound before we get another strike someplace. You try to manage this on a live event. Facebook has already taken down the stream because of music, which is exactly what I'm trying to manage against. But clearly it did not work. Okay.
Crowd goes on forever. Hello, Butler. It is hard to believe that it was just almost 3 months ago that many of us were here. I was sitting right over here and saw the tragedy play out on that day. The tragedy. And we're here to mourn, really here in sorrow, to mourn the loss of Corey Comperatore, but not only mourn his loss, to honor who he was, because he's sort of the best of everything about America. He was a role model for everything that's great about this incredible country. We're also here to mourn the terrible injuries, almost life-threatening injuries, of David Dutch and James Copenhaver, and are so glad that they're okay and that they're well on the way to full recovery. Let's give them a hand. And also to honor and thank and commemorate the first responders that saved us from even more terrible tragedy on that day. Let's give the first responders a hand. Thank you. But you know, the best way to honor those who have gone before us, the best way to honor those who have served us, the best way to honor those who have made the ultimate sacrifice is to keep America the greatest country in the world. And my friends, that's what this election on November 5th is all about. 31 days. In 31 days, we face a crossroads. In 31 days, we'll either get our country moving in the right direction, or our country will get on a path where we will wake up one morning and not recognize the America we love. This is the most important election of our lifetimes. And the choice could not be more stark. It's the choice between strength of President Trump, the guy you saw on this stage saying, fight, fight, fight. And weakness we've seen under President Biden and Vice President Harris. It's a choice between common sense policies to get prices down, get our economy back on track, open up our energy sector, secure our border, bring law and order to our cities, and make sure Americans remain safe from adversaries around the world because we're strong, peace through strength, against an extreme liberal agenda of Kamala Harris that in her own words, wants to ban fracking, give citizenships to illegal immigrants, mandatory buybacks of guns, defund the police. And I want to tell you, this race for the Senate also is going to determine what kind of Pennsylvania we want for our great Commonwealth. And that's also a choice. It's a choice between a seventh-generation Pennsylvanian. I was born in Washington County. My dad was born in Indiana County. My mom was born in Punxsutawney. I like to say that because it reminds me of Punxsutawney Bob, my opponent. Someone who's an outsider, someone who's a businessman, someone who went to West Point, someone who served in the 82nd Airborne Division in Iraq. Against someone who's a career politician, 30 years in elected office, 30 years. Someone who is weak when we need strength. And someone who's been a 99% vote for the radical liberal agenda of Biden and Harris that's taking our country over a cliff. So we need to turn into this election and recognize that we're facing a crossroads. And if we take our country in the right direction, if all of you do what you need to do on November 5th, if you get out your friends, if you get out the vote, we need an army of people going out to save our country. And if we win this election, we are going to have the America we love for every single American. We are going to have the America we love for our children. We will have the America we love for future generations. But my friends, this is the most important election of our lifetimes, and every one of us and our children need to act like our life depends on it, because it does. Thank you very much. Thank you, Butler. God bless you. And let's make Pennsylvania great again.
All right, Dave McCormick there, running for, I guess, Senate it is in Pennsylvania. With a few words at the Trump-Butler rally, and we should really start cranking up the guests at this point. I would think we're getting close. J.D. Vance is supposed to be 4:30. President Trump's supposed to be at 5. I would say it's, 4:08. If there's going to be any other big-time speakers, they're going to have to be now. So we'll see. See what's coming up. Troy on X says, I'm surprised Mike Lindell's not there. No, he's not there. He was on the pre-show, actually. I saw Mike Lindell on the pre-show from, I think, home, so he's not there. We know Elon's going to be there. I don't know if he's going to speak, but maybe. Could be next for all we know. We'll see. See what who comes out now. All right, they're still playing more music, so let me try not to get any more copyright strikes. Ridiculous. 2 seconds, try to get off of it, and still get whacked. Welcome on in, everybody. If you're just joining us or have joined us in the last hour or so, we've been streaming, well, for a while now. And we will take you right through President Trump's speech. Could be. Maybe Elon won't come out, but Trump will just reference him. Maybe he'll bring him up to say a few words once he's out there. I would suspect he's going to bring a lot of people up and to speak. Let's go back to Rav here.
And that has survived that assassination attempt, and moved on. Our Ben Berkman was on the ground there in Butler. He's been talking with people who are going to this particular rally. Ben, you are actually kind of in the hot spot. It looks like you've got a number of people around you. What are some of their thoughts about the speakers who have spoken so far, and just the atmosphere today?
Well, I want to start with these young men and their family over here. I asked the question right before the last speakers came out, who was here on that day at the last Butler rally. And we've got this young man. What's your name again?
Emmett Crandall.
Emmett, and you're 13?
14.
14 years old, and you got dad back here?
Yep, John Crandall.
We got mom somewhere? Or just the two of you? Mom's at home, okay. And then we got your friend. What's your name?
Ryan Lester.
So you guys were actually here at the last one. First off to Dad, what were your thoughts that day? What happened? And then coming back today, how important was it?
Word for word, when we walked in here, I told my son, this has got to be the safest place we could be right now. That completely backfired that day. We were over on the left-hand side. When the shot started, I pushed him to the ground, jumped on top of him. There's a lot more police, Secret Service. It's a lot more noticeable security today. So I feel very safe with everybody here today.
And that last rally was your first rally, correct?
Yes, that was our first one.
What did you think, Emmett, right?
Yes.
What did you think that day? And, well, let's go back to that. That day, what did you think? So you came, it's your first rally, you're having a good time, and then?
Well, I came in here. It was my first rally. I was very excited. I was here to support best president in the United States history, and I thought I was having a great time. And I heard those shots, and I thought that they were firecrackers until Dad pushed me down to the ground, covered me with his body. He was willing to take a shot for me. And I saw Donald Trump up there pumping his fist, and that was really an empowering moment. I think that was great. But I wasn't too scared. I kept calm and did what Dad told me, and it worked out.
Yeah. Were you in the military or anything? You kind of got that look to you. Just an American patriot?
Just love my kids, American patriot, yes sir.
Love your kids. Now you brought your friend this time.
Yeah.
How old are you, 14 too?
Yes.
14, okay. So this is your second rally, your first rally. Yep. So far so good, huh?
Yes, definitely.
Are you, so you guys, and you're from here, you said
Meadville.
Meadville. Is it cool to be MAGA in Meadville?
Yes, it is.
It is? Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of Republicans in Meadville.
So you're in friendly country. So now you guys made the decision to come back. How important was that for you and then Dad?
I think that it was really something special between me and my dad. That was an experience that we'll never forget. So being able to come back here and see how things are now is really great. And as well as having Ryan here, he wanted to come along, and I think that's really great.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we don't have that same excitement that you had, or, not excitement. Obviously, we're mourning the death of Corey, but the same events that happened that day. But I'm glad you guys came out. No fear coming out this time, huh?
No, I feel very safe here.
I love it. Sir,
very safe.
How important was this coming back out and bringing your son back?
Oh, I definitely wanted to bring him back so we could finish what we started and actually see President talk and just be part of this piece of history right now.
Anyone else here at the last rally? You were? Come up here. What's your name? Where are you from?
I'm Danielle. I'm from here.
You're from here. And what that day, that event, talk me through where you were and what you went through.
So we were about 20 feet back that way. Darren, wish you could be here. Sorry, missing you at the airport. He's very tall, so he actually saw the snipers flip around and knew something was going on. He could see where the line of fire was and knew that we weren't in it, but everyone hit the deck. And what I was really struck by, and it's been said before, how calm everyone stayed. Once we saw the fist pump and we saw him exit, everyone got up and started walking, and one woman yelled, "Run." And everybody instantly said, "No, walk." And everyone walked out very orderly, as everyone saw in videos that came out after the fact.
There were actually, because that's interesting you say that. I hadn't heard somebody say that. So that actually started. There was like a bit of a commotion. People started to run, and then there were some folks that said walk.
Yeah, like it wasn't. I wouldn't say people started to run, but you heard a woman from up further. I don't know who it was or how far away, but I heard her run, and then it was like, no, everybody calmly walk. It was really cool to see that part, at least.
And again, same question. How important is it? You're coming back out today. What are your emotions? What are your thoughts going through this? I mean, looking up here, it's basically, other than the glass and some of the extra security around here, the fact that they came back, and I'll ask you guys the same thing, the fact that President Trump came back to the exact same spot, he's standing in the same place to finish that speech.
Yeah, and we all assumed when we heard he was coming back that he'd go to the airport again, like in 2020. But it does send a really strong message that he's not afraid to come back here, and it sends a message to the people here that I'm going to finish what I started, and I can appreciate that.
Yeah, amen.
Yeah, amen.
Guys, back to you guys, same thing. The fact that he decided to come back to the same place. When he first announced he was coming back here, and they had done so many inside events, I thought for sure they were probably going to do an inside event. When I heard it was in the exact same place, I was really excited. I agree. It just shows bravery. What do you guys think?
It just shows the man that he is. He's going to finish what he started, and we absolutely need him right now.
Compared to what we have in there right now, invading our southern borders, spending money overseas while we have our own people suffering. I just came from East Palestine yesterday. You look at what's happening in North Carolina today. What to you, sir, what are your top issues? And I know you guys can't vote, but if you want to answer that too, things that matter most to you, what are your guys' top issues?
Oh, the economy. Just absolutely sick of paying more every day for everyday goods that we need. Security of our country. We need to shut down the southern border. 'Cause, I mean, every state's a border state right now, even up in Meadville, Pennsylvania. And it's horrible.
Guys, you want to add to that?
I completely agree. I think that the economy and the security is really a big issue. I remember in 2022 when gas was $5 a gallon compared to like $2.20 when Trump was in office, and it's really hurted seeing that happen. And I know Trump's going to get back in office. He's going to do great things.
How about you?
I third what they said. I really do think that the economy.
I like that. I second. I third.
I really do think that the economy is really important to the U.S. right now. One issue that I know a lot of people don't hold, but I certainly do, is nuclear power. I feel that's a big deal that needs to be, I don't know, increased. Because like everybody talks about solar and wind and stuff and how that's super clean. Nobody talks about nuclear.
We got some smart kids over here. Smart guys, not kids, young men. Young men. I love that. And how about you? Top issue?
Issue singular?
I was just thinking the same thing. How old is this kid?
Issues would be border. I think that's probably what you said. Border, economy,
He's worried about
and
nuclear
I'm one of the
power?
many that
Dude, you
lost
should
my
be like playing
employability due to a
PS3 or
medical
something,
choice.
PS5 or
I would
whatever
very
the
much
hell it
like
is.
a president in office that says you cannot fire somebody or make them unemployable due to.
Wait, you're pure blood too?
I would never use that. But yes, I am. And I work in film and television, so that kind of pulled that ability away. Yes, exactly.
God bless you. Me too.
You as well. Very good.
Me too.
Right?
Just lost my job.
You just
Almost did. Okay, yeah.
All right, guys, we're going to keep talking to these folks. Terrence, I don't know if we want to go to Brian. You want me to keep going down here? You just let me know. Oh, wait, hang on one second.
I'm not short. They both are just really tall.
Okay. I'm glad you got that in there. Yes. I love that.
This
All
kid's
right,
a rep,
Terrence.
whoever he is.
All right, Ben Berkram interacting
make
with
sure
the
he got
people.
that
Let's
point
go
in.
over to Brian Glenn now. He is also inside on a riser overlooking the stage where President Trump will be speaking. Brian, why don't we reset for our viewers who may just be joining us for this coverage of President Trump's rally there in Butler, Pennsylvania. Give us an idea of the atmosphere there, particularly as we are now on the countdown to hear from President Trump.
We are in the countdown. I've been told also we may have another special speaker coming up before the bottom of the hour, so we'll keep an eye on the stage. But Terrence, the energy is high. I mean, people are excited. We've had a fantastic pre-show so far, really paying tribute to Corey and those that are injured in the July 13th. And we had a lot of. I love the gentleman with the green fishing hat that is so famously seen behind the president on July 13th as he was looking around the crowd. I've heard the president actually mention that he wanted to meet that gentleman. Perhaps that's going on right now. But it's been a fantastic pre-show. And, you know, when you come back to the very spot where you had an assassination attempt, and not only do you come back to the same spot, but you do it on a much grander scale. We've had a flyover twice. We've had skydivers. We've had an amazing national anthem. We've had Scott Baio do an incredible painting that incorporated Corey and his firefighter in our national and our flag. It's just a fantastic pre-show so far. But right now we're kind of in that moment. It's a pause in the program where people have a chance to get up, talk to one another, and reflect. And I really love the interviews that Ben is doing right now with the folks, finding out what is on their mind right now. Now, if we want to talk about the crowd size, it's very difficult for me to even find out and see where the crowd ends behind the media riser. People came up to me, several people have come up to me in the last half hour and said, Brian, you've been to so many rallies. How many people do you think are here right now? And I think it's a conservative estimate to say at least 35,000 people are right here. Now, there's probably at least 15 to 16,000 people just in this area. And then we have much greater attendance behind the media risers on each side as well. So I think as a conservative estimate, Terrence, I think we see 35,000+ people. Now, there are still people coming in from what I've been told, and you can't see, but I've asked somebody, hey, are they still letting people in? They said, absolutely, they're still coming in. As a lot of people, Terrence, if this is their first time to a rally, they see a 5 o'clock start time and they think, well, I'll get there at 4 o'clock, 3:30, and as you and I both know, that will tend to put you in the back. You've got to get there much earlier than that. So the attendance is here, the weather is beautiful, and I think we're going to have a great message today by President Trump.
Brian, you talked about the various speakers and that we're kind of now in a lull, in an intermission, if you will. I'm not going to lie, just sitting here in a studio, somewhat separated from what's happening, I needed a breather. I needed to kind of collect myself and get back to an equilibrium, if you will, because it has been an emotional day so far. Like what we heard was emotional.
Yeah. Every one of these speakers are really taking everyone back to that moment that afternoon on July 13th. So we're kind of reliving it in a way as it played out. We're hearing from the doctor. I thought it was a great speech earlier in the program that the medical assistants that were on the ground, that served the people. It's just, we're all kind of living through history again. And when President Trump takes the stage, I think it's the next chapter. And I think one of the most talked about things I've heard is how is he going to start this speech? What is he going to say? I've got my theory on this, and I think I've shared it with you. I think he picks up where he left off 6 minutes and 10 seconds into the speech. I think that's kind of where we pick off. But it's just a wonderful day, and I hope that the viewers at home right now is enjoying the moment as much as we are here on the ground. I know personally, I'm sitting here looking around at the crowd. I'm getting a lot of thumbs up. A lot of people, they know that we were here before. They know that we kind of carried the coverage after it happened, and I'm honored to be a part of that. I'm honored to be a part of what we're doing right now. But, today, let me just get a quick check of the time, and I'll give you an idea of having an update. I would probably say in the next 2 to 3 minutes, we'll get another special speaker on stage. I was also been told that we're going to have some other special guests brought on stage to join President Trump. They won't come out specifically, but they will be introduced and asked to come on stage and join us. So I'm looking forward to that. And of course, coming up, we also have Laura Trump, Eric Trump, and who knows what surprises we have on there. Music-wise, fantastic music we've had. And I think that's a part of this whole experience, Terrence, that we're kind of, it's such a pro-America first experience, not only with the policies, but the music that we hear, and also faith. I really love the opening prayer, and I love the opening, open gestures of praying in moment of silence that we're having here. That's what it's all about, unifying this country in prayer and being reminded that God has his hand on all of us. Music has subsided. Let's see if we get get a major announcement here for the next speaker. Let me just pause just for a second and let this play out for our viewers at home. Here we go. Let's listen in.
Please welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Senator J.D. Vance.
All right, I guess no surprise speakers. J.D. Vance making his way to the stage. We'll kill the music for a second just so we don't get another copyright strike. J.D. Vance takes the stage in Butler. J.D. Vance obviously was not there on July 13th, so an interesting dynamic here as the vice presidential candidate takes the stage to speak. And I don't know if he's going to be taking us right to President Trump. Trump's supposed to speak at 5. Probably, if I had to guess. I would think all the other special guests Trump will probably bring up when he's there. All right, here we go. I'll be back.
What an amazing crowd. What an amazing day. And my friends, in 31 days, this state, starting with Butler, is going to turn red, and we're going to send Donald Trump back to the White House. I'm so proud on this historic day to welcome President Trump. I know he's en route right now. He should be here in about, I don't know, a half an hour or so. But it is this community has been so good to me and President Trump. This community is so strong and so resilient. And my friends, we are so proud to stand here in Butler, Pennsylvania, ready to take back the White House, ready to take back this country. Now, 84 days ago, of course, on this very field, an assassin tried to fill our hearts with terror. But we're here to say we can't be intimidated. We cannot be stopped. We won't be denied. We will make America great again, and we're going to do it together. Now, my friends, I know you'll join me in saying we're going to remember July 13th, 2024 forever. Many of you were here, and it is a testament to your courage and your patriotism that you're here again today. Now, you heard the shots. You saw the blood. We all feared the worst. But you knew everything would be okay when President Trump raised his fist high in the air and shouted, "Fight, fight." Now, I believe, as sure as I'm standing here today, that what happened was a true miracle. And on that day, America felt the truth of Scripture. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. I truly believe that God saved President Trump's life that day. And I believe that God is with us right now and watches over this incredible nation every single day. Now, there are so many people here, so many people we're honored to have, it would be impossible to name all of them. I see the great Sean Parnell over here. Sean, you're a hero, man. You were a hero on that day. We're joined by many first responders, elected officials, and other distinguished guests. And as we gather on these grounds, once again, my friends, we especially thank God for the two great Americans who were wounded and survived in July. That's David Dutch and James Copenhaver. God bless you guys. Now we pray for their full and complete recoveries. And we're honored that David and his family were able to join us today. Let's give a round of applause to David. God bless you, and God bless your family. But our hearts are heavy with sadness, knowing that there's one hero who's not here with us today, and that's, of course, the great Corey Comperatore. We're never going to forget Corey. We're never going to forget his heroism that day. And I want everyone to join me right now in sending our support, our respect, our love to the Comperatore family here with us today. We love you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for loving this country, and thank you for not giving up on it. Now, after the heartache of that day, our nation hoped to turn a page. We hoped that our opponents would remember that before we are Democrats or before we are Republicans, we are Americans. But sadly, our opponents have not heeded Abraham Lincoln's words and listened to the better angels of our nature. Even after that terrible assassination attempt that took one man's life and nearly took many others, they continue to use dangerous, inflammatory rhetoric. The media has continued to call Donald Trump, the guy who actually won his primary, a threat to democracy. A Democrat senator called Donald Trump an existential threat to our democracy. Kamala Harris said that he was attacking, quote, the foundations of our democracy. And I think you all will join me in saying to Kamala Harris, how dare you talk about threats to democracy? Donald Trump took a bullet for democracy. What the hell have you done? The truth is that Kamala Harris and her allies, they attack Donald Trump in order to silence us, we the people. They have declared war explicitly on the First Amendment to the United States Constitution. Kamala Harris proudly says she wants to censor the internet, and Tim Walz said there is no guarantee to free speech. What do we think about that? But we all know, my friends, we all know that censorship is only the first step. Just look at everything they've done to President Trump. First, they tried to silence him. When that didn't work, they tried to bankrupt him. When that didn't work, they tried to jail him. And with all the hatred they have spewed at President Trump, it was only a matter of time before somebody tried to kill him. And that's exactly what happened, not just here in Butler, Pennsylvania, but just a few weeks later in Florida. 3 weeks ago, while these guys still go out there and attacking him as a threat to democracy, another gunman armed with an AK-47 style rifle tried to finish the job. In fact, Before the gunman in Florida tried to kill Donald Trump, he wrote, quote, "Democracy is on the ballot." The exact same words that Kamala Harris wrote after accusing Trump of being a dictator, only days before the first attempt on his life. But for all of those watching at home, and for all those who might be undecided in this crowd, though there probably aren't that many undecided voters in this crowd, I want to say, you know what's so incredible? You know what's so incredible? It's how Donald Trump responded to all of this. Because despite being shot here in Butler, President Trump immediately called for national unity. And I'll never forget, my friends, what he told me after the second assassination attempt. It was probably the first person that he called that Sunday. And I was sitting at home with my son in Cincinnati, and he said, "JD, they tried to do it again." I said, "They tried to do what, sir?" He said, "They tried to shoot me again." And at first I was in disbelief. I think immediately my thoughts went to him and how he was doing. Of course, he was physically okay because he was calling me, but I said, "Sir, are you doing okay?" And of course, President Trump, in his President Trump way, said, "Yeah, I'm doing fine. You know, I'm a little pissed off because I was about to make a dirt birdie on the 6th hole and they wouldn't let me finish." But it made me think. It made me think about the leadership qualities we want in a president of the United States. And so I'd like to ask you, who would you rather have facing down, Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping? Someone who is afraid of interviews with the friendly American media, or someone who faces down two assassins and returns triumphantly to the very place that he got shot? Now, some of you may have seen that I had a little debate with Governor Walz a few days ago. And I have to admit, I'm maybe the only person in Butler, Pennsylvania that feels that way, but I feel a little bad for Tim Walz, if I'm being honest with you. Because Tim Walz has to defend the indefensible. He has to act like Kamala is going to drive down inflation, bring up wages and bring back jobs and restore peace, the very peace that she destroyed. Well, I hate to break it to you, Tim, but everyone knows the truth. Kamala caused every single one of those problems because Kamala's day one in the White House was 1,400 days ago. Never let her lie to you and pretend that she's going to do something great. She's been in power for 3.5 years and she hasn't done a damn thing. And I hate to say it, but Kamala's record of failure is somehow only getting worse. Just a couple of days ago, I visited an area of our country ravaged by Hurricane Helene. The Appalachian region of Virginia, and we know the Appalachian region of this country has been left behind and ignored by a generation of American leaders. But what started out as a natural disaster is becoming a man-made disaster. When Appalachia was underwater, remember, President Biden was sitting on a beach and Kamala Harris was at a San Francisco fundraiser. That is not leadership. That is a disgrace. And now we're seeing reports that deployments of the military and the National Guard are moving at a snail's pace. My friends, who the hell is running this country right now? Because it sure isn't Joe Biden. It sure isn't Kamala Harris. The Harris administration has given billions of dollars to foreign countries and illegal aliens. But now they swoop in and they promise $750 to American citizens who have lost everything. To everybody watching, to everybody at this rally, I want to say, I promise you, when Donald J. Trump is back in the White House, we're going to have a president that puts America first. We're going to ensure that emergency funding goes to American citizens and not illegal aliens. We're going to create record prosperity with low inflation and rising take-home pay. We're going to secure that southern border, stop the drug trafficking, and send illegal aliens back home where they belong. We're going to drive down the cost of housing, drive down the cost of gas, drive down the cost of groceries, and we're going to clean up our streets to make America safe again. And whether we agree or disagree with you, we will always defend your God-given right to speak your mind without fear of censorship, violence, or persecution. But to everybody struggling, I want you to know that though our country has, yes, been through some hard times over these past few years, I want you to know that help is on the way. We have, think about this, the most generous people, the most abundant natural resources, including some great energy right here in the state of Pennsylvania. We've got the hardest workers. We've got the best values. All we need to restore American greatness is leadership that is fit to serve this country. So more than anything, I'd like all of us to leave this incredible community with a message of hope. Because I honestly believe that what happened right here in Butler is a metaphor for the United States of America. In this land, we may get knocked down, but we get right back up and we keep fighting, because in America, hope is never lost. We may face enemies who seek our demise, our destruction, and even our death. They may try to crush our spirits. They may try to convince us that victory is impossible, but in America, nothing is impossible. And as long as that flag yet waves, and I see it's doing it today, there is no trial we cannot endure, no obstacle we cannot overcome, and no defeat we cannot turn into victory. On this field, at this exact spot nearly 3 months ago, we thought President Trump was going to lose his life. But God still has a plan for him, just like he still has a plan for the United States of America. This movement, we have so much left to accomplish. And after the dark nights of trial, when the sun rises again, our flag is still going to be there, and nothing will stop the United States of America. So I want you all, I know he'll be out in just a little bit, but I want you all, when Donald Trump comes out here, to give him a true Butler, Pennsylvania welcome, because with Donald Trump as our leader, we are going to take this country back. We're going to make the American dream affordable again. And it's going to start right here in the great state of Pennsylvania. God bless you, Butler. Thank you for having me. And we are going to take this country back. I love you.
All right, J.D. Vance with some words there in Butler, PA. We'll see what happens next. I don't know if we're going to have this, what is it, about a 15, 16-minute break before the president is set to speak at 5, if they're still on time. I'm sure the president has a lot today he's doing probably backstage. Maybe the most surprising thing of the day is going on right now in college football. Vanderbilt up 13-0 over number 1 Alabama. Alabama scoreless. 4 minutes to go in the first quarter. Vanderbilt up 2-2. Vanderbilt up 13-0 over the undefeated Crimson Tide. Although Alabama is knocking on the door and actually now has scored. So make that 13-6. Vanderbilt over Alabama. And I don't suspect this lead's going to hold, but 13-0 with 4 minutes to go in the first is certainly a surprise to the Crimson Tide. So. All right, let's go back to Terrence here.
The Trump-Vance ticket, and as he, of course, rallies voter across this country. Butler is Trump country, as you can see right there in the screen. And this crowd, I think, speaks to that. We're hearing that there are people from near and far who have come here to Butler, Pennsylvania, to hear from the 45th president who's seeking to be the 47th president as he makes a triumphant return to Butler County and Butler specifically there in Pennsylvania. Our Brian Glenn is on the ground overlooking the stage, soaking it all in. Brian, this really has been quite a day. So many different viewpoints we've heard as it relates to what happened on back in July, and then moving forward, moving this community forward, and getting past the whole moniker of simply being the place where an assassin tried to kill President Trump, but being the place where President Trump's election really was solidified as he looks to be the 47th president, Brian.
Yeah, Terrence, it really has been a moment where it seems like the community is coming together, not just Republicans, but really the community of Butler, Pennsylvania and the surrounding areas. And I think they want to be remembered as the city that came back. And this is a place where President Trump made his return and really had one of the biggest and most successful rallies to date. So I think it was so important to have all these special guests on here as well. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, this next block that we'll get will be more of a family unit. Eric Trump, Laura Trump, and then ultimately President Trump taking the stage. So it looks like we're in that final block of a rundown, if you will, for the run of show, and which is really exciting. But as I kind of look around, I was taking some of the emotions in and really trying to get a feel of what the people are experiencing right now. And everyone is so engaged. I feel like when they leave out of here, yes, we know the messages, we know the policies of President Trump, but better than that, I think they've been inspired to go out and perhaps bring somebody to the polls. Because, Terrence, you and I have talked about this. This is not about the policies, who has the best policies to turn this country around. We know who that is. This is about who turns out the most on Election Day and who has the biggest voter turnout. That's what it's going to come down to. And in some of these areas like Butler and surrounding counties that have very strong red stronghold on this area, it's about increasing that turnout to offset the areas perhaps that we don't have the strongest turnout in the Erie area and the Philadelphia area. So it's all about voter turnout. It's all about getting the message out that on November 5th, no matter what you do, go vote. And actually, earlier talking about getting out the vote early, which I think is important as well. We all know we can't predict what will happen on November 5th in our own personal life. So if you have the opportunity to vote early, I think you should do so, Terrence.
Bank your vote, absolutely. Brian, so look, let's just be honest. There's been a lot of talk about Elon Musk being there today. Elon Musk himself said this week that he planned to be on site to support President Trump. Any word if he has arrived, if he is on site?
All right, let me kill this. Let me go over here to some footage. President Trump arriving and greeting Comperatore's family there. Pretty special moment, I'm sure, for all of them.
But I do think that a grand entrance to come on stage would likely be how he makes his way to the podium, Terrence.
Yeah, so let's talk about entrances. That's the other thing. When President Trump arrives, when he makes his entrance, typically he comes into the song, "I'm Proud to Be an American," and he lets the song play out. I get the sense, and I'd love to get your sense since you've been covering rallies much longer than even I have, that he's not going to be able to take the podium, or there will be so much applause for several minutes that he won't be able to say a word, that the audience there is going to probably even applaud beyond the song ending. He probably won't be able to speak for 5 to 6 minutes, I would think.
Yeah, and that's a great guess. I actually think that Lee Greenwood will sing that song live. I predict that's what's going to happen. That's just me. Hang on. Oh, we got a video playing. I do think that's going to be the case, and I do agree with you. I think that once he walks out, that post applause after that post song will play out for a couple minutes, and a chant that we have never heard before. Either it's going to be a fight, 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 or a USA chant will break out after that walkout, and I think that's going to be something that's just going to be something we're all going to want to record and play back for history, because I think that will be the defining moment that President Trump is like, you know what, I'm here and I'm ready to go.
And do you get the sense that there's going to be a sense of relief when the crowd sees President Trump when he takes that microphone? Will it be kind of this sense of relief and this sense of, okay, finally we can exhale now?
Yeah, I think so. But I really think until he walks off the stage, actually, that we'll kind of exhale now. Now, we've talked a little bit about security early in the show, but if you should now join us, I want to kind of quickly recap that. Inside this area, inside what would be considered a clean zone, this is a clean zone, which means it's completely secure. There's a lot of officers here. There's a lot of Capitol Police. There's a lot of out of plainclothes officers here. Well, you can see them walking around. Obviously, the barriers that have been put in place, especially on this side of the stage where Crooks took that shot, that's all been blocked off by big rigs and other things, windscreens that they basically takes away the visibility. That's on both sides. So there's a sense of safety inside here. But I have always had this, and I probably should not say this, but I don't take anything off the table from the people who want to basically eliminate President Trump altogether, that something else could happen. I'm not saying that it could possibly happen today. I'm not saying that. But in the back of everyone's mind, I know they're thinking it. So to answer your question, I think when he finally walks off stage and everyone's able to go back to their cars, that's when we say, we had a great rally. And until then, I think we're optimistic. We're obviously praying for safety, but it's got to be in the back of everyone's mind, because it's in the back of my mind. And I was here on July 13th, and I feel like nothing is off the bingo card in terms of the threats towards President Trump.
Fair enough. Let's bring in Ben Bergstrom now as well. Ben is on the ground, the man of the people, as I like to call him. Ben, what's the sense there?
I've also got the Trump feed up here from their people. I'm kind of monitoring both, see if there's anything different. I'll let you know.
I guess that answers my question to some degree, Ben.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, the Trump rallies are always like you could call it a political rock concert. I heard one of the speakers talk about that, just without the drugs, which was kind of funny to say. But really, it's like, to me, it's like a family reunion with family that you didn't know you had, but you all have the same values. You love this country. You want to save this country. You come out here, especially if you live, in Pittsburgh or somewhere that's more leftist. You come out to a place like this, and it's just like a breath of fresh air. As Brian was saying, that, we're going to breathe a sigh of relief after it's all done, too, to be able to get through this, have President Trump give the speech that he was going to give before he got shot. And speaking of that, there's one gal here. She may not want to go on camera, but she was here, and I want to give her an opportunity to say one thing. How stoked are you to be here today?
Super stoked. Excited, loving it.
Okay, and this is it. You were here that day. Now you're back here. The only question I'm asking you, why is it so important for you to be here today?
I feel like because he had the courage to come back, and I would like to see, as all of us would like to see him finish his speech and see, we want him to be president, so I'm here to support him.
I fibbed a little bit. Was that your first rally? I was going to ask you something else.
That was my first rally, yes.
Amazing. Amazing how many first-timers. And you were here, too.
It's my daughter.
Your daughter?
And it was our first-time rally ever. And if that man can take a bullet for us, we come back. to show that we appreciate what he's doing for our country, what he's going to do for our country, what he did for our country. We need him.
Where are y'all from?
Newcastle.
I'm asking you because I promised I wouldn't ask you any more questions.
Newcastle.
Okay.
Slippery Rock.
And I'm going to give you a little break. I know you've been talking, a little under the weather, but if you want to add anything, I'm right here, okay? What's your name?
Terry.
Terry and?
Debbie.
All right, thank you both. You guys are awesome. All right, I want to come back here. Speaking of some amazing folks, now you guys weren't here last time, no, but you're here this time. And what were you just telling me about one of the shows on Real America's Voice?
Oh, it's live from Studio 6B. Best show out there, way better than anything on Fox, anything. And Slick Rick, I need your shoes, dude. I want your shoes. Send them to Lakefield Electrical Solutions, LLC. We need your shoes.
So you're an electrician?
Yes, master electrician.
I love that. So you're out here, a man that works for a living.
Actually own a company. Me and my wife just started our own small business, and we need Trump back in the White House. Okay, we want to hire people. We want to grow this country. We want to grow the area that we live in. But under these policies, I own my own company. We're struggling to buy groceries. Okay, let's be honest. Everyone around here is struggling, but we're going to fight. We're going to fight for this country, and we're going to do what's right and re-elect Donald Trump. But Slick Rick, man, I need the shoes.
Did you get a calendar? We gotta get you a calendar. Have you seen his calendar?
No.
I still don't have a calendar. I gotta get one of those too.
What is going on right now?
Jump in here. So you guys are running this company. You got your family.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
Grandparents, first-time grandparents, and we
way.
We are, we really worry about our young adults. We
he's talking about last
3
year's.
kids, 18, 21, and 22. What are they going to do? And then our grandbaby. We're really worried about them. We want them to be able to buy a home, not live in a $1,200 a month apartment that's the size of our living room.
$1,200. That's cheap. I mean, compared to a lot of places.
In Pittsburgh, it's
I know.
yeah, it's still.
But some people are paying $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. It's insane. How do you live?
It's impossible. We're trying to figure out what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Like, how are these young people going to be able to afford life? We're struggling, and we're established.
Yeah.
We're established. It's crazy.
Yep.
Top issues, and ladies, if you want to jump in on this, no pressure, but top issues, what do you guys say? I want to go around to the whole crowd here. Top issues, what brings you out here today? What keeps you awake? I know you're talking the cost of everything.
Immigration. I mean, listen, when he's on a job site, he's the only legal worker that's licensed and insured, and I mean, they're stealing business. Listen, we're all for legal immigration, but we have to pay a lot of fees for our business. A lot. It takes a lot.
Yeah, everything.
Insured, everything.
We had a work van hit like a year and a half ago, and by illegals with no insurance. So it's $3,000 out of our pocket. Is what happens. But we just we want this country.
We want a safe country. I mean, it's a shame that you're scared to walk downtown Pittsburgh or anywhere in this country. Shouldn't be like that.
Ladies, top issues?
Inflation. Yes.
Immigrants, economy.
Amazing. It's amazing. Everywhere. It's the same thing. Now, I promise these ladies, are we good over here? You guys did awesome, by the way. Shout out to you. God bless you. And I'll talk to Slick Rick. Okay. I'm going to move down here. All right. Ladies, now we got another Rav fan over here. Hold on. Let me okay. What's your name? Where are you from?
Cindy Watkins from Lionsville, Pennsylvania.
And why is this? Now, were you out here last time?
What is going on?
First rally.
Listen to this, guys.
How did we become part of the show?
You're in prime spot. You're about, 75 feet away from where President Trump's going to be. How significant is this election? You guys are out here. The difference between communist Kamala and the other guy, Walz. These guys, it's California and Minnesota communism versus freedom, liberty, veteran and J.D. Vance, and a guy that
happiness.
And you got the mainstream media, all these guys saying you want to go that way. How significant is this to you?
This is the most significant election there ever was, and our children and grandchildren are counting on us. And I think that the American people need to think about the future of our children and our life and what's been going on in our country. They need to pay attention to how this has been blown so far out of proportion with all of the bills everybody pays and gas and the illegal immigrants and everything. It's just horrible.
You're a fan of Real America's Voice?
Yes, big time.
What is it about networks like ours that matter to you?
Because it's real, it's raw, it's the truth. And people need to see the truth instead of being brainwashed by fake news.
Amen. God bless you. And I didn't get you on there. I want to go around they say go around the horn. Top issues. Well, actually, let me do this again. Raise your hand if this is your first Trump rally. Look at this, guys. Look at this. I don't know if you guys can see that. Look at that. It's just incredible everywhere. So I'm going to just kind of go around like this. Tell me top issues, top 2 issues, top 3. What matters most to you?
Health, inflation, and immigration.
Money. Young people don't have it. No opportunity. That's basically it. We got to open it up. Drill, baby.
When you say money, they don't have it. How do you guys feel about all the money that you do spend going to fund illegal aliens and sending to overseas to fight other people's wars?
Americans first, and it's not happening.
Yeah, pretty simple, huh?
It's simple math. Us first. Whatever's left, we'll help you if we can.
Start with your home first, right?
Yep.
Right. All right, back here. Let's see if I can see you guys over here. Top issues. And how old are you, by the way?
17, turning 18, though. I can vote this year.
You can vote?
I can vote this year.
Wow, so you're just about to turn it. I love it. And this is, you said, raise your hand, first rally?
This is my first rally.
Where are you from?
I'm from outside of Philly, Bucks County.
Okay. Yeah. So are you stoked to be here? What are you hoping to hear from President Trump? And top issues?
I'm just really excited to see him because I've never seen him before. So I'm so pumped to be here. But my top issues are probably like inflation, immigration, and abortion.
Yeah. So you're actually a woman that wants to protect babies?
Yes, I'm pro-life.
Yes. I don't get this. To all the Democrats out there that are using this, and to the Republicans that don't stand up and say, hey, we want to protect babies. We don't want you murdering babies. How did that become the feminist mantra, to go and kill babies? I don't get it. As a young lady, you are for babies.
Yes, I am pro-life.
Pro-life?
Pro-life. 100%.
Be pro-life, be powerful. What's that?
I got a real good answer for you. I just don't understand why we pay so much money to countries that hate us. Why can't they just hate us for free?
I love that. Why can't they just hate us for free? Ma'am, what about you?
This is my second rally. I was here when he got shot. We witnessed it, my husband and I.
That was your first one?
Yes, that was the first rally. And I'm totally for getting the border, getting the illegals out of here, and the inflation's just crazy.
Yeah. And you were here too, sir?
I was.
Wow. Let me get me out of the way. So, both of you, you guys were here. You saw that day. Where were you? And what? Let me bring this down. We get a little better shot of both of you. And what's going through your head now?
We were 15 rows right in front of them, yeah, it was different. Like the things I hope for, would be like Second Amendment. I'm a big Second Amendment person. I have freedom of speech and securing the border.
Yeah. And ma'am, that was your first rally. What was going through your head when it happened? You were 15 rows. Did you even realize what was happening when it happened?
It took me a second, and then I realized that's gunshots, and I juked, and he videoed it. So I was telling him to get down because I wanted for the Secret Service to be able to do their job if there was another shooter somewhere. So I'm telling him get down, but I just got down. I wasn't really afraid as far as getting shot.
Was there any apprehension in coming back today?
No.
No fear?
No, none.
No fear at all. Just here to support Trump there, and hopefully we will win here in November.
God bless you both. All right, I'm going to come back over here. I just want to keep going around here. All right, top issues. What matters? Get you on there. What matters most to you?
Inflation, the cost of goods, groceries, gas, everything's up. I got 6 kids. I'm paying out the wazoo to feed everyone and transport everyone. So inflation is number one. Second thing is illegal immigration. We're all for immigration. We're all law and order, patriot-loving Americans. But we don't want illegal immigration where they're just coming across. We got to put a stop to that.
Let me get this young guy back here. Come here, buddy. Now, did you raise your hand? Is this your first rally?
Yes, sir.
I love that. What's your name?
Trace.
Trace?
Trace, yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm from Cranberry Township, Pennsylvania.
Oh, just down the street. All right. So, is it cool to be MAGA for your generation?
Yes, you can't get rallied behind Kamala like you can with Trump.
Say that again?
You cannot get rallied behind Kamala like you can with Trump.
Yeah, no, it's it. I mean, communism, it just doesn't sell. Do the kids your age want to be communists? Communists or capitalists?
I don't think communism sits well with our generation, quite frankly.
How old are you?
14.
14. There are some smart 14-year-olds out here obviously on the MAGA side. Now you got family over here too?
My dad's over there, kind of.
You snuck up closer?
Yeah.
And look, you even got closer. I even pulled you closer.
Thank you.
So what do you want to hear from President Trump?
I just want to hear him talk about policy and how he's going to make this country better. Because the past 4 years have not been fun. I got a job just recently.
Man, you want to work for a living?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's the idea. It's been nice just to make money and not have to spend too much, which I had a little bit of money back in the Trump era, and things have just gone up. I've noticed.
This kid's going to be successful, let me just tell you. This young man, I love it. Great to meet you. Okay, guys, while I have a captive audience right here, I need you guys to do me a favor. Now, these guys over here are already RAV audience members. For everyone else who's not, do me a favor, pull out your phone. I'll do it with you. And we go into your app store. What's that? Yeah, if you can't load it right now, do it later. You're going to go into the app store and you're going to type America's Voice or Real America's Voice, and the app is going to look like that. That one right there. Okay. It says Real America's Voice right there. Now, if you don't have service right now, you can't do it right now, but when you get home, do that, download it, and then you can rewatch this. We'll be live. Download I know you do. Of course you do. Download the app. You can watch us on Roku and Pluto and all the rest of it. Next one down. That's us right there. You got it. Boom. Hit get. Now you got it. You can get us live all day. Well, it's going to take a while. Okay. Now you got it. Now you got it. But that's it, guys. Watch us. Share it. The key is that America sees the truth. I didn't get this young man over here. Sir, before we go back, I'm going to throw back top issues. What matters most to you? You don't have to duck down, ma'am. You're all right.
Well, the economy, prices of everything is up. I remember when I just started to drive, when Trump first took office, it cost me about $20, $25 to fill up my Corolla. Now it's up another $15. Then the second one is immigration. I'm thankful and I'm very blessed to be living in this country, but it's called the American dream because it's a dream. You have to dream to get here, and it's no longer a dream if anyone can get in from the border.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a nightmare if we keep going this way.
Yes, sir, it will be.
God bless you. Okay, guys, I'm going to keep rolling. I'm going to move to my next spot over here. We got smart young men out here, 14, and young women, 14, 15, 13, 14.
Ben could just go all day.
Young, old, young at heart. Let me rephrase that. It's just amazing people out here. Terrence, Brian.
All right, Ben Berkham reporting for us on the ground there again in Butler, Pennsylvania. We're expecting to hear from President Trump here any minute now. He's expected to arrive on scene and then, of course, speak. Folks, we also want to pay some bills here really quickly, so we're going to go to break. TrumpTumbler.com, of course, handing out limited edition stainless steel collectible tumblers this week. Check out these incredible tumblers that have...
All right, we're waiting for the president. Oh, my God, that was hysterical. Absolutely hysterical. As we're streaming, Ben talks to somebody who wants Slick Rick shoes. You can't make it up. You cannot make it up. Oh God, too funny. All right, if you haven't hit the like or subscribe or thumbs up, please do if you're watching. Over 1,000 people in here now. Dominating on X. The numbers. Our X audience continues to grow. We love it. I just sent Slick that clip to see if he wasn't watching, he said, but too funny. Let's see if he got it. Slick said, wow, that was a real nice shout out. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Harry should get the next shout out. Well, Harry got the ultimate shout out from the president, right? Hawkeye7 on X said they want a pair of Slick Rick shoes at the Trump rally. I should probably post that clip. Actually, I should send it to Ben. He'll get a kick out of that. Too funny. Alabama's still down, by the way. 13-7, Vandy. And Vandy's going in again. Look at this. What is going on? Vandy, that might have been in right there. That might have been, is he down? Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's down. 3rd and goal here for Vandy, already up 13-7. And they're knocking on the door again with number 1 Alabama. Might be the surprise of the day if this thing holds up. Third and goal, Vandy from the 1.5-yard line, hands it off, dives for the end zone. He's in. I think that's a touchdown. That's in. That is a touchdown, Vandy. 20-7, about to make it 21-7. Still only the second quarter, but this is a shocker right now. This is a shocker down there in Tennessee. Oh, yeah, that's a touchdown right there. That's a touchdown. Nebraska's beating Rutgers 7-0. Got that game on. Vandy about to be 20-7, pending the extra point, which is about to get kicked. Snap, hold, kick is up, and good right through. 20-7, Vandy over number 1 Alabama. 9:32 left to go in the second. Shocker right now. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll see what's going on, what they're talking about.
Rang out. We've also heard from Scott Baio, the remarkable artist that painted a nice portrait of Corey in honor of him. And, of course, there's a tribute in the stands behind me. The crowd keeps building, and I was just trying in the break attempt to kind of maybe get a ballpark figure on just how many people are here. And I think it's very confident to say, from what I've been told, it's at least 35,000 people in this entire area and behind me and on the sides. It's about as far as the eye can go. I know we've got some amazing cut cams. Hopefully we're able to show you the perspective behind the media riser, Terrence. But I would also imagine a lot of people who decided for whatever reason not to come in. I'm just making sure there wasn't anybody walking in there. People who just are outside waving flags. We see that at these rallies. People who, for whatever reason, they don't necessarily want to come into the rally, but they want to be able to show their presence and support for the president along the streets and hold the flags. I would imagine that is the scene here as President Trump makes his way. Now, you talked about the flyover earlier. It's a very special thing. We don't always get these flyovers. The last one we had prior to this was in Wilmington, North Carolina, where he actually did land on the airstrip there at the rally site. Today he did 2 pass-bys, and it was awesome. I think the crowd enjoyed that, and I love seeing that cockpit image as well. We do have the kind of the third block of this presentation. The music has subsided. Let's see if perhaps we're getting into the last and final block. Nope, song's playing. What we're going to hear for coming up is Eric Trump, Laura Trump, a little bit more of the family message. I anticipate, Terrence, them reflecting on who President Trump is as a father, as a father-in-law to Laura Trump, and just what he means to be, the leader of the Republican Party in terms of policy and the strong policies that it had. So, Terrence, I think we're getting close.
All right, so it's
to the moment he's going to walk
and
out.
obviously we're going to hear from the president's family, so probably not going to get President Trump on for maybe another 45 minutes to an hour. But we're going to hang with you here all the way through. We've been streaming now for 4 hours and 14 minutes. If you've been with us, I appreciate it. Over 1,000 of you still in here, make sure you hit the
necessarily
like, subscribe, comment, share.
Yeah, it really was.
As we've been listening to RAV coverage.
Usually the speakers
of the rally
will come
in Butler,
on, they'll talk
Pennsylvania, as
about
President Trump
the disastrous
returns
border
to
policies, or they'll
make
talk
the
about
speech he was going to speech
the
when the
economic
assassins took
struggles
over.
that they have, the manufacturing sector,
Tried
the
to kill him,
employment
he's back.
sector, foreign wars. Today, it was all about Butler. It was all about the struggles this community has really been dealing with since it happened. I mean, imagine being known for the place that President Trump had an attempted assassination, that he was shot here. They're now coming back to kind of redefine this community, and all the speeches before have kind of played into that narrative that let's be positive, let's move on from this point, and let's go ahead and close this election out. And if I could just take about a minute to talk about how important it is to vote down ballot Republican. And I often said that you may live in a district where you don't particularly like your Republican, your representative, and there's several reasons why that you may not like them, and I may agree with you on every single one of them. But Terrence, it is so important on this election that we maintain the control of the House. We must gain, we must grow our majority there. And it's also important that we win the Senate in order to implement the policies of President Trump. Obviously, we need to get him in the White House. And if we fail to vote for even crappy Republicans that we need to be back in office, then we're going to lose the ability to actually help President Trump get the job done, and promises that he's made on policies. Well, he can only keep them if we have the majority in Congress and the Senate to get them signed into law and get them passed. So I just want to encourage everyone that do not try not to get hung up on some of the bad Republicans that we have, and there are some, and that's, Terrence, that's a whole nother show, and you and I can co-host that show for about 90 minutes on that.
But
they're going to
of what we have to
get
deal
by,
with.
and let's get them in office. Let's elect these Republicans, and maybe focus on getting some of these weaker Republicans out of office during the next primary. But now is not the time to do it. We've got to make sure we vote down ballot this because the Democrats do. So we must do this.
Oh, yeah. Brian, you're right. That's a whole nother show. You and I, we'd be on the air even past President Trump's speech if we talked about that. So we'll leave that where it is. For most of us watching this rally, we're seeing the crowd there behind you. We have a limited view of how many people are there and of just how big this is. But you've described this several times throughout our coverage today as the biggest rally you've witnessed. Put that into perspective for us. Mm-hmm. And I say that, I'm sorry, before you answer that, I say that with the context of, we've heard from a number of people today saying this is their first rally, period. They've never been to a Trump rally before. This is their first one. So take all of those things and put it into perspective for us, if you don't mind.
Yeah. What a great first rally to do it on here in Butler. I do think this is the biggest rally I've ever attended, and I've got a couple reasons why. The number of magnetometers that they have deployed here, that is to bring people through security, make sure no metal objects, no weapons or anything like that is screened. It's the biggest setup we've seen. It's been able to process a large amount of people. That's why this place filled up so quickly. If you remember in past rallies, even when you've had a massive crowd, it's taken a while to kind of sprinkle in and fill in the gaps here. There was no fill in the gaps. It filled in like Niagara Falls. People just came in here, sat down, and instantly within maybe 40 minutes of the gates being open, all this area was full, and then they started filling in the back area. Reason number two, we had a preset time of 6 a.m. today, and there were people here at 5:30 in the morning, and within a matter of maybe an hour and a half, by like 8:30, there was several thousands of people coming into this farm show and lined up as far as the eye can see. I'll give all credit to the Trump Advance team. They did a wonderful job making sure the parking was smooth, making sure everyone knew exactly where to go. Because think about this for a second. You're logistically trying to funnel in about maybe 7,000 cars, and you've got to do that in a way that's orderly and everyone just kind of knows where to go, knows where to park, and knows where to walk to get in. All of the directive signs for that were in place. There was no hassles. Now, granted, there's some road construction out front of the farm show, which I was told yesterday should have been wrapped up weeks ago. But for whatever reason, that did not happen. So you've had some lane closures here in front. Now that has slowed the traffic down big time yesterday. We actually avoided coming in the front entrance here. We took some back entrances to get into the farm show. So although the lanes are open here, and they did that on a Saturday, knowing that they'd have thousands of people in this area. So the traffic coming in and out was not bad at all. And we'll actually see what it looks like on the way out. Now, let me talk about real quickly the economic impact that this rally is likely to have on this Butler area. Now, you've got a lot of people we did kind of a county where do you live check earlier in the pre-show, and a lot of people were from around Butler County and surrounding Allegheny County and the Pittsburgh area, which is normal. We have some people from Ohio, we had people from Nebraska, had people from Florida, New Jersey, New York, Minnesota. But for the most part, they're around here. But if you look at how much money they're going to spend on this Butler area, hotels, restaurant, gasoline station, convenience stores, it's a massive economic impact right now. It really is, because people are spending money at everywhere they go. And if you look at all these other cities that perhaps are a drive-to destination where they need to spend the night, these hotels are filling up, and I think it's great for the economy. So whether or not they have these events in a more of a liberal or a conservative area, I would imagine business owners love it when President Trump comes to town, because that brings economic dollars to their area.
Absolutely. Good point. Brian Glenn, stand by. We're going to get back to you here momentarily. Do want to go over to Ben Berkram, who's got some real American voices with him. Ben, fill us in. What are folks there talking about with you?
Well, I'm walking down the line here, and I'm asking some questions, and then this lovely young lady here says, you got to talk to these guys over here. They're from Canada. I'm like, Canada? What are you guys doing down here? You coming to vote? But no, they're here. They're MAGA. We're not Democrats. We don't do fraudulent votes. Tell me, what's your name, how old you are, where you're from?
I'm Justin. I'm 19, and I'm from Ontario. I'm Ari. I'm 18, and I'm also from Ontario.
You're from Canada. You got the Never Surrender sweater. You got your Trump signs here. And you were here at the last rally.
Yeah, I was here at the last rally.
That was your first rally.
That was my first rally. So
what did you? Whereabouts? Stage is off to our left here. Where were you last time?
I was just along that fence over to the left over there.
You guys, what did you make of that day when it happened?
Oh, it was crazy. Like something that you just be in the movies, and yeah, it was just mind-blowing. And then just seeing everyone just staying back and making sure that Trump was okay. Like nobody was running or anything like that. So it was definitely
that's really the most amazing part of that
experience
day.
At a rally for
the
me.
Crowd
So
behavior.
You guys are cousins?
Oh yeah.
How important is? Oh, hang on a second.
Mr. John Paulson.
It sounds like we've got somebody else up on stage. Guys, hold that thought. It seemed like a mixed reaction, guys. Terrence, I'm going to throw it back to you, but it sounds like John Paulson, business owner John Paulson, is coming up on stage. Stay tuned for the rest of the story with these guys.
John Paulson, I think he's a hedge fund guy, Paulson. I could be wrong about that. We'll cut the music not to get a copyright strike here, and then we'll listen to John Paulson.
I'm proud to be a proud supporter of President Trump. When he is elected president, he will deliver the greatest economic boom to America than we've ever seen. We'll see growth in our energy sector. We become a manufacturing powerhouse. We'll see growth in real wages, which will benefit all Americans. It's great to see so many people here. Thank you. God bless.
Okay. John, thanks for coming. I guess they told John he had a limit of, what, 27 seconds? That was interesting. All right, John, you got 27 seconds to say what you want.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage American investor and founder of the Witkoff Group, Mr. Steve Witkoff.
All right, Steve Witkoff coming up. We know he's very close with President Trump. He is with President Trump quite a bit. President Trump references Steve Witkoff and his son quite a bit. I know they're very close. Over 1,100 of you in here now. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe. We appreciate it. Steve Witkoff takes the stage in Butler. Let's listen in.
Wow. Wow. I wish my mom was here. First, I have some prepared remarks, but I would like to extend my blessings to the Dutch and Comperatore family, and also to the Comperatore family. My heart is with you. This is a beautiful, beautiful town. I was marveling at the beauty. Patriots of Butler, Pennsylvania, it is my honor and my blessing to stand before you today. I'm not just here as a speaker, but I am a dear friend of the president and someone who has had the privilege of knowing President Trump personally, witnessing his strength and commitment to our nation. You know President Trump as a man who never backs down. I've been at his side through some of the toughest moments, and I can tell you, he embodies the leadership we need in these times for our nation. I was 10 feet away from him during the second assassination attempt. Amidst the chaos, President Trump stood tall. He didn't flinch or complain, not one bit. He chose strength, not for himself, but for us, for me that day, his friends, his staff, and for every American who believes in this country. That's who Donald Trump, my dear friend, is. He's a fighter, the toughest fighter I know, who refuses to be broken or beaten. He faces adversity head on and says, "Bring it on." At the Republican National Convention where I spoke, I shared a side of the president many do not have the luxury of seeing: his empathy. While the media paints him as tough, they don't show how deeply he cares. He feels the burden of every challenge this country faces and understands the struggles of everyday Americans. I'll never forget when he reached out to me after I lost my son, Andrew. He wasn't just the president. He was a friend, offering comfort and ensuring we weren't alone. That's the kind of leader he is, the kind we need more than now than ever, the kind who came here today even though he lost his own life on this very stage, but he was not going to be deterred. Today we stand at a pivotal moment. In the wake of the Iranian attack, our nation stands at a crossroads. The world watches to see who will step up to lead us. We need a leader who understands the gravity of this moment, who embodies strength in action, not just in words. President Donald Trump is that leader. My friend has stood up to tyrants and bullies, making tough decisions and always putting this country first, even when it wasn't an easy choice. That's why we need him more now than ever. This isn't about politics. It is about the soul of our country. It is about choosing strength over weakness, vision over indecision, and leadership over chaos. We are living in a time that demands greatness. As Abraham Lincoln once said, You cannot escape the responsibility of tomorrow by evading it today. President Trump understands that. He is the most consequential president in the history of this country. He knows that leading this nation is about taking responsibility for our future, ensuring our children and grandchildren inherit a country that is safe, prosperous, and free. Behind the headlines and the political battles is a man who wants to see America thrive. He believes in every fiber of his being that this country is still the greatest nation on earth and that her best days are yet to come. So as we face this pivotal moment in history, ask yourselves, who do you want leading this country when the enemies of freedom threaten our way of life? Do you want someone who bows to pressure because this man doesn't? Or someone who stands up, fights back, and says, no matter what you throw at me, I will not break. I will not waver. I will not back down. That is Donald J. Trump. He has the courage to face today's challenges and the vision to build a brighter tomorrow. The pathway to peace, prosperity, and strength isn't found in weakness or hesitation. It's found in unwavering resolve. It's found in a leader who refuses to let America be pushed around or let our enemies dictate our future. So Butler, Pennsylvania, this beautiful town, I ask you to stand with me. Stand with President Trump and stand for the future of this incredible country. Together, we will overcome every obstacle and make sure America's best days are still ahead. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless President Trump and his family, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, Steve Witkoff there. Pretty impressive. Impressive remarks. He's an impressive guy, very close with President Trump. Really a view of the man that most don't get, like he said. So the list of speakers is your high-profile speakers. Now I think we're pretty much into that. We're waiting on the Trump family. I don't know if they're all going to come together at once or if we're getting them one at a time. I suspect Don Jr., Eric. We'll see who else we get. Well, speaking of Eric and Laura, here they are right now. And of course, Laura was with the president last night with Anna Paulina Luna at the town hall that they did. She's co-chair of the current RNC. And some of us still have a lot of questions about what the RNC is doing. And in 31 days, we're going to get our answer of what they've been doing and where they've been spending their money and how they've been spending it. All right, let's listen to Eric Trump and his wife.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, I've never been more proud to be anywhere in my life than I am today here with you on this stage. This is a big family. They tried to take away someone we all love, and they did take away someone we love in Corey, an incredible man. His family's backstage. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. They've tried to get my father every single second since he went down that golden escalator. Laura and I have witnessed it every single day. They tried to smear us. They tried to bankrupt us. They came after us. They impeached him twice. They went after his Supreme Court justices. They weaponized the entire legal system. The Russia hoax, the dirty dossiers. You remember every single one of them. Far left AGs, far left DAs in every far left place in this country went after my father. They tried to pull him off the ballot in Colorado. They tried to pull him off the ballot in Maine. And it has not worked. And then, guys, they tried to kill him. They tried to kill him. And it's because the Democratic Party, they can't do anything right. They can't do anything right. You see it this week in the FEMA response in North Carolina, and in Georgia, and in South Carolina, and in Florida. You have people's houses floating down rivers. And what does Kamala do? She comes out and says, yes, I'd like to give that family $750. We send $200 billion over to Ukraine so beautiful young kids can shoot at each other in trenches. $200 billion. We give hundreds of billions of dollars to Pakistan. They wouldn't tell us that bin Laden was literally a mile away from their equivalent of West Point. We send hundreds of billions of dollars to them. We gave $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America. And Kamala Harris comes out and says, we're going to give $750 to the person who lost their house in a mudslide. Guys, this isn't America first. This is America last. But the good news, help is on the way. And help is on the way from the bravest person I have ever met in my entire life. My father's been the greatest father a person could ever have. He's been an inspiration to this entire country. And he was an inspiration here in Butler when he stood up with blood running down his face and said, fight, fight, fight. I love all of you so much. I really mean it. This is a family. This isn't politics, guys. Guys, this isn't politics. This isn't politics. This is a movement of absolute love of hundreds of millions of people who want to save the United States, who want to keep our country number one at absolutely everything we do. And that's why we're going to re-elect Donald Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Guys, we love you. And to a woman that is doing a truly great job in every aspect of life, from being a great wife to an unbelievable mother. By the way, I think Caroline and Luke Trump are the most popular Trumps right now. Did you guys see them a couple weeks ago? Vote for Grandpa. Make America great again. But she's doing a hell of a job as the RNC co-chair. You know, I get to go to bed every single night and wake up every single morning listening about voter integrity. It's really great. I'm really, really excited for November 6th when Laura can turn over in the morning and not talk about voter integrity. but she's doing a hell of a job. Ladies and gentlemen, Laura Trump.
All right, Pennsylvania. Is anybody here ready to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House? Well, we're 31 days away. 1 month from right now, as Donald Trump always says, will be the most important day in the history of America, because this is a pivotal moment for our country. And I don't even have to tell anybody that here. We can all feel it. This is no longer a fight between Republican versus Democrat, left versus right. It is good versus evil. And good is going to win this battle, ladies and gentlemen. And if you had any question whether God exists and he performs miracles, we got our answer here on July 13th, right here in Butler, Pennsylvania. He spared Donald Trump's life because he was not finished with Donald Trump. And he did it not once, but twice. And I've said it time and time again, but now you feel it more than ever. Donald Trump was made for such a time as this. It's such an honor to be back here in Butler. And you know, I knew before Donald Trump even said he wanted to come back here that he would come back to Butler, Pennsylvania, because in life, you can operate with fear and cowardice, or you can operate with strength and faith. And that's what Donald Trump operates with, strength and faith. And that's the kind of leader we need to see back at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We need strength in this country. And Eric's right. I've been doing a little something with making sure that we have free, fair, and transparent elections, and that only legal citizens are voting in our elections here in the United States of America. That's okay. It's been the #1 focus of the RNC since I took over alongside our chairman, Michael Whatley, back in March. We have had a big goal of recruiting 100,000 people to volunteer as poll watchers, poll workers, legal experts on the ground. And we said, I don't know, 100,000 is a lot. I'm happy to report that we have trained 200,000 people across this country to do that. So our message is very clear. If you are a person who is considering cheating in our elections, we will find you, we will track you down, and we will prosecute you to the full extent of the law. And if you're an illegal citizen voting in our election, we'll track you down and prosecute you to the full extent of the law, and you're leaving this country. How's that sound? Don't do it. It's not worth it. But real quick, before I go, is everybody in this crowd registered to vote? Well, it could be that you've heard of someone who's been doing so much voter registration right here in Pennsylvania. His name is Scott Pressler. And he has done an incredible job. We have flipped Bucks County and Luzerne County from Democrat to Republican in terms of voter registration. And I would like to invite my friend Scott Pressler to come up and say a few words to you folks, if you would welcome him, please, to the stage right now. And he wore shorts for us today, so check out his legs. Look at this. Yes.
I wish I didn't wear shorts today. Mom and Dad, I honor you on the stage today, Captain Robert Pressler and my mom, Carol Pressler. Pennsylvania, you have the power to change the world. Pennsylvania wins the White House, and so please, I ask you today, please check your voter status, make sure you're an active voter registered at your current address, and please visit vote.pa.gov and register to vote today. A message to our union workers: we want your vote. We want to keep jobs here in America. To our beautiful Amish and Lancaster and across the state, we will protect your raw milk, your dairy, your farming, your school choice, your religious freedom, your ability to afford to have 10 beautiful children per family. To our hunters, 30% of you are not registered to vote. Please, our hunters, support the Second Amendment, register to vote. To our truckers that service us every single day, please request a mail-in ballot or vote early, lock in those votes. To our sorority sisters and our fraternity brothers, please, you have the power. If you're going to school here in Pennsylvania, register to vote legally and lawfully here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I feel this from the top of my head to the tip of my toes. I love our great country. President Trump took a bullet for us. Please use your ballot and have his back on Tuesday, November 5th, and deliver Pennsylvania for Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, before we go, what we're going to do here today, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to make a new memory in Butler, Pennsylvania, and this will mark the moment that this election was won for Donald J. Trump. Let's send him back to the White House on November 5th. We love you, Pennsylvania. Thank you. God bless.
All right, Eric and Laura Trump there with Scott Pressler. Good stuff. We'll see who comes up next. I would assume it's Don Jr. and the rest of whoever else in the Trump family is going to speak. I was sitting here wondering if the First Lady is there, if she might be the one to introduce President Trump. She's had a lot to say about July 13th and how people have just tried to memory hole it. She's had a couple very memorable things, a letter she wrote and then an interview she did. I have not heard about whether Melania is there. Certainly wouldn't surprise me if she is, although it wouldn't surprise me if she isn't either. She hasn't attended a lot. She seemingly hasn't been on the campaign trail a ton. So we'll see who's next. 5:47 on the East Coast. There's about 1,200 of you in here. Glad you're here. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe. Give me the thumbs up. Share this with your friends if you're watching. As we wait for President Trump to make his official return to the stage, a stage that he never should have taken back on July 13th. We'll see how today. I'm sure the president will be, for a guy who's got a pretty steely exterior, I would think he's going to be feeling some emotions, some nerves as he takes the stage in Butler for this speech today. Let's listen in here.
Where the first assassination attempt on him happened. The family just speaking. We just heard from Trump family members there, Brian. And this is let's just be honest. This impacted families, not just the Trump family, but obviously the Comperatore family, so many other families. And what we're seeing today is a return of many of these families here to the scene to try to get some sort of closure.
Yeah, you're right. We kind of called it we knew the message would be more of from a family point of view, and it was. And I think that, and I love Eric Trump when he says, look, this is beyond politics. This is, I love you guys. And of course, they returned the chant with, we love you. And I really genuinely felt that moment from Eric Trump, because he knows that, his father was almost taken out here in Butler, Pennsylvania. I also love the special moment of bringing Scott Pressler on stage. Let me just take 30 seconds to really emphasize the improvements that has happened here in Pennsylvania. Scott Pressler has been on the ground for years across this great country, getting people registered to vote. It wasn't until about 2 years ago he really focused on Pennsylvania and focused on getting a greater turnout in these very deep red areas to actually kind of boost the numbers statistically on these very red areas to make up for other areas in the state. He has done phenomenal things, and every single time I see Scott Pressler and I say on the air, when we win Pennsylvania, I will tell you it's because of people like Scott Pressler, specifically like Scott Pressler, that have been on the ground and organically have gotten people registered to vote and have really spread the message of success in the policies that Trump can have specifically on this state, Terrence.
Yeah, and Brian, to your point, as we are watching this picture here to my right, you see Senator J.D. Vance on the ground there. He, of course, spoke a little while ago. Now he's out shaking hands and talking to some of the people who have showed up there for today's rally. But Pennsylvania is truly important, and one of the things that Scott Pressler has really been pivotal in is making sure that he gets so many more Pennsylvanians registered to vote. And he's saying that in addition to the fact that we're seeing fewer Democrats registering to vote and fewer Democrats sending in their ballots these days, that it really does right the ship, or that it seems to set the stage, if you will, for a Trump victory there in Pennsylvania.
Some shots from what's going on behind the scenes today.
Right in the middle of this rally when President Trump was scheduled to speak. And so, yeah, definitely some questions there in terms of why they would try to schedule it for that time. Fortunately, it's been pushed back, but I agree with you. It may have been better to postpone it for a day or so that hopefully there can be an increase as people are set to hear from President Trump here. So we're looking at this picture. I don't know if you can see it, but there are a number of dignitaries who are gathered. We saw Senator J.D. Vance. It, of course, brings to mind, Brian, probably the biggest dignitary who is set to be there today. That, of course, will be Elon Musk. He has said that he will be in attendance. Talk about how big that is, just from a cultural perspective. Not even, the richest man in the world is going to be on site, but it's significant culturally. Talk about that.
Yeah, that's a great point. One of our camera guys, I'll give Samuel a shout out. He does a lot of production for Saving America, which, by the way, we are shooting an episode specifically on Butler.
Pretty unbelievable.
Henry Ford show up to one of your events. He is the genesis of the electric car movement. And I know that President Trump, time to time, will talk about the electric industry, and he says he's a fan of what he does. He just doesn't want it mandated. But think about how big that is. And then even on the freedom of speech platform, him by taking over Twitter, turning it into X, now outside of Truth Social, I'd say that X is the only remaining platform where we could have an open forum of freedom of speech, and we can all, exchange ideas without being canceled. Instagram, Facebook, very much not the fact. The music is fading. Let me see if we have an intro video. I'm looking at the rundown right now. Outside of the Trump family, we are going to get into some video. Let's step aside and take this video real quick. Let's see the significance of this as we're live.
There are some moments in history that are forever seared into our hearts. Moments when time stops, when joy is shattered by pure terror, when evil seems to triumph over good, and our pride turns to mourning, all in an instant. The bravest among us suddenly fallen. Patriots and presidents besieged. A nation stunned to its core. And in the silence of our grief, in the stillness of our prayers, we ask, why? And we may never know. But in our nation's darkest moments, when all seems lost, when the cause seems to be unwinnable, when the night seems to never end and hope is on its knees, we rise. When will they learn this man cannot be stopped? This movement cannot be defeated. And even when they mock us, even when they slander us, even when they count us out of the fight, we will not stop.
We will not bend. We will not break. We will not yield. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. We will never, ever surrender. My fellow Americans, our movement is far from over. In fact, our fight has only just begun.
Okay, there you go. Video.
Ladies and
Here we
gentlemen,
go. I hear.
please welcome the next president of the
Looks like Lee
United
Greenwood
States,
is not there in
President
person.
Donald
Looks like
J.
we've got a recording.
Trump.
All the things were gone. I'd worked for all my life.
That doesn't sound like
And I
live.
had to start again.
Maybe it is.
With just my children and my wife.
Oh, it actually might be live.
Thank my lucky stars to be living here today.
Oh yeah, it's definitely live.
Cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away.
What a moment. What a moment.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Oh yeah, it's live.
And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
There's Lee.
From the lakes of Minnesota,
Steel.
to the hills of Tennessee,
Steel in that man's spine.
across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA. There's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
little rough, but good job. What a moment. President Trump takes the stage in Butler, PA. Let's enjoy this.
Lee, thank you very much, really, and thank you, a very big thank you to Pennsylvania. We love Pennsylvania. And as I was saying,
Good stuff.
oh, I love that. I love that chart. I love that graph. Isn't it a beautiful thing? But also beautiful because look at the number. That's the day I left office. It was the lowest Border Patrol, the lowest it's ever been. Illegal immigration. Today it's out of control. But I love it for other reasons, too. You know that. So thank you very much. And thank Lee and what Lee has done with that song. And it's such an honor to have it. I want to just let you know that tonight I return to Butler in the aftermath of tragedy and heartache to deliver a simple message to the people of Pennsylvania and to the people of America. Our movement to make America great again stands stronger, prouder, more united, more determined, and nearer to victory than ever before. We're going to make America great again. Going to win the election. Going to win the election. And to all Americans, whether you are Republican, Democrat, Independent, Conservative, or Liberal, or you have no label whatsoever, it makes no difference. Our movement, it belongs to you. It belongs to our country. It belongs to our country. And together, in just 1 month, we are going to usher in a new golden age of American security, prosperity, sovereignty, and freedom for our citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. Exactly 12 weeks ago this evening on this very ground, a cold-blooded assassin aimed to silence me and to silence the greatest movement, MAGA, in the history of our country. MAGA. We love MAGA. For 16 harrowing seconds during the gunfire, time stopped as this vicious monster unleashed pure evil from his sniper's perch, not so far away. But by the hand of Providence and the grace of God, that villain did not succeed in his goal, did not come close. He did not stop our movement. He did not break out our spirit. He did not shake our unyielding resolve to save America from evils of poverty, hatred, and destruction. Yet we are here this evening in record numbers. This is a big crowd. This is a big one. This is a big one. Not only to mark the triumph of American spirit, but over, and you know that this is really, truly, in the truest sense, spirit over evil and adversity, but also to pay tribute to some of the best and bravest we have ever known. This field is now a monument to the valor of our first responders, to the resilience of our fellow citizens, and to the sacrifice of a loving and devoted father, a really great man. You know that. Forever afterward, forever after, all who have visited this hallowed place will remember what happened here and they will know of the character and courage that so many incredible American patriots have showed and know, and they know it at a level never seen before, probably. First, I want to thank the men and women of the U.S. Secret Service who threw their bodies on top of mine without even a thought for their own lives. They were on top of me so fast. They were on top of me, and there was not even a moment of doubt in their minds. You watch those tapes, not even a moment of doubt. I want to thank Secret Service. They're great, great people. They are great people. And in that moment, those agents displayed a devotion to duty that cannot be described, and they did it yet again less than 3 weeks ago when they really did a fantastic job. Another attempt. It was another attempt. We have an evil world. We have a very sick world. My gratitude to them is beyond measure. We also owe a tremendous debt, thanks to the Secret Service counter sniper and a local police sniper who returned fire within seconds and stopped the shooter quickly and saved many lives. If he didn't stop, he saved many lives. He had a lot of bullets, a lot of ammunition up there with him. And we are, I mean, just amazing when you think they did it so quickly without any knowledge of what was going on, boom. And had that not happened, it would have been a very different story. It would have been many, potentially many people. I also want to express our thanks to the Butler Township Police Department, incredible people. The Butler Sheriff's deputies, Pennsylvania State Police, and all of the other law enforcement heroes, as well as the emergency personnel and doctors, the medical teams at Butler Memorial Hospital, Allegheny General Hospital, who rushed me and rushed some of these very badly wounded people. They were wounded, a lot of badly wounded people, and in particular two people. And I tell you, they were very brave and great people. They were big Trump fans, and they still are. That means something. That was pretty amazing. You know, when I got up, I asked whether or not anybody was killed. I assumed that there would be a lot because I heard the bullets winging right over my head. They said probably 3. The doctors did such an incredible job. It was one great gentleman, but the other 2 have been amazing, actually. They've gone through it. They've gone through a lot. And when the crisis struck, they did really Pennsylvania proud. You've heard that expression, Pennsylvania proud. It's a great place. I went to school. I went to college in Pennsylvania. It's a great place. The people are incredible. Also, and I have to say, after returning to the field tonight, is one of the really brave Americans who was hit by the assassin's bullet, U.S. Marine veteran David Dutch. David, thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you, David. And David, we're thrilled to see your recovery is going well. Great doctors up here, I have to tell you, great doctors. Your courage is really an inspiration to us all, so I want to thank you very much, David. A great gentleman, great gentleman. I want to send our love to someone who could not be here because he has just undergone a major surgery related to the shooting. A man who was really badly wounded, like David, James Copenhagen, because James was a wonderful man, a big Trump fan. And Mr. Copenhagen is out there watching us right now, but he's in a hospital where they did some additional work, but he's in great shape. He wanted to be here so badly, but he's in great shape, and we appreciate it, and we're looking to his full and complete recovery. He will have a complete recovery. Thank you. Thank you very much. And of course, there's one more hero who could not make it back here tonight because he is no longer with us, right? You know who that is, right? Corey, our beautiful Corey. Corey is not with us tonight, and he should be. And We all miss him. He's become somewhat of a folk hero, I have to tell you. Who is with us is his beautiful wife and daughters and relatives, sister. Please, where are you? Where are they sitting? There they are. There's a lot of people. It's not easy to find people in this audience. Goes back further than you can see. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great family, a great, incredible family. And he loved you a lot. And, you know, his wife said something very beautiful. The public, a lot of people, all of us, a lot of people have been very generous, and she said, I'd rather have my husband. That's a good thing to say. That's a good thing to say. I'd rather have my husband. Corey Comperatore was an incredible husband and father, a devout Christian, a veteran, and a proud former fire chief, very respected within the town. Everybody knew him. Few men volunteered to run into fires, but Corey was one of those who did. He ran into fires. I spoke to people that were with this guy would do anything. He was brave, right? Brave guy like you. And he was also a protector who put his life on the line for others, and he loved doing it. And when the sound of gunshots pierced the air on that July evening, Corey leapt into the fire one more time. In his last seconds of this earth, he threw himself on the top of his wife and daughters. He didn't want them hurt. He threw himself. He said he knew what was happening. He didn't want them hurt. And he was hit hard. He was hit hard. And he gave his life to shield their lives. Every father and husband in America hopes that if the time came, we would have what Corey had. Tremendous courage, tremendous guts, and he wanted to protect his family, and he did protect his family. At this time, it is 6:11, 12 weeks to the minute that the shooting began. I would like to ask everyone to join me in a moment of silence. Now that is what you call a voice. One of the greatest opera singers in the world, and Christopher Macchio, who's truly a great talent, is going to be back when I leave, and I'm going to stay backstage watching every song. He's going to sing 3 or 4 great songs, Nessa Dorma and others. And so I wouldn't leave your seat too fast when we're finished today, but this is in honor of 3 great people, actually 3 great, and in particular Corey. And we appreciate it, but that is a real voice, isn't it, huh? That's not, what do you think, Mr. Future Vice President? Pretty good, right? I don't know if you could do that, JD, I don't know. I don't think JD can do that. In the face of murderous hate, Corey answered the most selfless kind of love. We are joined this evening by Corey's incredible widow, Helen, his 2 precious daughters, Kaylee and Allison, and his sisters, Kelly and Dawn. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is an incredible tribute. This is a tribute like no other, and he deserves it. To Helen and the entire family, I can only begin to imagine the depths of your grief, but I want you to know that just like you, we will carry his memory in our hearts for as long as we live. Everybody in this stadium and everybody that was there on that tragic evening, we are thinking about Corey. We think about him a lot. I know he's looking down on us right now from heaven, smiling at his beloved wife and daughters and his mother, Karen, and his entire family, And he's with you, and he's going to be with us for a long time because, you know, some people just don't die in vain, and what he's left behind is incredible. And so God bless you, Corey. God bless you. Thank you very much. God bless you. You know, I just one little story. Helen told me that on the day that they came to the rally, Corey was really excited because somebody gave him great seats right up front here with the people from North Carolina, the ladies from North Carolina. This is their 227th rally. I don't know what's going on with them. Those beautiful ladies. But they always seem to have good seats. Yeah. But Corey had the best seat in the house, and he was telling his wife and family on the way over in the car, he said, I'm telling you, he's going to invite me up on the stage, because I do that sometimes. I take people, we invite them up on the stage. And she smiled, thinking it'll never happen. And little did anyone realize that Corey would be on the stage 3 months later in an almost immortal position. And that's where he is today. He's on the stage in a, I think it's a truly immortal position. So the love that he showed on that day and throughout his life is the love that sustains the entire movement, love that our families have, and it's love of our communities and love of our country. It's a force more powerful than any hatred and malice, because even in the darkest hours, it shines forth as a guide, and it guides us like nothing could ever guide us. It guides us really like a candle in the night. And so it's love like Corey's that is joining us to save our country, that's going to heal our country, and that is going to reunite our country as one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So what our opponents have never understood is that this movement has never been about me. It's always been about you. It's been about a lot of people, millions and millions of people, the biggest ever in the history of this country, maybe anywhere. And everyday people who are the heart and soul of our country. They love our movement, they love our country, and they know they're doing right. Your hopes are my hopes, your dreams are my dreams, and your future is what I am fighting for every single day. And now I have a great companion in J.D. Vance. How good was he the other night? How good? He was great. He was great. But from the very beginning of this journey, I've been on a mission to rescue our country from a failed and very corrupt political establishment, very corrupt. We have to change it. We have to change it. We need also a very free and open press, and to give it back to the country you believe in and I believe in. It's the country that we were born in and the country that you deserve. You deserve this. In that mission, I will never quit. I will never bend. I will never break. I will never yield, not even in the face of death itself. And I believe that every citizen deserves an America with a grand, very, very grand ambition, great opportunities, and limitless. We just want limitless potential. We want an America where you can get ahead and be proud of life and provide for your family in a really decent way, where we don't have crime. We have a fabulous military to protect us from evil. We have everything has to be the best. We have to have the best schools. We have to have strong borders. We don't want bad people coming in and hurting us. We don't want to have open borders, do we? You deserve a government that protects and respects its own citizens, that defends your sovereignty, your security, and your dignity and your freedom. You deserve a nation that builds things, again, makes things better, that aims for the stars once more, and that once again commands respect. And we want to get respect like we had it 4 years ago. The entire world respected us. They respected us. They respected us more than they've ever respected us. And now they laugh at us. We can't have them laugh at us, can we? Above all, you deserve leadership in Washington that does not answer to the lobbyists, to the bureaucrats, or to the corrupt special interests, but answers only to you, the hardworking citizens of America, of which there are a lot of them. We have a lot of them. We have a lot of them. Over the past 8 years, those who want to stop us from achieving this future have slandered me, impeached me, indicted me, tried to throw me off the ballot, and who knows, maybe even tried to kill me. But I've never stopped fighting for you, and I never will. Never will. Never gonna stop. Thank you. Thank you. And in turn, you have always stood with me. You have always stood with me, no matter what. You saw what was going on. You saw the hoaxes and the scams. You saw everything that went on. We are a team. We're a great team, I think. We're probably the best team ever in the history of our country, if you really think about it. We've fought together. We have endured together. We have pushed onward together. And right here in Pennsylvania, we have bled together. We've bled. We've had 3 people that really got hit hard. 2 of them made it. Great doctors, great doctors. They weren't supposed to make it. I wasn't supposed to make it. People said, my great doctor at Butler said, "Sir, you're the luckiest man alive. This would be a good time for you to go out and buy a lottery ticket." I've never seen anything like. I almost went out and bought a lottery ticket. I'll take it. And 31 days from now, here in this great Commonwealth, and all across our land, we are going to win together. We are going to vote together. We're going to win the greatest election in the history of our country, maybe the greatest election all time. After we all have been through all of this together, nobody's gone through what we've gone through. Nobody. Because I go through it, you're going through it too. But there's never been anything like this. You know, I always say there's an enemy from within and there's an outside enemy. And if you're smart, the outside enemy is not going to be a problem. Russia, China, North Korea, we're not going to have a problem if you have a smart president. If you have not such a smart president, then it's a problem. But we have an enemy from within, which I think is much more dangerous than the outside enemy. We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We can make these the 4 greatest years. We'll turn it around so fast that your head will spin. With victory on November 5th, we are going to redeem America's promise and unlock the extraordinary future that is just within our reach. It is now within our reach. Think of it, 1 month from today, 1 month. We got to get there. We got to get there. They'll drop all sorts of bombs. They'll be hitting you, JD. They'll be hitting me. These people, they'll hit and hit. But I think we've almost become immune to it, haven't we? We've become immune to it. You got a little dose of it, a couple of little doses. No, that's the only way. That's the only way they can even think about winning, with open borders. Who wants open borders? Who wants men playing in women's sports? Who wants sex change operations for illegal aliens in holding bins? No, I don't think so. We will begin a new era of soaring income, skyrocketing wealth, millions and millions of new jobs, and a booming middle class. We're going to boom like we've never boomed before. And we're going to unleash a manufacturing renaissance right here in Pennsylvania, including fracking like we've never fracked before. We're going to frack, frack, frack. You know, our opponent said, there'll be no fracking, no fracking. We'll never frack, we'll never frack. Then she started seeing poll numbers, by the way. And by the way, speaking of poll numbers, do you mind if I mention poll numbers? Because I only mention them when they're good. I never mention it. But one that's hit me really amazingly, Rasmussen, very highly respected poll. JD, it just came out. I don't think you heard this one, but this is a shocker. You know, they always say the Democrats will win the Hispanic vote, but we've been creeping up rather rapidly. And Rasmussen is one of the most respected polls. I mean, Republicans would get 4, 5, 6, 9, 10%. They just came out with a poll, 62% for Trump. Think of that. Think of that. And 34% for Kamala. I don't usually use her last name because nobody knows who I'm talking about. I go, Harris, Harris. They say, who's Harris? It's happening all the time. Who's Harris? And we can't find out who she is, because if we do, our country is going to be in big trouble. We will live in a very beautiful city or town that are safe and clean, with borders that are sealed and secure. And again, we want people to come into our country. We all want that. We need that. But you know what? We want them to come in legally. They're going to come in legally and love for our country. And America will once again be strong and confident and free. And we're going to have that. We're going to have it strong, confident, and free. That's why I'm here today. You know, I could right now be having a beautiful life. I don't have to be here. I could be on a gorgeous beach someplace. I have such nice property. I could be in Monte Carlo, as an example, but I'd rather be in Butler with you. I would rather. I'd rather be in Butler. And I think JD would rather be in Butler, JD. No, I'd rather be here, because we're doing something. You know, they got a lot of rich guys. They go, nobody cares about them. I had one about a month ago, very, very rich guy, and he called me up. He said, President, I've known him for a long time. I don't say how long because I don't want my wife to hear that number. It's a long time. But he's very successful, and he said to me, sir, could you do me a favor? The guy's worth billions of dollars. He said, could you do me a favor? I can't get into a restaurant. Do you think you could call them to get me in? And I said, what the hell is the good of being rich if you can't get into a restaurant, right? And I called the maitre d'. Hi, I'm a little embarrassed. Hi, this is Donald Trump. I recognize your voice. I said, would you do me a favor? A friend of mine is online about a mile back. This is a very successful restaurant. And he's got his wife. I described the wife. Could you possibly go get them? Could you go get them and bring them in? And he did. And my friend called me up the next day. He said, thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, Doctor, please. Doctor in the house. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, doctor. Yeah, thank you. Take your time, doctor, please. We got plenty of time, right? We got a lot of time. You doing okay? Take your time. We've got to protect our people, right? Take your time. It's all right, doctor. Go ahead. That's all right. That's all right. People come out 2-3 days ago, and then they get it's an amazing thing. It's an amazing thing. We appreciate. Everybody appreciates it. Yep. Take your time. That's great. That's great. Do we have the greatest people in the world? We have the greatest people in the world. First responders, thank you very much.
President Trump is taking a break as they attend to somebody who has either fallen ill in the crowd there, and they've been waiting about 5-6 minutes now. Letting the first responders do what they do.
Thank you.
Mets have taken the lead in the 8th, 2-1, about to be 3-1. 3-1, 1 out, Top of the 8th in Philadelphia, game 1 of the NLDS. Well, they're handing out water. I mean, could it be that hot there? I mean, I'm not that far from Butler. I don't know, 5 hours or so. And it's about 68 degrees in New York. Maybe it's.
Thank you, Doctor. Great job. Thank you very much. Thank you, all. Fellas, thank you. First responders, thank you very much. People are here for a long time, and we appreciate it very much. And so sometimes that happens. A lot of times that happens, actually. But she'll be great. You watch. So 12 weeks ago, we all took a bullet for America, and all we are all asking is that everyone goes out and votes. We got to win. We can't let this happen to our country. We can't take another 4 years like this. We won't have a country left. We're not going to have a country left. And all of this will be for nothing if you don't get out and vote. It will all be for nothing. We will have talked about it, and if we do it, it'll be the greatest achievement, I think, in the history of politics for all of us for this age. Because we're going to change our country around and fast. We're going to do things that nobody thought were possible. We're going to do them fast. So Pennsylvania, it's time to stand up for America and a time to save our country. This is really about saving our country. It's never been like this. When you look at the crime, look at the crime. Look at the people that are coming in, murderers. 13,099 murders let in over the last short period of time. Murderers that have been released from penitentiaries, prisons, jails, released into our country. Crime rates all over the world are down. They're taking their gang members and their criminals. They're taking their people in jail, and they're releasing them into our country. We can't have it. You know, we just can't have it. How do you get more simple than that? They're releasing murderers, they're releasing drug dealers, they're releasing gang members and criminals, human traffickers. Mostly they traffic in women, and they're releasing them all into our country, and they're emptying their jails, and their crime rates in Venezuela are way down because, you know, but it's not only in South America, it's all over the world, in Africa, the Congo. There are a lot of people coming out of the Congo in Africa. They're coming out from Asia. They're coming out from the Middle East, Yemen. They're coming out from Yemen. A lot of people coming out of Yemen, and they're known terrorists, and they just release them into our country from countries unknown also. They know nothing about the people. Oh, go right in. These people are crazy. And we have to win. We'll stop it immediately, and it will be a big deportation. We're going to deport these people. We're going to get them out of our country immediately, or we won't have a country. And if we win Pennsylvania, we will win the whole thing. The whole thing will be won. So for the sake of our families, for the sake of our children, we will keep on going, and as the expression goes, I mean, I'm a little embarrassed to say it, to be honest with you, but I'm going to say it because a lot of people do say it. We will fight, fight, fight. We're going to fight for our country. We're going to fight for our country. And together we will save this country. We will restore the republic, and America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer and greater, and more united than ever before. Our country will be united. You'll watch. You'll watch. You know, we had the most successful country ever, maybe in the world during my term. We had the greatest economy that we've ever had. And you know what was happening? We were uniting. The other side, radical left people were coming over. They wanted to meet. They were coming over. Women, men, If you look at population, our black population, our Hispanic population, our Asian population, everybody was doing better. People that went to the best schools and best colleges in the world got the highest marks, and people that couldn't get a high school degree, everybody was doing better, and our country was coming together. And then we got hit with COVID, a gift from China. Some people would call it the China virus. And we did a great job on that, too. We did a great job, but the world was disturbed. $60 trillion in damage worldwide, millions and millions of, tens of millions of people killed. And we still, during this 4-year period, we had the greatest economy, one of the great countries of the world. And we left with a stock market that was higher than it was just prior to COVID coming in. So what we did was something really incredible. But we had the greatest, most successful country ever. We had the greatest economy in our history, and we're going to do it again, and maybe even better. We learned a lot. We learned a lot about people and about doing things and what works and what doesn't work, and we're going to do it, and it's going to be quick. It's going to be quick. And we're going to have safe cities, and we're going to have great cities again, and we're going to have a capital in Washington, D.C., which is right now crime-ridden. You leave from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you go drive down to Washington, D.C., and you drive down and you end up getting murdered, you end up getting hurt, you get mugged. We are going to straighten out Washington, D.C. We're going to make it again the most beautiful capital in the world. We're not going to have graffiti. We're not going to have graffiti on our marble columns. We're not going to have roads that have potholes all over them and medians that are falling into the highways. We're going to run it properly. We're going to change it. We're going to run it properly. It's an embarrassment to us. Can you imagine foreign leaders coming in and running over roads that haven't been paved in years? We're honored to be joined tonight by one of the people who is going to help us build this incredible future, and he is a truly incredible guy. And I don't say that often. He's a great gentleman. He's done such an unbelievable job for North Carolina, for Georgia, for Alabama, for Florida, for Tennessee. His name is Elon Musk. He saved free speech. He created so many different great things. Where is he? Come on up here, Elon. He created the first major American car company in generations, and his rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Come here. Take over, Elon. Yes, take over.
Hi, everyone. As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA. Well, first of all, I want to say what an honor it is to be here. And, you know, the true test of someone's character is how they behave under fire. And we had one president who couldn't climb a flight of stairs, and another who was fist pumping after getting shot. Fight, fight, fight. Blood coming down the face. Now, America is the home of the brave. And there's no truer test than courage under fire. So who do you want representing America? Yeah, absolutely. And I think this election, I think it's the most important election of our lifetime. This is no ordinary election. The other side wants to take away your freedom of speech. They want to take away your right to bear arms. They want to take away your right to vote effectively. You've got 14 states now that don't require voter ID. California, where I used to live, is just passed a law banning voter ID for voting. I still can't believe that's real. So
How are you supposed to have a good, proper election if there's no ID? It's just meaningless. And free speech is the bedrock of democracy. And if people don't know what's going on, if they don't know the truth, how can you make an informed vote? You must have free speech in order to have democracy. That's why it's the First Amendment. And the Second Amendment is there to ensure that we have the First Amendment. President Trump must win to preserve the Constitution. He must win to preserve democracy in America. Yes. This is a must-win situation. Must win. So I have one ask for everyone in the audience, everyone who watches this video, everyone on the live stream. There's one request. It's very important. Register to vote. Okay? And get everyone you know and everyone you don't know, drag them to register to vote. There's only 2 days left to register to vote in Georgia and Arizona, 48 hours. Like, text people now. Now. Oh, and then make sure they actually do vote. If they don't, this will be the last election. That's my prediction. Nothing's more important. Nothing's more important. So get everyone you know. Everyone. So I'm speaking to people out there. Everyone in the crowd, I think, is already convinced. But for people out there that are watching the video, watching the live stream, you need to get everyone you know, at work, your friends, family, text groups, your social media, everything. Get them to register to vote right now. Only 2 days left for Georgia and Arizona. Only a couple weeks left in Pennsylvania. And if they're not registered to vote, it doesn't matter at that point. Register to vote. I'm being repetitive for a reason, okay? So nothing is more important. And a lot of people think maybe their vote doesn't count. Well, it does, okay? It does. It matters. And this election could be decided by 1,000 votes, 500 votes. A tiny margin. So get everyone you know to register to vote. I believe that's swapthevote.com. I believe that's the site. And double check that your registration is good. Don't take it for granted. I'm just being repetitive about this point because it is the one takeaway more than anything that will matter is getting those registrations and then getting everyone you know to actually vote. That is what will decide this election, especially in Pennsylvania. So thank you, and honestly, you want to just be a pest. Just be a pest to everyone you know, people on the street, everywhere. Vote, vote, vote. Fight, fight, fight. Vote, vote, vote. Thank you.
Amazing to think how far Elon's come from saying he'd never get involved, he wouldn't pick a side, to doing what he's done, tweeting what he's been tweeting, getting involved with the issues like he's been getting involved with.
What a great guy. And he'd rather be making rocket ships because he'd really rather do that.
Unbelievable.
Nobody better. I think he's got 90% of the rockets that go up. But Elon, thank you very much. Incredible. Incredible. What he says is true. What he says is true. You know, we're all having fun here tonight, but if we don't register and if we don't vote, we're just going to look upon this as another sort of nice day in our life, but it won't even be a nice day. We're going to look back and we're going to say, wow, it's a lot of time, a lot of effort. We got to win. If we don't win, it's, as he said, it's just not important. We have to save our country, so you have to get out and vote. You got to get out and vote. You got to get your friends and vote because, you know, they play a lot of tricks, this particular other side. Elon's a very nice guy. He doesn't want to say it, but they play a lot of tricks. We can't let it happen. We can't let it happen again. We can't let it happen. And one thing, they showed us how bad they are. They showed us how bad a job they do. So that's one thing we got from this 4 years. They've done the worst job. That's the worst president in the history of our country. It's the worst vice president in the history of our country. And if you watched over the last couple of days, they are doing, this is a Katrina for them. This is one of the worst, they say it's the worst job ever done on helping people through the ravages of a hurricane. And they're watching, she's out there campaigning in San Francisco, a place that she ruined, okay? She ruined San Francisco. She ruined, think of this, she ruined San Francisco. She was the worst DA. And she ruined the state of California, and now she wants to ruin the United States of America. We can't let her do it. So I called Elon to tell him that they needed Starlink as an example. They couldn't get Starlink. I didn't know what Starlink was, I must tell you. Elon, I'm so embarrassed. I didn't know what the hell Starlink was. He loves Starlink. He can tell you every little screw that's needed, every wire. Me, I didn't know. But when I was in North Carolina and Georgia just the other day, yesterday to be exact, but they were saying we have tremendous communications, especially in North Carolina, and we have tremendous problems. We have no communication. The poles were ripped down, the wires were underwater, houses were destroyed. Possibly 1,000 people, maybe more, will be, you know, there's 600 people missing. Missing is not good, because you know what missing means generally. That's really bad. And they had no communication. They had literally no communication with, they called it the mainland, because the water was so crazy. It was like they were in the middle of a lake, and they'd never seen anything like it. And they said, do you know somebody named Elon Musk? I said, yeah, I happen to know him a little bit. He just endorsed me, actually. Although he endorsed me a long time ago, but he still, to me, every day is a good endorsement from Elon. Nobody's smarter than Elon. And they said, could you do us a favor? Could you help us? We're trying to get Starlink, and it's very hard to get. Most people say you can't even get it. I called up Elon. I said, North Carolina's in big trouble. Georgia's in big trouble. They need communication. They have none because their poles have been knocked down and their wires are underwater and even dangerously underwater. But they have no communication. Elon, could you do something about Starlink, whatever the hell that is, Elon? Whatever Starlink, that's all they want to hear is Starlink. And an amazing thing happened. I got a call from one of the top people in North Carolina. I got a call from another great person in Georgia. And I wasn't finished with my phone call yet. And they got word that Starlink would be delivered to the States. I said, no, and I said, what the hell is he? What kind of a system is that? Normally you'd have to hang up and he'd go and call people. He did it during the phone call. What kind of a system do you have? That's why he's a very advanced, he is a very advanced person. But I want to thank you, Elon, because I got it. And I said, how does it work? 2 days later, how does it work? They said, much better than the wires. So now I'm saying, why the hell aren't they? You're going to come out very well anyway. And, you know, he also said, you don't have to pay me. You pay me someday when you get the money back. You don't have to pay me. He wanted nothing. He's a great guy. Thank you, Elon, for being here. Thank you very much. Great honor. Great honor. Thank you, Elon. And that's heartfelt. I can't even see the end. That's a lot of people here today. We're also joined by a great gentleman, a top, brilliant student. He went to a tremendous college and he graduated like right at the top of his class. In 2 years, I didn't know you could do that. It's 4-year college. Then he went to the military. Then he came out and he did fantastically inside the military. Then he came out, he went to Yale. Without the benefit of family ties. You know what that means, right? Without the bit of, that's pretty good without family ties. I don't know too many of those people. They had no family ties. He got in. You can't get in. And he graduated along with his wife, they're not going to have any problems with your kids academically, I can tell you. His wife and him were like the top students in the class. But he went to Yale Law School, and then he went out into the private sector, did great. Then he ran for the Senate, and he did fantastically. He won, and he's like a rocket ship. He's like one of Elon's rocket ships, the way his career is going. But you see why, because he's a really brilliant guy, and you saw that the other night in the debate, right? You saw that the other night in the debate. You know the expression they have? If that were a fight, they would have stopped it, right? So I just want to thank JD. I was always confident in that pick. And we had great people too, JD. We have every one of those guys were great. Every one of them would have done a great job. It was amazing. But we appreciate the job you're doing. And he's also very energetic. And he'll go on anywhere. He'll go on MSDNC. I say, oh, he's on that. He'll go on CNN. It's like he has no problem. He swats them like this. He has no problem. No, it's true. You know, other people say, sir, I'd rather not do that one. I'd rather not do that one, sir. I'd rather not do them, because they are, you know, very, with him, he doesn't care. He says, they're not going to outsmart me. So I want to thank JD. You've done a great job. Thank you very much. Amazing. Great. We have a lot of senators and a lot of people from Congress. I'm going to introduce a few of them that are really outstanding, and they are warriors and they're great patriots. Senator Eric Schmidt. Where's Eric Schmidt? He's around here someplace. Nice, tall, handsome guy. Thank you, Eric. What a great job you've done. He helps us so much with the Senate, and we've got a great Senate. We have to get a couple of more senators elected. I think it's going to happen, too. I think it's going to happen. We have members of Congress here. Dan Muser. Dan, where's Dan? Great job. Real warrior. These are warriors. Guy Reschenthaler. That's the hardest name in the Senate to pronounce, but I've learned how to pronounce it. Guy, thank you very much. Great. Where's Guy? Guy, thank you very much, Guy. Glenn G.T. Thompson. Fantastic guy. Thanks, Glenn. Great job. John Joyce. Thank you, John. Great. Corey Mills. He's out there fighting, too. He's out there. He is out there in North Carolina, Georgia. He's out there helping people. Mike Waltz, who's a tremendous national security asset. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Okay, and a man who was my doctor. I got to know him as a doctor in the White House, right? And then before that, he was actually an admiral, and then he went to the White House. He was a great admiral. He was a great doctor. And I love him for one reason. They asked him in the White House, the press, the fake news media said, who is the most? He was the doctor for Obama, Bush, and Trump. That's pretty good, right? White House doctor for the three of us. He said, the press, who is the healthiest of the three? He said, definitely it's Donald Trump. There's not even a contest. And I love that guy. When he said that, JD, when he said that, I said, I like this guy. So then he said, you know, sir, he was leaving the White House. He said, you know, I'd love to run for Congress. And he ran against 28 people. They were all running for the Republican primary, because whoever won that primary is going to win. I think it's a Trump plus 48. Whoever wins gets 48-point start. And not only did he win, he won easily. And now he's one of the most popular people in Congress and one of the most talented, maybe more importantly. Ronnie Jackson. Ronnie? Where's Ronnie? Where is he? Okay, thank you, Ronnie. And you got a lot of talent surrounding you there. I think it's very important also. We're here for a reason, and that's to win and to honor Corey. But Corey wants us to win, too. And there's a man in the audience that's been very much a career path, a little bit like JD, a great student, great talented student, and fantastic in the military, then went out to be a tremendous success, one of the most successful people on Wall Street, actually. And he's tough and he's smart, and he's going to make sure you always have fracking in Pennsylvania. And he's going to make sure you have many other things other than fracking. You have a senator that now does nothing. He does nothing. And he doesn't fight for you. He votes with Biden, if you can believe it, like 100% of the time. But this guy, and you know, we're lucky that he does it. I don't know. He might not have done it if he had it to do again. I don't know. But I think he's just one of the most outstanding people anywhere in the country to run for office. And we're lucky that he's doing it, and he's got a real shot. He's doing very well in the polls. It's hard to beat somebody that's been there a long time, but this is somebody that's been there a long time and did nothing. He did nothing. And his name is David McCormick, and he's great, and I hope he's going to be your next senator. And I see somebody else I didn't know he was here. Mike Kelly. I see Mike Kelly there. Stand up. Oh, boy, am I lucky. Am I lucky I spotted him? If I didn't spot you, Mike, I was in big trouble, right? This is a man who's beloved in this state, and he's fantastic. So thank you, Mike. Thank you. We also have some terrific people from law enforcement. Butler County Sheriff Mike Sloop. Thank you, Mike. Great job. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for your help, too, I could tell you. Thank you for your help. I can say that. Thank you very much. Butler County Commissioner Leslie Oshie. Leslie, thank you. Thank you, Leslie. Great job. RNC Chairman Michael Whatley. This guy is doing a great job. He's doing great. Came from North Carolina. We won North Carolina. He kept their cheating down to a minimum, and we were able to win it, and we were solid all night long. And he's great, but if we don't have good results by the 6th of November, I will never say that about him again. No, he's a great guy. He's working very hard. 24 hours a day he's working, I know that, and he's working mostly on Stop the Steal, because we have a lot of votes. We have plenty of votes. Stop the steal. That's why you've got to get out. You've got to get out and vote. We're going to win this thing. And the more we win it, you know, it's too big to rig, you know, the expression we use, make it too big to rig. You know, at a certain point, Elon would understand this better than anybody statistically. At a certain point, their cheating doesn't matter. And we want to make it too big to rig. And we also have somebody that's very special, the co-chair of the Republican Party, Lara Trump. Thank you. Lara, thanks. And, you know, oftentimes with families, they say, oh, you know, why did you put that one in or this one in, and all the different people. So many people have problems with that. In her case, everyone said, how the hell did you get her to do it? She has been unbelievable. So thank you very much. Comes from North Carolina, and I have a feeling she's going to be spending some time down there a little bit. And she's married to my wonderful son, Eric, who's right here. So, Eric, please stand up. He's a great guy. Eric has a distinction. He has gotten more subpoenas than any man in the history of our country by about 10 times. Every day Congress would meet, they'd send him a subpoena. What is it about? They have no idea. But I think he's got the all-time record, and he's handled it all beautifully. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A friend of mine, a great, great businessman, one of the most respected people, and he made a big, big contribution yesterday to Georgia and a big contribution to North Carolina. Steve Witkoff is here. Hi, Steve. Thanks. And another man who's one of the greatest businessmen in the country, he actually said that if Trump doesn't win, this country is going to go into a massive depression. Well, I don't know about that, but he has been a very good predictor, I will say that. And truly one of the greats, one of the great pickers, picker meaning stocks. He knows what he's doing, and highly respected by everybody. John Paulson. Thank you, John. Great. Great guy. Now, we have so many others, and I won't do it because we have to really get out of here before it gets too cold for people. But I love it much better because there's one teleprompter. Not that I use the teleprompters too much. Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't need a teleprompter? No, we don't need it. But this one was right smack in the sun. Great job back there, fellas. They said the teleprompters are working fine. Well, thank goodness. Did you see what happened the other day with the teleprompter with her? That was not a pretty sight. The teleprompter went off and she went off too. She didn't know what the hell happened. And you know, teleprompters are very dangerous because they go off a lot. You have to be prepared for them to go off cold blank. You'll have 100,000 people, you have 75,000 people, you have this, and if the teleprompter goes off, you got to be able to move. She did not move well. This was not a good situation. But 3 more heroes from July 13th who rendered first aid to Corey incredibly. Dr. Jim Sweetland, Rico Elmore, who was unbelievable. Rico, you were unbelievable. He ran over, National Guard, he ran over and grabbed Corey, and Corey was still living, and he was doing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on a man who was really in bad shape like nobody's ever seen, and his family appreciates it, and I do too. So thank you, Rico, very much. Right? Amazing, amazing, amazing the people that we have. And you learn about them under times like this. That's when you really learn. So we're going to be seeing Rico again. And Ed Shear, fantastic job. Thank you, Ed. We appreciate it. Thank you, Ed. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ed. Great job. In addition, this evening we have to send our prayers and support to all the families affected by Hurricane Helene. This has been the worst hurricane response by a president and vice president since Katrina, and this is simply not acceptable. Those people, I was there yesterday with North Carolina and Georgia, and I'll tell you, and by the way, the governor of Georgia is doing an excellent job, but we have other people that aren't doing a good job, and we have to have them do a good job. But the federal government is doing a very bad job. They are not doing the job, and we have death and destruction that we haven't seen maybe ever. It's a real bad one, and they have to get people there because they don't have people there. They don't have the people. Kamala wined and dined in San Francisco, and all of the people in North Carolina, no helicopters, no rescue. It's just what's happened there is very bad. They're offering them $750 to people whose homes have been washed away. And yet we send tens of billions of dollars to foreign countries that most people have never heard of. They're offering them $750. They've been destroyed. These people have been destroyed. The one young lady washed, you saw that with her son. I mean, pretty, I wish I never saw it, but just washed away. His son was washed away with the grandparents, and so sad. And they're giving him $750. And think of it, we give foreign countries hundreds of billions of dollars, and we're handing North Carolina $750. If you want a president who won't even try to save you when the floodwaters are rising, vote for Kamala. She's not the right person. Look, you know what? If they did a good job, I wouldn't have run. To be honest with you, I didn't need to do this. I didn't need to. If I thought they were doing an even modestly good job, I wouldn't have run, but I saw right from the beginning, grossly incompetent, and I was right about that, and I decided to run, and we're doing really well. I was telling you about polls. We're way up in some polls. We're up in other polls. And with the swing states, I think most of them have us up in every single swing state, including the great commonwealth of a place called Pennsylvania. And don't ever not call it a commonwealth, because I've seen people call it a state, and that's the end of them. That's practically the end of their political career. You got to be very careful with Pennsylvania. It's that commonwealth. I haven't made that mistake. I don't want to either. It was not a pretty picture. If you want a president who will stop at nothing to protect you and your family, I hope you're going to vote for a gentleman named Donald J. Trump. Have you heard of him? Together we will rebuild Western North Carolina, rural Georgia, and every other state that's been so badly affected. That includes Alabama. Virginia was very hit hard. South Carolina was hit very hard. Florida. So many states. Tennessee was hit really hard. They were all hit, and we're going to work with them. And, the next president is going to be the one that really, once they got to get this done. But once that happens, the next president is going to be the one that has to really help them. And JD will be there to help them. I know that. 2024 is the most important election in the history of our country. And here are the facts. My opponent, Kamala Harris, is the most incompetent and far-left nominee ever to run for president. You know, she's much further left than crazy Bernie Sanders. You know that. She wants to open borders. She took the most secure border in U.S. history and turned it into the worst border in the history of the world. Remember, she was appointed border czar. She says she wasn't now after 3 years, but she was. But whether she was or not, she was in charge of the border. And the other day I saw her get up and say, we will do this, we will do that. Why didn't they do it 4 years ago? Why didn't they do it? The damage is so bad, and so it's been done. She let in 21 million illegal aliens from all over the world, from prisons and jails and mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're terrorists at record levels, at levels we've never seen before. She cost you $29,000 a family through inflation price hikes. And now she wants a larger tax hike, and she wants to go to the largest tax hike in American history. There's never been a tax hike like what she's proposing. She's going to raise your taxes a minimum of $3,000. She's a big taxer. And she was the original creator of Defund the Police. I think for all the sheriffs over here, if you're a partner in Defund the Police for even 2 days, you cannot be president. But she was one of the founders of Defund the Police, and she still believes that, by the way. I don't know how anybody could, but she still believes that. And if she ever had a chance, there's a good possibility she'd go back to it. Can you imagine? Somebody's robbing our house. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. That's what they say. There's nothing. You know, they tried it. And you know where they tried it? In Minnesota with our vice president. And it wasn't working out too well. It was working out very well for the robbers and the criminals. That's the only one it was working out well for. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. She wants mass amnesty and citizenship for illegals. And worst of all, she lost, and this is maybe the worst thing in the whole, that nobody talks, the fake news won't mention it. She lost more than 325,000 migrant children that are now dead in slavery or just plain missing, probably never to be seen again, never to see their parents again. But this isn't like, this is 325,000 have been lost. She praised the idea of a 70% to an 80% tax rate. She imposed a natural gas export ban on Pennsylvania, which is killing your energy workers and your pricing. You know, you have one of the highest energy costs in the country, and yet you're sitting on top of a massive amount of energy that she doesn't want to get. It's been a disaster for your state, and now she's vowed repeatedly. Now, all of a sudden, she changed her mind. But when, you know, with politicians, it's always the first statement that comes out to be the one they want. So she spent 14 years knocking fracking. We're never going to have fracking. We're not going to frack. All of a sudden, a little while ago, she came out, I love fracking very much. No, she'll go back to it. And she even endorsed free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention at taxpayer expense. I don't think Elon likes that idea. These are not ideas that Elon Musk likes too much. And it was just announced yesterday in California, and she took this one from me. I'm so upset. But think of it, that the far less than average governor, Gavin Newsom, has banned any and all ID requirements from voting and registering to vote. You're not even allowed to mention the fact, Elon, you're not allowed to mention the fact. You can't say, may I see your ID? If you do, it's a criminal act. This is a takeover of the country. You're not allowed to ask for an ID. If you do, it's a criminal count. Other Democrat states are following. This is only so they can cheat. There's only one thing that you do this for, so that you can cheat on elections. There's no other conceivable reason. Kamala Harris is a radical left Marxist. She is a woman that's not respected in Congress. She was laughed at Congress. Nobody thought she could win. You know, they did a coup. Whether you like him or not, I'm not a particularly big fan, but we had a debate, and the debate ended, and all of a sudden they come to him and they said, we want you out. You're not going to win the election. And he said, I don't want to get out. He got 14 million votes. If you believe in democracy or a system, he got 14 million votes, and she got none. She was the first one out, 22 candidates, and she never made it to Iowa. She quit before Iowa, and now she's running, and that's okay. But, you know, we spent $150 million beating Biden, and as soon as he was down and out for the count, they said, let's take him out. We'll give somebody else to run. Never happened before. We do a lot of firsts, I will tell you. We do a lot of firsts. But she's a person that rated even worse in every statistic than any other senator. She was rated at the bottom of the U.S. Senate. She's destroyed everything she touched. But the good news is that we have a plan to fix it. We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it fast. Nobody is going to stand for open borders. Nobody is going to stand for a bad military. Nobody is going to stand for education that's not proper. We're moving education back to the states. You're going to be running your own education. So we have, you know, in education, so important is what's more important than education, but we rank at the bottom of every list. They rank 40 major countries. We're at the bottom, but we're top of the list as the cost per pupil. We spend more per pupil, per student, than any other country anywhere in the world. So we're number one in that, and we're number 38, 39, or 40 every single time. And you have Denmark, you have Sweden, you have Norway, you have China. It's always a top five. Can you believe it? China's a top five. That's amazing. But we're going to move our education back to the states. So places like Indiana and Iowa and Idaho and states that you don't even hear too much of because they're so good and so well run, they're going to run their own education. And you know what's going to come out of that? A Denmark, a Norway, a Sweden, maybe, I don't even know, China. Can you imagine China with 1.4 billion people is a top five, and we're close to 40. We are 40 sometimes. Starting on day one, I will seal the border and stop the migrant invasion into our country. We will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of the United States. Dwight Eisenhower right now has that record. It's not, and by the way, it's not something I want to do. I dread having to do it, but we have no choice. What they've done to our country is not even believable, especially the criminals, the criminal element that's in our country. And again, all over the world, crime rates are down because they've taken their criminals and they've dumped them into the United States. And you know what? I would have been worse than them. I would have had it done even faster. They've dumped them into the United States of America, and that's what we have. And it's dangerous out there. We're getting them out. We're getting them out quickly. And we will defeat inflation, and we will make America affordable again. And it's going to start with liquid gold. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas under our feet than any nation in the world, including Saudi Arabia and Russia. We will become energy independent like we were just 4 years ago. You know, 4 years ago, we were energy independent. Can you believe it? And then we were going to become energy dominant. We will be dominant within a matter of months, and we will make so much money. We are going to drill, baby, drill. And we will again open ANWR. Ronald Reagan tried to do it. Every single president from before Reagan tried to do it, and I got it done. ANWR is the largest drilling site anywhere in the world. It could be larger than Saudi Arabia, could be larger than Russia. It's in Alaska. And I got it done, and we worked to get it done. And one of the first things he did was terminate ANWR, and that was going to take care of all of Asia. That was going to make us so much money. We would have paid off debt. You would have gotten, I gave you the biggest tax reduction in history. You would have gotten even a bigger one. You were going to be just very happy. You were going to say, I like that guy very much. 20 million Americans are behind on their electric bills right now. It was just announced. 20 million Americans, they're struggling to pay their monthly bills at a record rate. There's never been anything like it. And it's all because of their anti-U.S. energy regime, which has caused Pennsylvania electricity prices to raise almost 50%. We will cut energy and electricity prices in half within 12 months. We will have your energy prices, your air conditioning, heating, cars if you buy a Tesla, which is good. It's good. We will have your energy prices cut in half. It'll be cut in half within a period of 1 year from January 20th, which is the day we take office. And that's going to save you a lot of money. And that's going to, in turn, bring down the prices of everything because, you know, more than anything else, people tell me about the groceries. The groceries are groceries. They use and what they're talking about is food. Everything's going to be coming down when we do that. We're also going to get your interest rates way down. We will bring automobile manufacturing back to the United States at levels never seen before, and we will turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower again. It hasn't been there in many, many years. We had it started 4 years ago. The centerpiece of my plan for a manufacturing renaissance will be a 15% made in America corporate tax rate. In other words, if you make your product in the United States, you get a rate. So I cut it from 39% to 21%. Everyone said that was impossible. I got it done, and we had the best boom we've ever had. We did more revenue when we had it at 21 than when it was at 39. Think of it, much more. The following year, we did much more. And then I'm going to take it from 21 to 15, which will make us the most competitive country in the world. Nobody will be able to compete with us. But that 15 rate only goes for those who make their product in America. They have to make their product here, otherwise they pay 21. And we will protect those companies moving into America and all of our existing companies with stiff tariffs placed on companies that don't move in. If they don't come in, if they don't want to make their product here, that's fine, but they're going to be tariffed. We have to protect our companies, and that's what we're going to do. The only way they can get out of paying those tariffs is to build their plants and factories in America. We may even be able to get Elon to build some of them. I think we will. And hire American workers for the job. We're going to hire American workers for the job. We will pass the Reciprocal Trade Act. If China or any other country charges us 100 or 200% tax, then we will likewise charge them a 100 or 200% tax. We had a lot of problems on that one with the Senate, and we're going to get that done. Think of it. They charge us, and we don't charge them. Now they charge us, we're going to charge them the same thing. Reciprocal. It's reciprocal. I will not let Mexico, China, or any other country sell cars into the United States to the detriment of our auto workers who will do better than they have ever done. We're going to bring back the car business like it was 50, 60, and 70 years ago. Everyone's going to want to be back here. And I will not approve Japan buying U.S. steel 70 years ago, the greatest company anywhere in the world. It was the greatest company anywhere in the world, and now we have Japan buying U.S. steel. I don't like that. We will deliver massive tax cuts for workers, and we will have a policy that I think is so great. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime.